Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 3LD Chapter 67. Attack on Beehive Island, Clash with the Ochaku Pirates. New World, Whitebeard Pirates Tuan, on the main ship Moby DK. At this moment, the captains of each squad gathered around Whitebeard. Seeing Whitebeard's serious expression, Marco couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Dad? You're so serious all of a sudden, what happened?" Whitebeard took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with worry, and slowly said, "Ace sent back news that he has found that guy Teach." As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed. When they heard the name Teach, for everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group, it's obvious that they have been hurt by Ultimate. He broke the Whitebeard Pirates rules and attacked his companion of 20 years just for a devil fruit. Captain Ace's strength should be enough to deal with that B*********** D Teach. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division said, "After all, Captain Ace's ability is among the best among all the captains, right?" However, when hearing this, not only Whitebeard did not answer, even the captains of the various squads of the Whitebeard Pirates did not answer. After 20 years together, Teach hid his ambitions but never hid his strengths. Especially Marco, who still remembers at this moment that Teach once fought against 2 trainee crew members of Roger Pirates alone. Although one of them has disappeared, the other has become one of the most powerful beings in the world today, standing shoulder to shoulder with their father Whitebeard. One of the 5 Great Sea Emperors, one of the veteran 4 Emperors, the red-haired Shanks. Teach's strength has been recognized by all over the years. Before Ace became the captain of the second team, Teach was the most qualified person to be the captain of the second team. It was only because Teach was unwilling to become the captain that the position of the captain of the second team fell into the hands of Ace, 560. Therefore, when it comes to Ace finding Teach's trail, Whitebeard is not happy at this moment, but extremely worried. Because Whitebeard was afraid that he would lose another son. "Dad, why don't you let me go for a visit?" Marco said solemnly. "Did Ace leave a message telling us where we will meet? I should be able to stabilize the situation if I rush there as soon as possible." Hearing this, Whitebeard shook his head and said, "It's probably too late now. If Ace has already encountered Teach, they should have been fighting by now." Hearing this, Marco couldn't help but feel a little helpless. I can only trust Ace's own strength. The concerns of Whitebeard and the Whitebeard Pirates team leaders are not without reason. Over the years, Teach's strength has been witnessed by everyone. Even the wound on the corner of the eye of red-haired Shanks, one of the old 4 emperors, was left by Teach. Now that Teach has obtained another devil fruit, his strength has definitely improved a lot compared to before. It may not be easy for Ace to win, but, for everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group, it seems that they have no other choice but to trust Ace. Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this moment, half a month has passed since the collision between Firefist Ace and Blackbeard Teach on Bonero Island. Marine Marshal Sengoku, who was having a headache about the current situation at sea, suddenly received a call. Brew brew brew. Brew brew snap. Sengoku held up the Den Mushi and asked solemnly, "This is Sengoku." "Marshal Sengoku, it's a pleasure to speak to you. I'm sure you still remember me, right?" The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi sounded strange to Sengoku, who couldn't help but frown and ask, "Who are you? Why do you have this Den Mushi number?" It seems that Marshal Sengoku has already forgotten me, but it doesn't matter. I can remind you that when the Naval Headquarters held a meeting to select the 7 warlords of the sea, I went to the Naval Headquarters and met with Marshal Sengoku during the meeting with the Marines. Hearing this, an extremely pale figure appeared in Sengoku's mind. The Devil security guard from West Blue, Lafitte. "Does Marshal Sengoku remember?" Hearing this, Sengoku frowned and said in a bad tone, "As pirates, you actually took the initiative to contact the Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters. Tell me what you want to do." It's like this. In the previous meeting of the Naval Headquarters, didn't the Marshal and the other Marine commanders worry about the selection of Shichibukai? It just so happens that our captain has already completed the previous goal and captured a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Can it be used in exchange for our captain to obtain the position of 7 warlords of the sea? As soon as these words came out, Sengoku's eyes suddenly lit up. Capturing pirates with a bounty of over 100 million? This is absolutely no problem for becoming 7 warlords of the sea, as long as you can deter most of the pirates on the sea. What are the names of the pirates you captured? After hearing Sengoku's question, Lafitte couldn't help but smile, and said in a very calm tone. Marshal Sengoku must have heard of the name of this pirates. After all, the Marine had invited him to become a member of Shichibukai before. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, the Firefist, Ace. When this name came out from Lafitte's mouth on the other end of the phone, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately asked, "Where is the person?" Advertisement: "We are now in the Devil's Triangle. In about 5 days, we will reach the Sabaody archipelago, and then we can hand the person over to the Marine and Marshal Sengoku." Listening to Lafitte's words, Sengoku couldn't help but take a deep breath and his eyes became very solemn. Sengoku looked at the place where Garp usually rested in his office. Today, Garp was not in the Marshal's office, and something like this happened. "The transaction will be carried out in 5 days. As long as Ace falls into the hands of the Marine, your captain, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, will be one of the new 7 warlords of the sea." Snap. As Den Mushi hung up, Sengoku's expression became extremely solemn. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. If that was the only identity, it would be fine. The key point is that Firefist Ace is Garp's grandson. In addition, the deeper identity, the real-life experience of Firefist Ace's biological father is even more difficult to solve. If it was just because he was Garp's grandson, Sengoku might be able to release Ace quietly, but as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and with the blood of Ace, even Sengoku, the Buddha, who is the Marine Marshal, dares not help his old friend in this regard. But the problem now is that Garp must not be informed that Firefist Ace has been captured. As soon as he thought of this, Zhan Yu immediately asked, "Where's Vice Admiral Garp?" Hearing this, Marine, who was standing outside the door, responded immediately. Vice Admiral Garp went to the cafeteria with Vice Admiral Crane to eat at noon, and he hasn't come back yet. I guess it's the same as last time, because there are too many senbei for lunch today, right? Sengoku immediately stood up. Now Sengoku just wanted to give Garp a vacation, let Garp leave naval headquarters and go somewhere else, no matter where. By the way, didn't Garp's grandson appear in the Seven Waters and be targeted by the people from Eni's lobby? It's just right, let Garp go there in person. Even if Garp will not take action against the Straw Hat crew, his real goal has never been the Straw Hat Pirates. Thinking of this, Sengoku has already made up his mind. Unless the time comes, this matter will need to be handled by Garp for a while. The second half of Grand Line, New World. The danger of this sea area is so great that even the Grand Line, which is called a ship graveyard by countless people, is called a paradise. The reason is that the climate in New World is too terrible. The sky may be cloudless and the sun may be clear the next second. In the next second, hail as big as cannonballs may appear and keep hitting your ship. There may even be a huge storm that can generate a tsunami several thousand meters high. In short, the natural climate conditions in New World are definitely the worst among all the seas. However, it is precisely because of the danger of New World that it has become a sea area that countless pirates want to reach at all costs. Only when you reach here can you be called a true strong man and be called a true pirate. Before arriving here, even if you were offered a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries in the park, the people here would think that you were just a group of weaklings who had not yet arrived at the New World and could only enjoy themselves in the park. The Flying Pirates have made many big events before, but they have not been able to make a splash in New World. This is because the Flying Pirates have stayed in the park in the first half of the Grand Line for a long time and have not entered New World yet. Originally, most people thought that it was because Rhine was afraid of the challenge of the New World, or that the Flying Pirates were not prepared and could not reach the New World. But now, the Flying Pirates have already set foot in this sea area and arrived in this so-called New World where only the strong can survive. The arrival of the Flying Pirates instantly makes New World extremely lively. One of the veteran 4 emperors who fought against Rhine, the governor of the New World Beasts Pirates, Kaido. One of the veteran 4 emperors who has not met yet but has always wanted to marry the Flying Pirates, the captain of the BIGMOM Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. The reactions of these two people can be said to be the most distant. In contrast, Red Hair Shanks, who does not have any territory, does not seem to be worried that the Flying Pirates will set foot in the New World and will cause the Red Hair Pirates' living space to be compressed. The only thing Red-Haired Shanks is worried about is that the situation in New World is broken too quickly, and the boy who inherits Captain Rogers will in the future will find it difficult to continue sailing in this sea. As for Whitebeard, at this point in time, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were all worried about Ace, so they had no time to pay attention to the Flying Pirates who entered the New World. This seems to be a great opportunity for the Flying Pirates. They only need to face the war between the Beasts Pirates and the Big Hyphenation Point Mom Pirates to secure their position as the 5th Sea Emperor of the New World. However, at this moment, in addition to the Sea Emperors of New World, there seems to be another group of guys who have joined the Flying Pirates. The second half of New World, Beehive Island. This was once the base camp of the Rocks Pirates, but now it has fallen into the hands of Ochaku, a former Rocks pirate officer. As a famous pirate in the New World, Ochaku is so powerful that even the former 4 emperors did not deliberately provoke him. And not because we can't beat them, but because there's no need. Advertisement: the territory under Ochaku's command is only one island, the Pirates' Paradise Beehive Island. For those Sea Emperors, the benefits of conquering it are not particularly huge. But for the Flying Pirates, this may be the foundation of their new world. But the prerequisite is that the Ochaku Pirates in Beehive Island must be dealt with first. Have we finally entered the new world? Ochaku looked unhappy, looking at the newspaper in his hand, and then said, "For so many years, I have occupied Beehive Island, and even the 4 emperors have been polite to Lousy. I can't become the king of sea emperors, but how can a 21-year-old kid be qualified to surpass Lousy and become the 5th emperor of the sea?" Ochaku tore up the newspaper in his hand and said with a cold look, "Find the location of these guys and kill them." Hearing this, all the pirates under Ochaku showed their ultimate excitement. For the pirates living in the new world, peace seems to be a torture for them. Now they have to go to war with the Flying Pirates. Something to be excited about. Kato. Boom. There was a thunder, and Ochaku couldn't help but look up at the sky, and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Is the weather against me? So what, even if it is so bad? The weather can't stop Lousy from wanting to destroy the Flying Pirates." But in the next second, bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, landing accurately on the crew members of the Ochaku Pirates. The pirates on Beehive Island were all attacked by thunderbolts falling from the sky. It seemed that they could not cope with such power at all. Only some of the pirates who possessed the power of Haki immediately mobilized Haki after sensing the danger to guard against the thunder that was falling from the sky. At this moment, even if Ochaku was extremely stupid, he had already noticed that something was wrong. Why did the thunderclouds in the sky drop lightning so accurately and strike the pirates? Ha 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 ha. See the power of this god. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to gather even more. Thunder. A figure appeared in midair with a naked upper body and a huge thunder drum on his back. Ochaku's pupils shrank involuntarily, and he felt a little bit unbelievable. I haven't even gone to look for them yet, but they came to my doorstep. Ochaku was no stranger to that figure. He was the man who made a lot of noise on April 7th, claiming to have the strongest power of Logia Devil Fruit. One of the 3 disasters of the flying pirates. Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. The man with a bounty of 2.327 billion Baileys. Thor Enel. Just as Ochaku reacted and prepared to face the sudden attack from the flying pirates, another voice sounded, attracting Ochaku's attention. Restrain yourself, Enel, and don't mess up the captain's territory. A huge dragon appeared next to Enel. Besides the wrong color, Ochaku almost thought it was Kaido. The huge dragon head suddenly lifted up, and the next second, an extremely hot wave of heat was seen condensing in Shiryu's mouth. Hot breath. The terrifying heat wave, accompanied by astonishing flames, instantly turned the entire Beehive Island into a sea of fire. Seeing this scene, TNG's eyes and hands flashed with disbelief. Are there 2 devil fruits with the same ability in this world? But Ochaku doesn't know that Shiryu's abilities are created by the power of science. Damn it, Lousy hasn't bothered you yet, but you're targeting Lousy and Lousy's territory. Ochaku's face darkened, and he drew out the famous sword from his waist. His amazing Haki and sword power instantly emanated, and he shouted, "Guys, fight back. What if it's in the sky?" Cannons were constantly pointed at the sky. Even if they couldn't hurt Logia's Enel, would the Zone Mythical Beast ability user next to them be immune to the damage from the cannons? And Ochaku swung the famous sword in his hand and slashed out an amazing great swordsman slash. You little devil, you're courting death. Do you think you can handle Lousy? Splitting B. Chapter 68. Occupying the Beehive Island, the big event is about to happen. It was like a shocking blow that shattered the sky, and it even faintly exuded the terrifying power of the Admiral level. In midair, Enel and Shiryu couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly. They thought it was just a very simple and easy mission, but they didn't expect that the controller of this island was actually a person with combat power close to that of an admiral. Bad wind. After becoming the demon fruit power, Shiryu did not continue to spend more time practicing kendo, but instead focused on cultivating the power of the devil fruit. After all, the mythical beast blue dragon form is one of the top mythical beast devil fruits. With such an ability, kendo is destined to be only a supplement. In the future, Shiryu's fighting style will most likely be supplemented by kendo and mainly based on physical strength. Along with the violent storm spit out from Shiryu's mouth, the terrifying wind blade also merged with the slashing Nidong from Ochaku. You, after possessing the power of the devil fruit, seem to have reached the quasi-admiral level of combat power. Enel raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a surprised tone, "It has grown so fast in a short period of time. Even if it is a replica of the devil fruit, it still has extremely terrifying potential." Hearing this, Shiryu couldn't help but smile and said in a very calm tone, "I will prove that the captain's decision to give me this fruit was not a wrong one. Relying on the power of the mythical beast species, the artificial blue dragon form, I am destined to become the most powerful blade under the captain." Enel curled his lips, but did not refute Shiryu's words. Originally, Shiryu's talent was not particularly high, and it could even be said that he was only considered average in the entire Flying Pirates group. If Shiryu is only focused on seeking a breakthrough in swordsmanship, then the best she can grow into in the future is to reach the quasi-admiral level, and it will be difficult for her to truly reach the admiral level. But Shiryu realized very quickly that her talent was not enough to allow her to reach admiral level combat power through the coordination of kendo and Haki. So Shiryu has always been looking forward to getting a powerful devil fruit. So when Nami refused to eat the artificial devil fruit, Shiryu stepped forward without hesitation, hoping to gain the power of the artificial devil fruit. Shiryu really did not let Rhine down and did not waste the power of this devil fruit 28. In such a short time, Shiryu has already replicated many of Kaido's abilities through practice. Although the power is still far behind Kaido, Shiryu has only been practicing for a few days. And relying on the power of the artificial devil fruit, Shiryu has already successfully stepped into the quasi-admiral level of combat power. In the future, Shiryu may even be able to become an admiral level peep powerhouse with the help of the artificial blue dragon fruit. By that time, perhaps Shiryu can really become the most powerful first-tier cadre crew member of the Flying Pirates, except for Rhine. You two bastards, you are clearly on Lousy's territory, but you look down on Lousy so much? Ochaku used the moonwalk technique from Marine 6 styles and appeared not far from Enel and Shiryu. Seeing the other party's actions, Enel couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then said, "This guy is the owner of Beehive Island that the captain mentioned, the captain of the Ochaku Pirates, Ochaku?" Ah, this guy's name was well known in the old times, but now is the new era of captains. Such a guy is no longer qualified to occupy a place on the sea. Shiryu looked calm, then suddenly opened his mouth, as if preparing to give Ochaku another hot breath. Feeling the terrifying heat wave condensing from Shiryu's mouth, Enel stopped him and said, We have to take this guy's body back. Not to mention that the captain needs this guy's power to become stronger. Moria will probably be upset when he sees Ochaku's body. Strengthen the flying pirates and try not to damage this guy. Hearing this, Shiryu had no choice but to disperse the power of the heat breath, and then asked Enel beside him. What should we do? It's not that easy for the quasi-admiral to solve the problem. Before Enel could reply, Ochaku had already swung the blade at Enel's head. Enel reacted quickly, and turned into lightning and disappeared in front of Ochaku. Then, a huge force of thunder gathered, and the terrible lightning instantly struck Ochaku from behind. Fit. With the help of Armament Hockey's coverage, Ochaku turned around and split the thunder with a sword, and then his eyes fell on Enel. Do you think you can kill Lousy by sending 2 officers and crew members? Rhine is simply an inflated B***************. Ochaku looked unhappy, and his eyes fell on Enel and Ochaku, and continued. Also, why do you two think you have the power to kill Lousy? You two don't have the qualifications to kill Lousy. Even if Rhine comes in person, he will be defeated in front of Lousy. Die. Advertisement. Ochaku swung the blade in his hand and performed moonwalk. He instantly appeared in front of the huge body of Rain Shiryu, along with Shave, one of the Marine 6 styles. Unlike Enel, the Thunder Fruit user, Shiryu, who had just mastered the power of the artificial blue dragon fruit, was not particularly familiar with this mode. He was unable to react and was slashed in the abdomen by Ochaku. Hey Shiryu, are you acting? Enel frowned and said unhappily. You can use Armament Hockey to block the attack, right? However, Shiryu grinned and said, I just wanted to try out the recovery power that the mythical beasts can bring me. Now it's over, so let's send this guy to death first. Shiryu leapt up, his huge body emitting amazing power. The terrifying thunder gathered in Shiryu's palms. This is the terrifying thing about the mythical beasts. Even for Logia, he can only master 1 elemental power, but the mythical beasts can show more elemental powers with their own special features. For example, Kaido's blue dragon fruit can control the power of fire, wind, flames, and thunder. As an artificial devil fruit that is a replica of the blue dragon fruit, Shiryu can also master the elemental power of the blue dragon fruit through the power in his body that is exactly the same as the blue dragon fruit. Hey, you're actually using the power of thunder in front of me? Enel grinned and said, it's a pity that this island still needs to be used as a territory, otherwise, we wouldn't have to release 10,000 thunders just now, and could have directly used thunder welcome to make this island a thing of the past. Roaring thunder. Shiryu suddenly opened his mouth, and terrifying thunder burst out of his mouth. Even the piercing power was comparable to Enel's god's judgment. Damn it. Ochaku looked grim, and waved the famous sword in his hand to stop the incoming thunder, but the next second, Enel's figure teleported again behind Ochaku. 60 million volts. Discharge, at such a close distance, compared to the moves of Thunderbird, Thunderbeast and Thunderdragon, it is more direct to directly release the high-intensity thunder power of Thunder Fruit. Skip the step of gathering the Thunder Beast and directly spread the lightning out, which is enough to instantly paralyze anyone who comes into contact with the lightning. Even if he relied on his physical strength to avoid fainting, the paralysis of his body was unavoidable. The next second, Ochaku's face turned black, and the amazing power of thunder flowed and exploded in Ochaku's body. The terrifying power of thunder was too late to condense Armament Hockey at this moment. But Enel's attack is far from over. Since it is impossible to destroy Ochaku's body, then it would be okay to just use the power of lightning to burn Ochaku to ashes, right? Rhine only needs the body to absorb the power, and he wants to ensure that the body is intact in order to hand it over to Moria. Anyway, for Moria, it should be no problem if the zombies he created look burnt black, right? With quasi-admiral level combat power, Ochaku does have enough capital in the New World, and can even occupy a territory. However, facing 2 people who are also at the quasi-admiral level, facing 2 top-level demon fruit powers, Ochaku's strength seems to be a little insufficient. More importantly, although Enel has not yet reached the level of Admiral, with the help of the characteristics of Thunderfruit, it can compete with Admiral without losing, and it can compete for a long time, not just a short delay. Today, Enel is only 1 step away from truly reaching the Admiral level. Once it reaches the Admiral level, Enel can use the power of Thunderfruit to increase its power and even be able to compete with high-level Admirals or even top-level Admirals. As for Rain Shiryu, with the help of the power of the Devil Fruit, Shiryu's strength has now been raised to the quasi-admiral level. Even if he faces Ochaku alone, he will not be at a disadvantage. What's more, he has the Thunder God Enel, one of the 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates, to help him. Not to mention Ochaku, even if Enel and Shiryu were to go to the other Sea Emperor's territories to cause trouble, they would be able to leave safely. The next second, 2 huge islands appeared above the Beehive Island. Countless pirates looked at the sky in disbelief, watching the islands approaching. One of them is a little smaller, but it is the real base camp of the Flying Pirates, Nibelungen. As for the other island, it is a country located in the doldrums in the first half of the Grand Line. Amazon Lily. After accepting the joining of the 9 Snakes Pirates, Rhine would naturally not leave a powerful force like Amazon Lily in the first half and allow Marine and World Government to invade. Since I have the power of Lion Fruit, it is not difficult to help Amazon Lily move. 500 years ago, Oz was able to steal huge islands with his own power. After absorbing Oz's physique and gaining the strength and physique of Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brocky, it was not difficult for Rhine to move Amazon Lily away by relying on the power of Lion Fruit. Advertisement. At the same time when Ochaku fell, 2 huge islands appeared above Beehive Island. Amazon Lily landed right opposite the Beehive Island, and between the two islands was the headquarters of the Flying Pirates, the Nibelungen Island. Is this the power held by Rhine, the governor of the Sky Pirates, one of the 5 great sea emperors? On Beehive Island, all the pirates who had originally submitted to Ochaku showed expressions of disbelief. At this moment, Ochaku has been defeated and captured by Enel and Shiryu. Does the entire Beehive Island still have high-end combat power to compete with the other party? Obviously not. Even in the current Beehive Island, there are still some pirates who are very powerful and can even deal with opponents at the level of Marine Vice Admiral. But faced with the entire group of flying pirates attacking, these guys could only bury all their thoughts in their hearts and dare not have the slightest evil thought. The Nibelungen at this moment, Rhine controlled the 2 islands to fall, and then looked towards the Honeycomb Island not far away. The reason why Rhine chose to attack Beehive Island and occupy this pirate's paradise is entirely because the Flying Pirates group now needs a large number of manpower, improve the basic plan of the Air and Sea group. For the Flying Pirates, the 3 disasters and the 10 captains are already certain, and there will probably be no changes in the future. Although Trafalgar Law's strength is not that strong, he has become one of the top 10 captains by relying on his op fruit and his identity as a ship's doctor. The current Flying Pirates group has a fully established cadre structure, but the only problem is that there doesn't seem to be a single available person under these cadres. Each cadre recruits 100 elite pirates, so together they make 1,000 people. As for the 3 disasters, to be honest, with their strength, they don't need the followers of those pirates at all, but in order to ensure that the bottom-level strength of the Flying Pirates group is sufficient, the scale of the Flying Pirates group 17 will reach or even exceed the peak period of Golden Lion's pirates fleet. Recruiting pirates members is also inevitable, which is why Rhine occupied Beehive Island. The Honeycomb Island, known as the Pirates' Paradise, often attracts countless pirates to come here. Even though Enel just released 10,000 thunders and killed many pirates, the number of pirates in the Honeycomb Island at this moment is still more than an astonishing 8,000. This is the origin of the name of Beehive Island. This island, known as the Pirates' Paradise, is like a real beehive, and it will constantly produce countless pirates. As the island fell into the sea, the members of the Sky Pirates understood that defeating Ochaku and occupying Beehive Island at this moment meant that the Sky Pirates had their own territory and sea in the New World. This sea area, which is all the sea area with a diameter of 100 kilometers around the Beehive Island, is all in the hands of the Flying Pirates group. If you want to continue expanding, you only have 2 options. Either choose to go to war with other sea emperors and seize their territories, sea areas. Or go deeper into the New World, head to the second half of the New World, and attack those islands that are nominally under the control of the world government. Even attacking the member states in the New World. This is one of the options that can quickly improve the strength of the entire Flying Pirates group. Captain Enel appeared in Nibelungen and came to Rhine. He threw down the Ochaku in his hand and said calmly, "Your guess is correct. Although this guy has been running around in New World for many years and occupies the entire Bee Peninsula, his own strength is not that amazing." Crocodile took a puff of his cigar and looked at Wang Yan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Crocodile couldn't help but say, "It's hard to imagine that such a guy was a member of the same ship as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and other super monsters. That's all in the past. Rox was once the overlord of the sea, but in this era, the new overlord must belong to the Flying Pirates, and the real king must be Captain Rhine." Moria grinned and continued, "What should we do next? Should we accumulate strength, or should we declare war on the other sea emperors? During this time, recruit pirates and increase your respective strengths." Kaijun looked calm and said in a very indifferent tone, "I have a very strong premonition that in less than 2 months, a war that will change the times will break out in the world. And such a war will be the best stage for the entire Flying Pirates to face the whole world. Before that, all you have to do is continue to improve your strength. The tide is flowing more and more dangerously. This era is about to go out of control. No one can stay out of it. Then, let the huge wave of the new era run wild." Chapter 69. The shock fruit is targeted and tries to become the user of the 3 fruits ability. The first half of the Grand Line, the 7 Water City. Finally, after a period of stay, the Straw Hat Pirates replaced the Merry with the Thousand Sunny and set out on the journey to the New World again. Prior to this, Naval Headquarters Hero Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garp, appeared in Water 7 and had a brief contact with the Straw Hat Pirates. As for Ennie's Lobby, since Spandam, the Supreme Commander of CP9, had died in the previous Ennie's Lobby incident, the world government has not yet given a clear answer to the fate of CP9. The previous series of plans had to be temporarily suspended due to Pan Dam's death. However, the world government is also aware of the importance of the CP9 plan. As long as the Pluton design is not found, the world government will not be able to sleep well. But now, Frankie, who has the design of Pluton, has become the shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates, boarded the Thousand Sunny, and left the 7 Waters with the Straw Hat Pirates. As for the Pluton design drawings, they naturally still exist in the storage space under Frankie's machine. The mayor of Water 7, Iceberg, sighed as he watched his childhood friend board the Straw Hat Pirates ship and sail away on the sea. Perhaps by leaving Water 7 and joining the Straw Hat Pirates, Frankie will be able to better fulfill his teacher's wishes. As for why CP9 didn't take action against Frankie, it was obvious that this was because many Water 7 events had not happened, so CP9 members didn't know the exact location of Pluton's design. They still speculated that Pluton's design was passed on by the shipwright Tom to the current mayor of Water 7, Iceberg. As the Straw Hat Pirates left the Seven Waters and headed towards the first half of the Grand Line Terminal, Buddha Sengoku at the naval headquarters Marineford was also having a headache. The Firefist Ace had already been traded by Blackbeard to Marine in exchange for the qualification to take the Shichibukai throne. Now, Firefist Ace is on his way to Impelton, the great underwater prison. Although Impelton was once known as an iron wall that was absolutely inescapable, it has now experienced two major incidents: the escape of Golden Lion 20 years ago and the attack of the flying pirates. But for the vast majority of beings, Impelton, the underwater prison, is still the most impenetrable prison in the world. Moreover, the reason why the undersea prison was breached last time was entirely because the Marine and world government's attention was distracted by celestial dragons. If the flying pirates were to attack the undersea prison again, Sengoku would be able to keep all of them. But it seems that Sengoku has forgotten one thing. The monsters that came out of eternal hell have all surrendered to the flying pirates. When the three admirals came out together, plus the existence of the world government CP Angel, they failed to keep the members of the flying pirates. Now, with the passage of time, the monsters that have been imprisoned for many years have recovered their strength, and Rhine's strength has also reached a higher level. If an incident like the undersea prison happens again, to be honest, maybe we can really wipe out one of the top fighters. Sengoku. However, just as Sengoku was thinking about when to announce to the world that the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division had fallen into the hands of the Marine, a deafening voice came. The next second, the door of the marshal's office was violently pushed open, and the naval headquarters hero Vice Admiral Garp walked in with a livid face. Garp was all black, and said in an angry tone, "What on earth is going on? Why is that guy Ace imprisoned in the underwater prison?" Hearing this, Sengoku's face showed a bit of helplessness. You know Blackbeard, right? He's the traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates, the guy who killed his companions to take the power of the Devil Fruit. In order to take the position of Shichibukai, he chose to use the Ace of Firefist as capital in the transaction in exchange for the throne of Shichibukai. After explaining a little to Garp, Sengoku's expression became serious, his eyes fell on Garp, and he said, "Garp, you should know what kind of blood Ace carries. If Ace doesn't have these complicated relationships, then you should know that even if the other party is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, a famous pirate in the sea, I will release him without hesitation, just because the relationship between us allows me to do this. But Ace has too many connections, I can't release him. What's more, Blackbeard seems to have done this on purpose, and he actually told the world government about Ace's identity." At this point, Sengoku's face showed a bit of helplessness, and he continued, "Under the watchful eyes of the world government, all procedures are no longer decided by me, you should know 89. After listening to Sengoku's words, Garp, who heard that his grandson was locked up, looked a little relieved. It seemed that Garp was also very clear about the significance of this matter. Is there no way? Hearing this, looking at Garp who looked much older in an instant, Sengoku could only sigh, a helpless look emerging on his face. Having worked together for decades, the two became close friends from the first day they joined the Marine, improving each other's abilities and growing step by step to reach their current positions. It can even be said that Sengoku's position as marshal was entirely due to Garp. But this time, Sengoku really has no way to deal with the situation, and he can't stand by Garp's side. There's nothing we can do this time, Garp. What has happened has already happened. Next, according to the instructions of the world government, we will conduct a public execution to lure out the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement. Sengoku looked serious and continued, there are already 5 Sea Emperors in the New World, which is not conducive to a balanced situation, so, we must reduce the number of Sea Emperors in the New World by 1. At this time, Firefist Ace happened to be captured by Blackbeard. We had no choice but to fight the Whitebeard Pirates. Besides, compared to the younger Sea Emperors, Whitebeard is already old. At the age of over 70, he can't exert his true peak strength. He is definitely the easiest to deal with among the 5 Sea Emperors now. Garp, don't be silly. Although you have been with Ace for more than 10 years and you already regard him as your grandson, in fact, the blood of him belongs to Joe Yidu. Garp took a deep breath, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The next second, Garp turned around and left the office. Sengoku couldn't help but frown and asked immediately, where are you going? Undersea prison. Garp paused for a moment and said in a serious tone, my grandson has been imprisoned. As a grandfather, don't I even have the right to visit him? Sengoku didn't say anything, but looked at Garp's slightly agitated expression and felt something was wrong. But as Garp left, Sengoku still couldn't speak. You won't stop him. Hearing this, Sengoku looked back at Vice Admiral Crane who had come to the marshal's office at some point, and sighed, forget it. I believe Garp is the kind of person who can tell the difference between right and wrong in the overall situation. After all, he has been raised for so many years. Even if he is not his biological grandson, Garp should be allowed to say goodbye. Vice Admiral he shook his head, feeling helpless. His grandfather was a Marine, but he himself became a pirate. It would have been fine if he had just become a pirate, but he actually fell into the hands of a Marine. Such an ending is really sad. I just hope Garp can recover as soon as possible. After all, Garp's strength will be very important when dealing with the Whitebeard Pirates later. After all, Even though he is old and has entered a period of declining strength, Garp's combat power is still able to reach the amazing peak Admiral level. New World Beehive Island. Nearly half a month has passed since we took over this island and gained a place in New World. During this period of time, the Flying Pirates group did not carry out any special activities. They just practiced and improved their strength every day. In addition, they recruited those elite pirates with strong strength and brought them under the command of the Flying Pirates group. Although it has only been half a month, relying on the Pirates' Paradise of Beehive Island, the Flying Pirates group now has at least 500 elite pirates following them in every cadre. Under the command of the 10 captains, a huge fleet of more than 5,000 people has been formed. And you have to know that these 5,000 elite pirates are not the kind of people who can do nothing, but the real elites who have real combat power. In Marine's words, these pirates, without exception, are elites with Dao power of more than 15 or even higher. In addition to these 5,000 people, the three disasters also recruited 200 crew members each. The total number of the entire Flying Pirates fleet has exceeded 5,600. This is more than the number of pirates in Whitebeard's fleet. After all, the combined number of Whitebeard's fleet only reached over 4,000 people. But for the Flying Pirates, this is just the beginning. After all, it is not an easy task to compete with the world government and pull it down from its high pedestal. With only the current strength, it is far from enough to do what you want to do. The Sky Pirates have now gained a foothold in the New World. And because of Rhine's young age and his record of defeating the strongest forces of the naval headquarters head-on many times, most of the pirates in the New World seem to be happy to join the Sky Pirates. All of a sudden, captains from all over the New World came to Beehive Island with the idea of joining the Flying Pirates. Even though the fleet has a staggering staff of more than 5,600 people, the existence of the extra fleet is still allowed. Carrying the flag of the Sky Pirates, they sail freely on the sea on weekdays and only need to appear when the Sky Pirates need them. This is the meaning of a large fleet. However, the title of the Grand Fleet did not seem to meet Rhine's requirements, so for the remaining pirates who joined the Flying Pirates, Rhine gave them a new title, the Flying Grand Fleet. But to be honest, the current strength of the Flying Fleet is not that strong, and even any strong person can destroy the entire Flying Fleet alone. Even a Vice Admiral level warrior could not be found. Even with the participation of more than 20 pirates, the Flying Fleet at this moment still could not compare with Rhine's expectations. But for the New World right now, this is already an extremely powerful force. Nibelungen, in the palace that once belonged to the Golden Lion. At this moment, Rhine has unsurprisingly set up this place as his own palace, which is also the headquarters building of the entire Flying Pirates group. Enel came into the palace holding a newspaper and handed it to Rhine. Quote. The latest news, hi. Advertisement. It looks like the military is making some big moves. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but feel very curious and took the newspaper from Enel's hand. However, when Kaijin saw the content of the newspaper, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I felt a little surprised. It's so early. Originally, according to Rhine's time calculation, the precursor to the Summit War should appear in 2 months, but it seems, the event came a little too quickly. Hearing Rhine's words, Enel couldn't help but ask with a little doubt, Captain, does this mean you have foreseen this happening? Rhine nodded and said calmly, it's something I foresaw, but I didn't expect it to happen so early. But it doesn't matter. We are already in the New World. The world has gained a firm foothold and has its own territory. We can also join the war between Marine and Whitebeard. We will become the Whitebeard of the old times and lead all the Whitebeard pirates. Force, go to naval headquarters and fight an unprecedented war with the Marine. After this war, the 5 emperors will become history, and New World will return to the balance of power under the rule of the 4 emperors. Enel couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Checks and balances. Every member of the Flying Pirates knows very well that what Rhine wants is definitely not a balance of power. However, Rhine continued, but the Marine and world government's ideas are too simple. They want to maintain the balance of power in New World, but they have not thought about. The power is countless times more terrifying than they imagined. We must participate in the Summit War and grasp the power of the fruit celebration. As soon as these words came out, the 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates all took a deep breath. The 10 squad leaders all looked at Kaijin in disbelief. Except for Trafalgar Law, the new captain of the 10th squad, the others knew very well that Kaijin had a means of taking away the power of others. Aren't Lion Fruit and Momo Fruit enough? Rhine now has his eyes set on Shock Fruit again. Perhaps because he saw the confusion in the hearts of many members, Rhine said calmly, although they are both top-level Paramecia, the destructive power of Lion Fruit is actually more powerful than that of the real. For a real strong man, it can't play a big role. Even if I get the Momo Fruit, I can only drop an island on the enemy's head to increase the volume of the Momo Fruit. Increase. Although it is enough to destroy any island, it is obviously too simple for monsters with Admiral-level strength. We can face them again, but we can't really hurt those monsters. Rhine said. His eyes fell on the newspaper again, and he said calmly, but Shock Fruit is different. The destructive power of Shock Fruit is beyond words. It should all be very clear. If the destructive power of the Shock Fruit is combined with the power increase of the Momo Fruit, and the Lion Fruit's absolute dominance over the sky. Rhine's eyes flashed a few times, and he continued, everyone, do you know what that will mean? As soon as these words came out, the 3 disasters of the flying pirates and the 10 captains all took a deep breath. Just imagine, shock fruit is known as the strongest Paramecia, possessing the power to destroy the world. If it is combined with the Momo fruit, who else in this world can stop the power of Masaki's punch? The title of the strongest man in the world must belong to Rhine, and the flying pirates will dominate the entire new world with unstoppable terrifying momentum. 4 emperors to balance the situation. Don't be ridiculous. With the Momo fruit and the lion fruit, Rhine can now lead the flying pirates to break this situation. If the shock fruit is added, the situation will be even worse. The view is simply unimaginable. Rhine looked at Crocodile not far away with a serious look, and said, in half a month, go to Naval Headquarters Marineford. How can such an unprecedented summit war be possible without the presence of a new era leader? Chapter 70. The actions of the Sea Emperors before the war. Crocodile took a deep breath, and after hearing what Rhine said, he couldn't help but say with some regret, I originally wanted to rely on my own strength to complete my revenge on Whitebeard, but now it seems that such a goal is no longer achievable. If you want to kill Whitebeard, you can deliver the final blow. Rhine spoke calmly, looking at Crocodile who had a look of pity on his face. He was well aware of the resentment Crocodile had towards Whitebeard. But, Crocodile shook his head after hearing this and said calmly, that kind of thing is not important at all. The really important thing is to help the captain master the power of the shock fruit in the safest way. Everyone had the same expression on their faces. They all knew very well that with the blessing of the 3 top-level Paramecia devil fruits, Rhine could even lead them to fight against the world government in the new world. This was something they had never imagined before. Rhine's growth rate and the power he possesses will determine the future heights of the pirates. As a member of the Flying Pirates, or even a member of the Cadre crew, each of them knows very well that only by following Rhine can they have a position that surpasses everything else. Pirates King. Don't be ridiculous. It seems that on this ship, such a petty ambition can only become a joke to the other officers and crew members. With only half a month left, it would not be difficult for the air pirates to prepare all their forces and go to Naval Headquarters Marineford to participate in the summit war. At the same time, criminals and ordinary residents around the world also receive the latest news released by Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters will publicly execute the murderer Portgas D. Ace in 2 weeks. Who is Portgas D. Ace? Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. If you attack a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, you will definitely be retaliated by the Whitebeard Pirates. This is something that almost the entire ocean knows. Now that the Marine is going to publicly execute Firefist Ace, it is inevitable that people are curious. Will Whitebeard personally go to the Naval Headquarters Marineford to start a summit war and rescue his son? Hey, is the Naval Headquarters taking too big a move this time? Publicly executing the captain of the 2nd squad of the Whitebeard Pirates in Marineford, a place that symbolizes justice and order. That guy Whitebeard will definitely go there in person, right? I seem to smell the smoke of war. 173. Has Whitebeard grown old? How dare Marine do such a thing? He is a man who can destroy the world. Even though so many years have passed, the title of this era still belongs to Whitebeard. Is Marine really going to fight a monster like that on his own territory? Let's not talk about whether we can win or not. Even if we win, the Marine will suffer a terrible loss, right? The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, even though he is already an old man, as long as this guy is still alive, I don't think it would be right to provoke the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't be so unconfident about the Marine. For ordinary residents like us, the Marine is the only force willing to protect us. Shelter us. Are you sure you're not helping the world government to exploit us? That's right. I lived in a non-member country back then. I don't even want to think about those days. Do you really think the Marines are protecting us? Haha, the Marine only protects those member states that pay celestial dragons and world government gold. As for us residents, don't be ridiculous. No one will care about us even if we die. Suddenly, the discussion shifted from the possible war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Naval Headquarters to a denunciation of the Naval Headquarters and the world government. Obviously, for most ordinary residents, they don't seem to believe in the justice that Marine upholds. If Marine is truly on the side of justice, then why are there so many ordinary people being oppressed around the world? The second half of the Grand Line, New World. Wanokuni, Onigashima Island. At this moment, Kaido also received the latest news from the Naval Headquarters. He learned that in half a month, the Naval Headquarters will be in Marineford to interview the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. Portgas D. Ace performs a public execution. Kaido has a different view on this matter. Governor Kaido, will Whitebeard go to Marineford? Advertisement. Flame Disaster Cinder frowned, looked at the contents of the newspaper and said, with Whitebeard's current condition, going to Naval Headquarters. Kaido grinned upon hearing this and said, isn't this a good thing for us beasts pirates? Whitebeard is completely old now, and his strength is not comparable to that of his peak period. Given Whitebeard's current state, going to the Naval Headquarters would be a dead end. Hearing this, the 3 disasters all showed moved expressions on their faces. Will the strongest man in the world, the man who straddles the old and new eras, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, really die at Naval Headquarters Marineford? Kaido said with excitement and a serious tone, don't think too much. In half a month, according to Whitebeard's character, he will definitely go to the Naval Headquarters. If he abandons his crew, then he can't be Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Yan Zai-jin, who was standing by, immediately asked, Governor, what do you mean? Since Whitebeard is destined to fall in naval headquarters, then the territories in Whitebeard's hands will become no man's land, right? Kaido's face was full of excitement and he continued, after Whitebeard goes to naval headquarters, immediately mobilize all the beasts pirates to attack the territory controlled by the Whitebeard Pirates. We must seize all of Whitebeard's territory as soon as possible. However, Jin frowned and immediately reminded him, but Governor Kaido, I'm afraid that the other two Sea Emperors have the same idea as you. The governor of the Sky Pirates, Rhine, will definitely not let go of this opportunity. In addition, Charlotte Linlin will definitely not watch you occupy the entire Whitebeard territory alone. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but narrow his eyes and had to admit that what Jin said made sense. Among the remaining Sea Emperors, I'm afraid that only red-haired Shanks will not take action. However, judging from his past actions, he is likely to come and stop us from attacking the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. Kaido looked even uglier after hearing this, and said in a very unhappy tone, do you want Lousy to give up this opportunity? You know, that old fellow Whitebeard controls nearly 2/5 of the territory in New World. Yan Zai-jin thought for a moment, and then said to Kaido, who was a little angry, no, Governor, we don't need to give up this opportunity, but we need to win over a Sea Emperor to join our camp. The governor is naturally very powerful, and the beasts pirates are not comparable to ordinary people, but it is extremely difficult to fight against the other Sea Emperors alone. The Whitebeard Pirates' territory is too big for us beasts pirates to conquer on our own. So why don't we give the remaining territory to other Sea Emperors to fight for? By winning over a Sea Emperor, we can also help the governor share the pressure from other forces. Listening to Jin's words, the other two disasters remained silent. One of them was good at scientific research, and the other could only move the ship over. Jin was better at strategic command. Kaido also took a deep breath, his expression slightly serious, and said, who do you think we should cooperate with? The new Emperor of the Sea, the governor of the Flying Pirates, Rhine. Jin looked serious and continued, the fact that Governor Kaido failed to suppress him last time is enough to prove that Rhine is not necessarily weaker than Governor Kaido. In addition, the Flying Pirates have occupied the Beehive Island recently, and Rhine has used the power of lion fruit to transport Amazon Lily to New World, forming the sea area of the Flying Pirates. But, such a territory is far from enough for a Sea Emperor, and the other party is the youngest among the many emperors. The benefits of winning him over may even be greater than winning over the Zongluot family. Why? Kaido frowned, waiting for Jin's answer, but Jin said bluntly, because of Charlotte Linlin, even though your current strength has surpassed Charlotte Linlin, Governor Kaido will be suppressed by Charlotte Linlin in many things because of their past friendship. Although the governor may be furious if I say this, I will still choose to say this. Our best partner can only be Rhine. Hearing this, Kaido understood a lot of the situation in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, if that's the case, then there's no need to think about it any further. Contact the Flying Pirates and tell them that Lousy invited their captain to come to Onigashima to reminisce about the past. New World, Wangguo Todo Land. The most central area of more than 30 islands is where Cake Island is located. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin looked at the newspaper in her hand with an unbelievable look on her face and said, it seems that those guys in Marine can't stand the current situation in New World anymore. 5 Sea Emperors, this has already surpassed the power of the 3 major forces in the world in the mind of the world government. 5 Sea Emperors are no longer comparable to the naval headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea. So in order to weaken the power of the New World, have you decided to take action against Whitebeard? Charlotte Linlin was definitely not a fool when she was sober, and she understood one thing very easily at this moment. Why did the world government and naval headquarters repeatedly choose Marineford as the location for the public execution of Firefist Ace? Obviously, Marineford's terrain is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The huge Crescent Bay will only make any ship that wants to enter the naval headquarters feel hopeless. In addition, the 3 islands of naval headquarters, Undersea Prison, and Enies Lobby are balanced with each other. This sea area is in a triangular shape and can only be passed by opening and closing the 3 gates of justice. If Whitebeard wants to break into naval headquarters and rescue Ace, then if Marine wants to prevent Whitebeard from taking people away, naval headquarters is definitely a good place. In addition, the man who was crowned as the strongest in the world and even the name of the era among the pirates was buried in the naval headquarters Marineford. This was obviously the biggest help for the Marine and the world government to restore their former reputation and power. Advertisement. But Marine probably thinks it's too simple. Although Whitebeard is old and his strength has declined a lot, it is still too rash to choose naval headquarters as the battlefield to compete with the Whitebeard Pirates. Charlotte Linlin sneered and continued, the power of the Paramecia shock fruit can easily unleash such might that it is hard to imagine that a dying white. Huzi, will you launch a horrific move to destroy the entire naval headquarters? The man who is said to be able to destroy the world is not just talk. A week later, during this period of time, all over the world, including major forces, have turned their attention to New World, or to naval headquarters Marineford. Because countless people know very well that an unprecedented war is about to take place at naval headquarters Marineford. As for the New World Whitebeard Pirates, they are also constantly gathering forces at this moment. But on the surface, everything on the Bidik was as calm as ever. This inevitably made those forces that were monitoring the Whitebeard pirates think that Whitebeard had given up on saving Firefist Ace. But in fact, those who know Whitebeard's character know very well that Whitebeard will not allow Ace of Firefist to be publicly executed at the naval headquarters, so the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates are in conflict. An unprecedented war will surely break out. The outcome of the war will even have a significant impact on the future situation of the ocean and the direction of the times. On the Moby DK, at this moment, many members of the Whitebeard pirates are fully prepared. The captain of the first squadron, Phoenix Marco, came to Whitebeard and said solemnly, "It's almost time, Dad, we should set off." Hearing this, Whitebeard nodded without any hesitation and said, "Do it." The next second, figures jumped onto the boat from the Whitebeard pirates' Moby DK, and when the surrounding surveillance ships relaxed their vigilance, they attacked all of them. It sank into the sea. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates have already made all preparations for the war. Whether it is the gathering of large fleets or the strategic strength of the Whitebeard pirates, they have all reached their peak. There's only one thing to do at this moment. That is to go to the first half of the Grand Line, to Naval Headquarters Marineford. Looking at Whitebeard standing on the whale at the bow, Marco's eyes flashed with an extremely worried look. Because Marco knew very well how bad Whitebeard's physical condition was right now. As the ship's doctor, Marco couldn't guarantee that his father Whitebeard's physical condition would last until the end of the war. After all, Whitebeard is now 72 years old. The many hidden injuries in Whitebeard's body surfaced one after another after he grew old, and the impact on Whitebeard was enormous. Marco sighed. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling about going to the naval headquarters. "What's wrong, Marco? You look worried." The captain of the third squad, Diamond Joes, came to Marco and saw that Marco looked a little strange. He couldn't help but say, "Are you worried about going to the naval headquarters?" After that, the war with the Marine. Marco couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, and said helplessly, "You should all be very clear about Dad's physical condition. This war cannot continue. After rescuing Ace, we need to think about how to leave naval headquarters." However, the Whitebeard Pirates members not far away laughed and said, "Don't worry too much, Captain Marco. That's right, Dad is the strongest man in the world, a mere Marine can't stop us. That's right, Dad has come personally. How can the naval headquarters stop us from rescuing Ace?" After hearing these words, Marco felt a shadow in his heart for some reason. Joes noticed this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He said helplessly, "Don't worry, trust Dad. After all, this era is called Whitebeard." Chapter 71 Supernovas of the Evil Era. The Sabaody incident is still happening. The first half of the Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago. No matter which of the 7 routes you choose in the first half, the final record pointer will lead all the ships to the final destination called Sabaody. This is also the last island in the first half. If you want to move forward and conquer all the islands of the Grand Line like the Pirates King did, you need to find a way to enter the New World. As for the methods of entering the New World, there are only 2 in the world. The first one is a relatively safe route. You need to submit an application to the world government to enter the New World from the top of the Red Line. You will pass by the Celestial Dragon's Garden on the way. You will also see the Holy Land of Mariejois on the way, and even see the appearance of Pengu City. Of course, this route can only be used by the member states and the Marine of the world government. For ordinary people, it is basically impossible to be allowed by the world government to choose such a route. Besides, it is impossible for pirates to enter the New World through this route. After all, as pirates, how dare you show up in the headquarters of the world government, in the Holy Land of Mariejois? Therefore, under such circumstances, a second route to enter the New World was born in the world, which is guided by the roots of the giant mangroves under the Sabaody archipelago and finally reaches the Fishmen Island 10,000 meters underwater. Enter the New World Sea through the gap between the Fishmen Island and the New World Sea. This route is extremely dangerous. Sea kings and large creatures can be found everywhere in the deep sea, and they can destroy the entire ship in an instant. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot exert your full strength in the deep sea. Especially for demon fruit power, there are extremely huge constraints in the ocean. For the pirates, it seems that following the giant mangrove as a guide, the only option is to go to the New World through the Fishmen Island. But in fact, there are still other places in this world that can enter the New World through the Red Line. That is the unique sea area that connects the 4 seas, Grand Line, and New World. Calm Belt. But unfortunately, the power of ships in this world is basically dependent on sails. Ships cannot sail once they enter the Calm Belt. In addition, the super large sea kings under the Calm Belt will attack ships on the sea at any time. Therefore, except for those who are powerful enough to reach the level of monsters, basically no one will go to the Calm Belt Sea and enter the New World through the Calm Belt. But, in order to prevent the world government and naval headquarters from deploying spies around the Fishmen Island, the Whitebeard Pirates took the risk and made such a decision. By embedding a large amount of seastone on the bottom of the ship, with the help of the aura of seastone, the Sea Kings will think that these ships are of the same kind as themselves and will not attack. Then, capture the Sea Kings as a power source, control the Sea Kings through Conqueror's Hockey, and let the Sea Kings pull the ship to get out of the Calm Belt as quickly as possible. If we were to go to the Fishmen Island, it would take a lot of time. After all, coating the many ships of the Whitebeard Pirates is a huge undertaking. Even on the day of the public execution, the coating might not be completed. So this is why we chose to take the risk and go to the Grand Line through the Calm Belt. At this moment, there is only 1 week left until the public execution of Firefist Ace. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard seemed to have already made all preparations. When the 4 huge whale ships of the Whitebeard Pirates docked on an unnamed island in the Calm Belt, a group of professionals took out the tools they had prepared and began to coat the ships. It only takes 5 days to complete the coating work on the 4 Moby Dicks, and then it takes 2 days to reach the naval headquarters. Moreover, attacking from the bottom of the sea will avoid the many firepower deployments in Marineford Crescent Bay, directly making the Marines' outer deployment vulnerable. Time passes by little. At the same time, above Sabaody Archipelago. At this moment, the supernovas dubbed as the Evil Era have all arrived at this island, at the Sabaody Archipelago, which is known as the terminal station of the first half. One of the supernovas of the Evil Era, the captain of the Kid Pirates, Eustace Kidd. Reward: 315 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the Evil Era, a member of the Kid Pirates, the killer samurai Kira. Reward: 162 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the Worst Era, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty: 300 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the Worst Era, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Blackfoot Sanji. Reward: 120 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the Evil Age, the captain of the Bonnie Pirates, Jewelry Bonnie. Reward: 140 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the Worst Era, the captain of the Pirates, the Strange Monk Rouge. Bounty: 180 million Baileys. Advertisement: one of the supernovas of the Worst Era, the captain of the Godfather Pirates, the Godfather Capone Beige. Bounty: 138 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the Evil Era, the captain of the Hawkins Pirates, Buggy Hawkins. Bounty: 249 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the Evil Era, the captain of the Drake Pirates, X-Drake. Bounty: 222 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the Evil Era, the captain of the Radio Pirates, Skulachiman Apu. Bounty: 198 million Baileys. Originally, there would be one person among the supernovas in the extremely evil era. That is the captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar. But now Trafalgar Law has become a member of the Flying Pirates, sailing the sea under the name of Lerona Rhine, so he naturally doesn't need to become one of the supernovas. This also reduced the original 11 Pirates supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million to only 10. However, it is worth mentioning that Rosso, who replaced Zoro as the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, seems to have no comparable strength to Zoro. Now, the one who replaced Zoro as a supernova has become Sanji, one of the 3 strongest fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates. The above are all the supernova pirates who arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, and were dubbed the Evil Era by the World Economic News Agency. Pirates whose bounties have reached or even exceeded 100 million berries after just 1 year of debut are qualified to be called supernovas. In this era, there are actually 10 supernovas, so this era is called the Age of Evil. But in fact, in this era, there are more than just a few pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, because more people have been recruited by the Flying Pirates and become members of the Flying Pirates. It can even be said that the Governor General of the Sky Pirates, Lerona Rhine, is himself a supernova of the Evil Era. After all, Lerona Rhine had only been in the public eye for a short period of 1 year, but who would regard a sea emperor as a newcomer to the sea? It seems that Rhine's strength makes people ignore his age and the fact that he has only been at sea for more than a year. Sabaody Archipelago, Island No. 13. Although the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is not comparable to that of the original work due to many changes, the group finally arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, and because of the hats on their heads, they talked with the former vice-captain of the Pirate King, Pluden Silver Rayleigh. That hat suits you very well. Looking at the sunny Luffy in the straw hat, Rayleigh also had a nostalgic look on his face. In Rayleigh's mind, it was as if the man who had set fire to his home, in order to invite him to go out to sea on the ship was still standing in front of him wearing a straw hat. Oh, this one. Straw Hat Luffy took off the hat on his head and said with a smile, "This is given to me by Shanks." "Uncle, do you know Shanks?" "Ah, we are acquaintances, I guess." Rayleigh smiled, took a sip of rum and replied, "When Shanks was still a trainee, he followed me around every day and wanted me to train him to become stronger." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates widened their eyes and looked at Rayleigh in disbelief. Because of what happened on the prehistoric island, the Straw Hat Pirates have a better understanding of the current situation in the world. Red Hair Shanks. He is one of the 5 sea emperors of the New World, standing on the same level as the guy whose aura alone is enough to destroy the entire Straw Hat Pirates. But even so, does this old man in front of me seem to be more powerful than Shanks? I seem to remember it. The shipwright Frankie looked at Rayleigh and squinted his eyes as he said, "About 20 years ago or even longer, a man named Roger found my teacher and asked him to build a ship that could complete the Grand Line voyage. If I remember correctly, the man named Roger did later conquer the Grand Line in the gold Jackson built by the teacher, and was called the King of Pirates. And at that time, Uncle, you seem to be standing next to Roger. You were a member of the Roger Pirates, right?" Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked up instantly, looked at Frankie, and then their eyes fell on Rayleigh. Could such a sloppy uncle be a member of the Pirate King Roger's ship? Are you remembering correctly, Frankie? This uncle. Sanji lit up a cigarette, and Frankie nodded without hesitation when he heard this. Ah, that's why. At that time, the uncle's hair was still blonde. Looking at the white-haired Rayleigh, Frankie couldn't help but fall into memories. At that time, Frankie and Bingshan were both under Tom's guidance and were determined to become the world's best shipbuilder. But now, he has become the man he vowed to be, while Bingshan has to bear a lot of pressure and take another path. At this moment, a skeleton not far away suddenly said, Pirates King Roger. I seem to have heard of this name decades ago. He is an incredible newcomer. Advertisement. Pirates King Roger is a newcomer. Everyone looked at Brook with strange expressions, but when they thought of Brook's real age, no one said much. Because Brook's shadow is in the hands of Gecko Moria, Brook cannot leave the Devil's Triangle and go to other places. The biggest reason is that people who lose their shadow cannot be exposed to sunlight. But under the persuasion of the Straw Hat Pirates, Brook boarded the Straw Hat Pirates ship, resting in the cabin during the day and going out at night. It can indeed be considered as zombie jet lag. However, the Straw Hat Pirates knew that although they were determined to help Brook get his shadow back, Moonlight Mo. As a member of the Sky Pirates, it's not easy for Leah to meet him. Moreover, the Straw Hat Pirates have not completely recovered from the shadow cast by the captain of the Sky Pirates last time. That guy Roger used all means to invite me to go to sea. Rayleigh smiled and told the story of the past. After hearing the story, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Rayleigh in disbelief. The frail-looking uncle in front of me turned out to be the former vice-captain of the Pirates King Roger. But at this moment, a figure suddenly returned to the bar, and in front of Shaki's surprised eyes, he said breathlessly, Kami was captured by the slave trader. It will be auctioned off on Island Number 1 soon. Seeing Beth's solemn expression, the mood of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also became serious at this moment. Kami was arrested. What's going on? Sanji's face changed, and he immediately asked, Beth, are you okay? Why hasn't Miss Chao Li come back yet? Beth took a deep breath and recovered after a long while. She quickly explained. Kami, Julia and I were planning to go to the shopping street to buy some local specialties, but we didn't expect a group of people to come and buy some local specialties. The slave traders suddenly rushed out from the darkness and grabbed Kami. Chao Lia was knocked unconscious and was also caught by the slave traders. I managed to escape with great difficulty before my son could react. Luffy, Sanji, Rosso, come up with a solution. Looking at the excited Beth, Straw Hat Luffy's expression gradually became serious. Julia is our companion. We cannot let our companion be captured and taken away as a slave. Besides, Kami is also our companion in Sabaody Archipelago. Since we are friends, we can't just sit there and do nothing. Taking a deep breath, Straw Hat Luffy said in a very serious tone, Beth, do you know where Kami and Julia were captured? Beth shook her head. However, at this moment, Ya, who was wiping the wine glass behind the bar, said calmly, after the slave traders captured the slaves, they usually sent to the auction house on Island Number 1 for auction. Your companion Chao Lia is not a special race, and she may be auctioned off soon. As for Kami, based on my familiarity with the auction, I'm afraid she will be the first to go. Contact Celestial Dragons immediately, and the auction will proceed after Celestial Dragons arrive. Celestial Dragons. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates took a deep breath. The Celestial Dragons, the world's nobles, were not to be trifled with. Only Straw Hat Luffy looked nonchalant, and said seriously, no matter who he is, as long as he attacks our companions, it is absolutely unforgivable. The straw hat was put back on his head, and he continued, let's go and rescue our companions. Watching the Straw Hat crew leave, Shaki's eyes fell on Rayleigh, and he couldn't help asking, aren't you going to keep an eye on him? Based on the Straw Hat crew's personality, maybe he will end up. It will be hard to stop. Quote. Hearing this, Rayleigh chuckled and shook his head, and said calmly, young people's affairs have nothing to do with us retired old guys. How to move forward is a matter for young people. Shaki was wiping the wine glass, but couldn't help raising an eyebrow when she heard Rayleigh's words. After eating, she realized that the tone was the same. Forget it, I'd better go and see it myself. After finishing the last sip of rum, Rayleigh couldn't help but take a deep breath and said seriously, I hope the guys from the Straw Hat Pirates can hold back. If the forces here provoke the Celestial Dragons and attract the Marine Admiral, even if I can help them, they will have little hope of surviving. The young man who inherited Rogers will shouldn't just go this far. Seeing Rayleigh also turned around and left the bar, Shaki thought for a moment, and decided to put down the cup in his hand and take out the 10 newspapers under the bar. If the information is correct, then Straw Hat Luffy and the Firefist Ace who was about to be executed are brothers who grew up together. There is only 1 week left until the public execution. I just don't know if the Whitebeard Pirates are ready for war. Chapter 72. Completely crush the Beast's Pirates, Top Royal Group Configuration. New World, Nibelung. As the Beast's Pirates ship approached, many of the Flying Pirates officers and members in Nibelungen were all ready. The meeting between the Emperors of the Sea would not be something like sitting down to drink tea and chat. A collision was bound to occur, and it would definitely break out because of Kaido's arrival. I just don't know what the Beast's Pirates are doing in the Flying Pirates territory at this time. At this moment, on the deck of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the 3 islands of the Flying Pirates not far away. Needless to say, Nibelungen in the middle is the headquarters of the Flying Pirates. It looks like a relic. There is a huge building in the center of the island. This is the headquarters of the Flying Pirates. On the left is Amazon Lily, one of the territories of the Flying Pirates. Countless people have many fantasies about this country, which was once located in the first half of the Grand Line and deep in the Calm Belt. After all, who can refuse a country that only exists for women? The temptation of Amazon Lily to men is absolutely unimaginable. However, even though Amazon Lily has now migrated to the New World, no one dares to cause trouble for Amazon Lily. Because this is the territory of the Flying Pirates, and besides, the Emperor of Amazon Lily is the most beautiful woman in the world, the Pirates' Queen, Boa Hancock. This identity alone does not seem to be that intimidating. After all, Hancock once only had the identities of Shichibukai and the world's most beautiful woman, which made people care. But now it's different. Even though he has left the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock is still someone that few people dare to mess with. Because Boa Hancock has found a big supporter, that is the youngest Sea Emperor of New World, the 5th Emperor Lerona Rhine. The protection that a woman of Rhine receives far exceeds the false protection that the world government provides to the 7 warlords of the sea. In addition to Amazon Lily, another island originally belonged to New World. Beehive Island was once completely controlled by the Rocks. After the Rocks era, the island was taken over by Akoku and became the headquarters of the main pirates group. But now, the island has truly welcomed a powerful master, who can make Beehive Island truly the master of Pirates' Paradise. The 2 islands plus Nibelungen are now the entire territory of the Flying Pirates. Kaido grinned and said in a serious tone, for the current Flying Pirates, they must be eager to take over more territory. This is completely in line with what we are going to do in the future in our plan. Upon hearing this, Yan Zai-jin immediately said, let's first clarify the cooperation. It seems that the officers of the Flying Pirates group in Nibelungen think that we are here to cause trouble. The next second, Enel appeared above the Beast's Pirates ship, with arcs flashing around him. It was obvious that Enel regarded the Beast's Pirates as intruders. Feeling the terrifying thunder power from the thunder fruit accumulating in Enel's body, Flame Disaster Jin immediately said, Governor Kaido, it looks like you have to show up. Hearing this, Kaido looked up at Enel in midair and said contemptuously, you long-eared brat, where is your captain? Isn't that Lai Yin guy afraid to come and meet Lousy? Hearing this, Enel frowned and looked at Kaido unkindly. The next second, an amazing Thor's spear had already condensed, and it seemed that it could burst out at any time and pierce Kaido's head. However, facing the Thor's spear in Enel's hand, Kaido couldn't help but tease. Holding such a big toothpick, are you going to pick Lousy's teeth? As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido jumped from the deck of the ship into the air. His speed was so fast that even Enel was shocked. Kaido, with the mace wrapped in the amazing hockey in his hand, smashed it towards Enel's head without hesitation. Thunder 8 trigrams. Enel quickly turned into a bolt of lightning, and instantly disappeared in front of Kaido, while throwing the Thor's spear in his hand away. However, Kaido only wrapped hockey around his palm and smashed it with a slap, even though the Thor's lance was able to hurt an Admiral-level warrior in Thor mode before. This scene also made Enel clearly understand the huge gap between himself and the Sea Emperor. Kaido grinned and immediately swung his mace at Enel, ready to let Enel feel the blow from the thunder. But at this moment, Kaido, if I'm not mistaken, you are here to cooperate, right? Rhine appeared in midair, and with such a powerful force, he grabbed the mace in Kaido's hand and stopped Kaido's attack. Enel's physical strength is not strong enough to withstand the bombardment of a monster like you. Listening to Rhine's words and looking at the Rhine who had already appeared, Kaido couldn't help but smile. After withdrawing the mace in his hand, he jumped directly to the shore of Nibelungen. The Beast's Pirates ship is also docked in Nibelungen at this moment. Advertisement. The 3 great disasters, the 6 flying suns, and all the elite forces of the Beast's Pirates have arrived in Nibelungen. He was able to hold Governor Kaido's mace with one hand and even forced Governor Kaido's moves back. This young Sea Emperor seems to have unimaginable power. One of the 3 disasters of Beast's Pirates, Plague Queen, spoke slowly. From the perspective of physical strength alone, it seems that there is not much difference compared to Governor Kaido. The Flame Disaster, Jin, who was also one of the 3 major disasters, nodded and said, when Governor Kaido returned from the first half, he mentioned that when we go all out. I'm afraid it's hard to tell who's better between him and the new Sea Emperor. Unless it is a long-lasting battle, until one side's physical strength is completely exhausted, I am afraid that the winner can be determined. This kind of power is simply terrifying to the ultimate level. You have to know that Governor Kaido spent decades to reach this level. Hearing this, Quinn couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it took Governor Kaido nearly 30 years to reach his current strength and status. Lerona Rhine is only in her 20s, right? She is so young, but she can be comparable to Governor Kaido. It's really amazing. The conversation between the two was naturally not hidden from the shipping magnate Jack, who was standing by. After hearing what the two said, Jack, who had a very simple mind, immediately said, Humph, Governor Kaido's power is the most powerful in the world. Let alone a small Lerona Rhine, even Whitebeard at his peak, what can he be compared to Governor Kaido? Neither of them responded to Jack's words, because they knew Jack's character, so they didn't say much. But not far away, the officers of the Flying Pirates could not pretend they didn't hear this. The next second, a scarlet figure appeared in front of Jack, with the umbrella blade in his hand pointed at Jack's head. He said with an extremely cold look. Kid, use your brain when you speak. If you beasts pirates hadn't come here to discuss cooperation, what you just said would be enough to kill you here. Seeing the person who made the move, Jin and Quinn couldn't help but gasp. Only Jack, that idiot, didn't understand the strength of the guy in front of him. The Lone Red, Valoric Redfield. One of the top pirates on the sea in the old days, a terrifying existence that is on par with the three legendary pirate groups. He once faced the strongest warrior on the sea, the former marshal of the naval headquarters and the current commander-in-chief of the world government, Kong, and fought him without losing. The reason for the failure was simply because Hong was alone, while Marine's power was endless. They dared not offend such a tough guy, but Jack. You actually called Lousy a little devil. You be asterisk 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 D, go to hell. Allowing the Lone Red's umbrella blade to point at his head, Jack raised the sword in his hand and without hesitation, chopped it down towards Valoric Redfield's forehead. Seeing this scene, Jin and Quinn both took a deep breath and quickly stepped forward to grab Jack. Kaido, who was not far away, also noticed this scene and said unhappily, Hey, Rhine, can you take care of that guy under you? Although Jack doesn't speak with his brain, he is Lousy's man after all. If you want to cooperate. Kaido. However, before Kaido could continue speaking, Rhine interrupted him and said, It's not Reed who is causing trouble, but Jack. Besides, it's you who is asking for cooperation, not me. Kaido's face suddenly darkened. It was obvious that Kaido thought he had given enough respect to Rhine, but Rhine's words were so disrespectful to him. This will naturally make Kaido feel extremely unhappy. But Kaido looked at the many leaders of the flying pirates and could only hide his dissatisfaction in his heart. Originally, he was planning to bring the 3 disasters and the 6 flying pirates to shock the flying pirates, and at the same time, tell Rhine that being strong on your own is not enough, you also need to have strong enough subordinates. But look at those followers under Rhine. The Lone Red, Baraki Clydefield. A legendary figure from the old days, it is said that this guy got a devil fruit, and with the help of the power of the devil fruit, his strength has been restored to its peak. Kaido wasn't even sure he could win against this guy in a one-on-one situation. Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet. Although his title is not comparable to 4 emperors, this guy is also a true admiral-class warrior. It is not about being comparable to the admiral level by any other means, but about truly reaching the admiral level of combat power. Even if he could handle the former Roger Pirates leader, the 3 great disasters and the Flying 6 would have no chance of winning against such a guy. Thor Enel. Although his own strength has not reached the true admiral level, but, with the blessing of Thunder Fruit, Ifulu can be comparable to the admiral level. Among the 3 great disasters, only the Flame Disaster, Ashes, can fight against this kind of power, and he needs to go all out and not be careless at all. In comparison, it seems that the 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates are far more powerful than the 3 disasters of the Beast's Pirates. As for the Flying 6, looking at the officers of the Flying Pirates, Kaido felt that there was no comparison at all. The 6 Flying Suns do have great strength, but... Advertisement. Who are the top 10 captains of the Flying Pirates? What people? Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. The monster in eternal hell, the king of evil, Avalo Pizarro. The iron wall of the underwater prison, Impel Down Warden, Rain Shiryu. Although the power of the other 6 people may not seem that formidable, but, these 4 people alone are enough to deal with the entire Flying 6. The powerful aura exuded by Crocodile and Moria undoubtedly reached the quasi-admiral level, that is, the naval headquarters candidate admiral level combat power. Even in any royal pirates group, he has the ability to serve as the royal vice. Single quote. But in the Flying Pirates, in terms of strength, this kind of strength is not even one of the top 3 disasters of the top cadres. In addition, Kaido has also heard of the ability of Avalo Pizarro, the user of the island fruit. How amazing is this guy's power? Let's put it this way. If it is just fused with a small island, then the power of the evil king may not be worth mentioning, and can only reach the level of medium. Or the elite vice admiral level. But what if the king of evil government merges a medium-sized island, or even a large island? Then the power of the evil king may even be able to compete with the admiral for a short period of time. As for Rain Shiryu, to be honest, for some reason, Kaido always felt that Rain Shiryu exuded an aura very similar to his own, as if she was his long-lost brother. Just like brother. But in fact, Kaido is very clear about his identity, there is no possibility of any brother, not to mention Kaido and Shiryu are quite different in age, it is even more impossible for them to have any relationship. The system exists. After comparing the strength of the pirates' crew leaders on both sides, Kaido couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He then swung the mace in his hand and blasted Jack away, leaving. It fell into the sea. Assholes, I asked you to improve your strength all the time, and you all agreed faster than the last one, but now it's the critical moment and none of you can stand up. Looking at Kaido with an angry face, Jin knew very well why this happened. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Their talent is likely to be 1.4, which is a quasi-admiral level, in the end. Even if they can rely on time to forge their way into the big. He is at the general level, but, his age is not far from his declining strength. The reason why Kaido was so angry was because after comparing the strength of the 2 pirates, he was surprised to find that his beast's pirates were far from being able to compete with the flying pirates. Then, shaking his head, Jin said helplessly, we don't want to do that either, Governor Kaido, and we're here to discuss cooperation, so you better hold back. Kaido snorted coldly upon hearing this, then glanced at Ji Yu Gao Ji Hong not far away, and after a moment his eyes fell on Ru Jun. I say, are you planning to let me sit here on the beach and talk about cooperation? Kaido frowned and said unhappily, you guy, Lousy is not your friend, but he is not your enemy, right? In that case, why don't you prepare a banquet to welcome Lousy? Even if there is no banquet, you must have good wine, right? Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but smile a little, and then said, of course no problem, let's go, Kaido, I guessed you would come to see me, the banquet is also. Beehive Island is ready and waiting for your arrival. Kaido didn't think anything of this, but Jin, who was following behind Kaido, couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and his fear of Rhine increased a little. Did he actually guess what the beast's pirates would do next and prepare for it in advance? At this moment, Jin had no doubt that if they came here to cause trouble today, then what they would have to face would be the entire Flying Pirates' amazing lineup. But fortunately, Governor Kaido had no intention of starting a war today. Hey, Rhine, although Lousy has recognized your strength, as a pirate, Lousy has never seen your drinking capacity. Do you really want to get Lousy's recognition? Then drink Lousy over. Chapter 73. The Sea Emperor forms an alliance and joins the Revolutionary Army in the war. On Beehive Island, the Beast's pirates and the Flying Pirates held a banquet. The scale was so large that even the pirates of the entire Beehive Island participated in the banquet. Rhine. Kaido put down the bottle in his hand, looked at Lai Yin with a serious expression, and said, how about forming an alliance with Lousy? The situation in New World is not so peaceful right now. You should be able to see that, right? Kaido looked serious, his eyes fell on Rhine, and he said solemnly, as long as the Flying Pirates and the Beast's pirates form an alliance, it will not be a problem for both of us to even take over New World. The 5 Sea Emperors of the New World have almost completely broken the balance of the New World. The world government will not watch the 5th Sea Emperor appear in the New World. After the war, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely disappear without a trace. The other 4 Sea Emperors are not so easy to provoke. The world government will absolutely destroy the Whitebeard Pirates at all costs. Whitebeard controls nearly 2/5 of the New World. Rhine, how about we join forces and divide up the Whitebeard Pirates' territory? Listening to Kaido's words, Rhine couldn't help but ask curiously, would you be so kind as to take the territory from Whitebeard and give it to me? Although Lousy doesn't want to do that, he's not stupid. Kaido took a gulp of wine and said in a very unhappy tone, if Lousy wants to take control of Whitebeard's territory, he will definitely be stopped by that B********* D red hair. Lin will not watch Lousy continue to grow in power. If you don't form an alliance with me, then even the Flying Pirates will become an obstacle to Lousy. In order to avoid those problems, how about we form an alliance and jointly take over all the territories of the Whitebeard Pirates? Rhine chuckled and said calmly, are you so sure that Whitebeard will fall in the naval headquarters? That old guy can't survive. Kaido couldn't help but take a deep breath and said seriously, breaking into the naval headquarters and waging war with the Marines, to be honest, even Whitebeard at his peak wouldn't be able to leave unscathed. What's more, Whitebeard is old now, and his strength is not comparable to that of his peak period. The Marine and world government will not watch the New World being occupied by 5 Sea Emperors. They will definitely choose to eliminate one of the Sea Emperors. The 28-year-old Whitebeard is definitely the least threatening among the 5 Sea Emperors. Hearing this, Rhine was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with some surprise. Sensing Rhine's gaze, Kaido continued, although Lousy doesn't want to admit it, the power of the world government is still beyond our imagination. That guy Whitebeard will definitely have a burst of energy before he dies, which may even shake the foundation of Marine. This is also a great opportunity for us. After thinking for a moment, Rhine nodded and responded, if we cooperate, there is no problem, but I want to know what kind of benefits I can get from this cooperation. Hearing this, Duo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although I have said so much before, in fact, Kaido was naturally very unhappy when he wanted to give up the Whitebeard Pirates' territory to Rhine. What do you want? Rhine smiled and said calmly, I don't need any other territory. The Fishman Island is all I need. Kaido was stunned when he heard this, then looked at Lai Yin in surprise and asked, you don't want the rest of the territory? That's right. The next second, Kaido burst into laughter when he heard this. In Kaido's mind, compared to the Whitebeard Pirates, which occupied 2/5 of the New World, what was so special about the Fishman Island? That's settled then, but Lai Yin, Lousy is not someone who will let you suffer any loss. Kaido looked serious and said, don't you hold the power of lion fruit? After this is over, the Whitebeard Pirates' territory will fall into my hands. I can give you a piece of land in Wano-kuni. You can choose whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you want the Flower City. When the time comes, you just need to go to Wano-kuni and use the lion fruit ability to take any piece of land away with you. Using a piece of Wano-kuni's territory plus the Fishman Island in exchange for the entire territory under the command of the Whitebeard Pirates is definitely a good deal for Kaido. But since Rhine doesn't want any of the Whitebeard Pirates' territory, it's naturally good news for Kaido. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle, and then slowly said, just as you said, red-haired Shanks will definitely stop you from invading the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. As for Charlotte Linlin, based on that woman's personality, she may not care about your actions. You only need to care about red-haired in the future. And you. Kaido couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and suddenly said, if you don't do anything, Lousy will not give you the Fishman Island and a piece of land in Wanokuni. Hearing this, Rhine just chuckled and said, I think you underestimate Whitebeard, so I plan to go to the naval headquarters in person and kill the man who spanned several eras with my own hands. Whitebeard is one of the legends of the past, a man who has traveled across the sea for several ages. His funeral should be grand enough. Kaido grinned and responded immediately. You are really arrogant, but the power of the lion fruit can indeed allow you to come and go freely in the naval headquarters. Coupled with the power of the Momo fruit, those Marines really can't do anything to you. Advertisement. Then it's settled. You make sure Whitebeard doesn't leave naval headquarters alive, and Lousy will do his best to seize all of Whitebeard's territories in New World. How about we continue our cooperation until the war is over? Looking at Kaido's outstretched fist, Rhine didn't hesitate at all. He chuckled and raised his hand to collide with Kaido's fist. It's been a pleasure working with you, Kaido. Looking at the ship of the Beast's pirates leaving, Redfield asked in confusion, Captain, why should we give up the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates' territory? The Fishman Island is the only place we want. The rest of the people also showed very confused expressions. Whitebeard controlled nearly 2/5 of the territory of the New World. It can even be said that most of the islands and seas in the first half of the New World were controlled by the Whitebeard Pirates. If the Flying Pirates can control half of the Whitebeard Pirates' territory, the Flying Pirates' strength will definitely increase dramatically in a short period of time. But upon hearing this, Rhine chuckled and shook his head, saying calmly, it's just because those islands are not worth investing in. Not worth investing. But if that's the case, why didn't Rhine choose to ask for the Fishman Island? Everyone looked puzzled. Redfield frowned slightly, obviously not understanding Rhine's idea. Perhaps it was precisely because of everyone's doubts that Rhine continued to speak. In fact, there are not so many reasons. It's just that for us at the moment, we don't have that much energy to rule the rest of the islands. And the reason why I asked for the Fishman Island is because there is a weapon on the Fishman Island that is extremely important to our flying pirates. The weapon is so important that even if I had to exchange it for the entire Whitebeard Pirates territory, or even 1/3 of the entire New World, I would choose the Fishman Island and that weapon without hesitation. Weapons. Everyone looked at Rhine in confusion. What kind of weapon? Crocodile narrowed his eyes. In the desert kingdom of Alabasta, Crocodile had once planned to steal the country, but apparently before the plan was fully implemented, Crocodile was beaten up by Rhine and then recruited by the Flying Pirates. However, Crocodile's real purpose was not to gain the kingship of Alabasta, but to speculate based on some intelligence that the Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was located somewhere in Alabasta. Could the weapon that Rhine mentioned also be an ancient weapon? Everyone was a little skeptical, but Robin looked at Rhine very seriously. It was obvious that Robin had guessed what Rhine wanted. One of the 3 ancient weapons, it possesses the power of Poseidon, which is said to rule the sea. Poseidon. Legend has it that the power of Poseidon will descend upon a princess of the Fishman Island without any rules every few hundred years, making her the new lord of the sea, Poseidon. Mastering the power of Poseidon also means that one can have the terrifying means to trigger a tsunami that can destroy the world. For the pirates, the ocean is definitely the most terrifying place in the world. Although they sail on the ocean every day, in fact, even the world government's exploration of the ocean is very superficial. How terrifying is Poseidon's power? Let's put it this way. As long as Poseidon's power is fully activated, it can even raise the sea level by 10,000 meters in just one day, submerging all the islands in the world. Even if someone can survive the tsunami, the company workers. How should we deal with the sea kings in the deep sea, whose number far exceeds the total number of humans by many times? Under the control of Poseidon's power, the sea kings will follow Poseidon's instructions and eliminate all enemies in front of them for their king. It can be said that among the 3 major weapons, the power of Poseidon is definitely the most terrifying. After all, who made this world dominated by the ocean? The first half of the Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago. 5 days ago, the supernova of the evil era, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, led his crew to cause a big commotion at the auction house of the Don Quixote family on Island No. 1. What was even more shocking was that Straw Hat Luffy actually knocked out a celestial dragon. This also instantly brought out the strongest fighter of naval headquarters. The Marine Admiral who appeared was undoubtedly Kizaru Borsalino. After all, the speed of sparkling fruit could allow Borsalino to reach Sabaody Archipelago as quickly as possible. However, it is worth mentioning that when the first news of the Celestial Dragon's attack came out, the Marines were in a meeting, and when they heard the news, everyone in the Marines thought that the Flying Pirates had come to the front half again. But unexpectedly, the guy who hurt Celestial Dragons was actually the grandson of Marine hero Garp, Monkey D. Luffy. Borsalino's arrival is not a big deal, the evil era. Don't laugh at me, in Borsalino's eyes, those guys are just a bunch of minions playing house. If there really is an extremely evil era in this world, then it can only be that person. Advertisement. At the age of only 21, he became one of the emperors of the sea and defeated Admiral head-on many times. Lerona Rhine. After arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, Borsalino first cleared. After sorting out those so-called supernovas, he prepared to capture the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, an unexpected event occurred. Bartholomew Nen, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, appeared in Sabaody archipelago and, in front of Borsellino's very unpleasant expression. All the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were slapped away. In desperation, Straw Hat Luffy was slapped away. The bear, who had originally intended to slap Straw Hat Luffy to Amazon Lily, decided to slap Straw Hat Luffy after thinking about it. Take a picture of the Revolutionary Army's territory. And now, there are only 2 days left before the public execution at Naval Headquarters. Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Baldigo. At this moment, the island has not been discovered by the crew of the Blackbeard Pirates, so it has not suffered any attack. However, in the near future, the Revolutionary Army will need to consider moving to other places to continue to survive. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Straw Hat Luffy first recognized Sabo and helped him recover his memory. Then the two of them noticed that the news on naval headquarters mentioned the man who was about to be. The man who was publicly executed turned out to be their sworn brother Ace from 833. For a moment, both of them didn't hesitate at all and came up with extremely crazy ideas. Using the identity of Bartholomew Bear, enter the underwater prison Impelton and rescue Portgas D. Ace. The Straw Hat Kids also knew that the bears were not harming them in the Sabaody archipelago, but were helping them. However, Kuma's return at this moment also means that this is the last time to help the Revolutionary Army. After that, Kuma will become a transformation machine without any emotions in the hands of the world government. With the help of the bear, Sabo and Straw Hat Luffy went deep into the Undersea Prison, and made a lot of trouble along the way, releasing many prisoners imprisoned in the Undersea Prison. Suddenly, the number of prisoners following the Straw Hat duo reached several hundred. It is worth mentioning that the Straw Hat duo found the imprisoned Revolutionary Army cadre, the Demon King Ivankov, in the cracks of the 5th floor. With the help of the team, they learned that Ace had been escorted to the naval headquarters in advance. They had already missed the best opportunity to take Ace away from the underwater prison. The two of them made the same choice without hesitation. Go to naval headquarters and send out Ace. Their crazy idea was immediately opposed, but Straw Hat Luffy and Sabo were determined to make this journey, so Ivankov had no choice but to follow them. And the bear who was traveling with them had already reached the last minute. After informing the Revolutionary Army and Dragon of the news of Impel Down, he also left for the world government. At this moment, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, who was at the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baldigo, couldn't help but look very serious. For the sake of the fire of revolution, Dragon can even give up Straw Hat Luffy and let him die at the hands of Marine. But he couldn't let Sabo fall. That was the revolutionary fire that had been cultivated for many years, not to mention that Sabo was accompanied by many imprisoned cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Long seemed to have made a very important decision in his heart. It is basically impossible to bring Sabo back. Long knows very well the friendship between the three brothers. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. Therefore, if you want Sabo to return safely, the prerequisite is to rescue Firefist Ace from Marine's hands. Looking in the direction of the naval headquarters, Long took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with an extremely solemn light. This decision may lead the Revolutionary Army into a hell of destruction, but, as long as the fire of revolution is still burning, then revolutionary actions around the world will not be in vain. It will collapse. Sabo has inherited the will of the revolution and is the best leader of the Revolutionary Army. There must not be any accidents in the naval headquarters. Long looked serious and continued, gather the commanders of all the corps. We are going to the naval headquarters to fight a war that violates our revolutionary oath. This war is not for revolution, but for keeping the flame of revolution alive. Chapter 74 The world's most evil bloodline, the Whitebeard Pirates arrive at the battlefield. The first half of Grand Line, the island of justice and order. Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this moment, there are only 5 hours left until the public execution of Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. In the Naval Headquarters Lounge, members of the 7 warlords of the sea had already arrived at the naval headquarters and were taking a break. However, due to the departure of Crocodile, Gecko Moria and Boa Hancock, the 7 warlords of the sea do not have 7 candidates. But for the Marines, if they want to solve a huge problem like the Whitebeard Pirates, they have to gather all their strength. Even though on the surface, the Marines' strength is far from being comparable to that of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Marines are still constantly gathering elite troops from all over the world to the naval headquarters. In the lounge, 7 warlords of the sea arrived one after another. They are the world's greatest swordsman, Mahawk Tarakal, Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. At this moment, the war has not yet begun, and Marshal D. Teach, who has just become 7 warlords of the sea, is not in a hurry to go to the underwater prison. All he has to do now is to wait silently for the arrival of the second machine. The position of 7 warlords of the sea was just a stepping stone for Blackbeard to climb up. This is really surprising. Doflamingo sat on the windowsill, and then his eyes fell on the world's greatest swordsman, Joraquel Mahawk, and said in a very curious tone, I thought you would definitely not come this time, but I didn't expect you to be the first to arrive. Can you tell me why you came? Hawkeye just sat in his seat, folded his arms across his chest, closed his eyes and took a rest. In response to Doflamingo's question, Hawkeye simply replied calmly, It's just because I'm bored. FFFFFFFFFFF, because you're bored. Doflamingo grinned and asked, but then again, are we the only ones left in the 7 warlords of the sea now? But it's true. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Empress Boa Hancock have all joined the flying pirates and left the Shichibukai. This is probably a big blow to the world government. Hearing this, Teach couldn't help but grin and said, ha 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 ha. If those guys hadn't left, Lousy wouldn't have been able to become one of the Shichibukai so easily. Thief ha 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 ha. Seeing Teach suddenly burst into laughter, Doflamingo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. For some reason, he could always sense a very deadly and strange aura from Teach. Looking at the laughing Blackbeard, Doflamingo couldn't help but relax his frown, thinking to himself, is this an illusion? Why does this guy exude such a strange and deadly aura? In fact, at this point in time, Blackbeard should not be Doflamingo's opponent, but the terrifying power of the dark fruit is enough to allow Blackbeard to kill Doflamingo before Doflamingo can realize the horror of the dark fruit. But, Jinbei hasn't left his position as 7 warlords of the sea, has he? Why hasn't he come yet? Blackbeard's eyes flickered with curiosity. What was Jinbei's relationship with the Whitebeard Pirates? Would he come to the naval headquarters and participate in this war? However, the marine soldier on duty in the lounge said bluntly, Sir Marshal D. Teach, Jinbei has been removed from his Shichibukai status because he is unwilling to fight the Whitebeard Pirates. He is now imprisoned in the underwater prison Pelton. Blackbeard's eyes lit up when he heard this. If that was the case, would he have a chance to subdue Jinbei and have him join the Blackbeard Pirates? However, Teach didn't know that at this moment, the underwater prison had already become a mess, and countless prisoners had been released and were making a fuss inside. It's almost time, everyone, to head to Crescent Bay Square. Hearing Marine's words, the Shichibukai all stood up from their positions. Only Teach's eyes gleamed with light, because Blackbeard knew that the time to leave naval headquarters and go to the underwater prison was coming. Sabaody Archipelago. At this moment, the live broadcast Den Den Mushi has captured the images of naval headquarters and broadcast them to live screens around the world at the same time. On the 3 huge live screens of Sabaody Archipelago, the naval headquarters has already appeared at this moment, with a strong lineup composed of the marine side. Seeing such a lineup, the common people would certainly feel extremely excited. With such a huge lineup, even Whitebeard would definitely not be able to return, right? As for those who don't believe in the world government or the naval headquarters, looking at the powerful lineup of the naval headquarters, they can't help but worry for the Whitebeard Pirates. From Crescent Bay to Justice Square, standing on the first line of defense of Crescent Bay at this moment are the members of 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 3 major forces in the world. But what makes people curious is why there are only 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea so far. Why did only 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea go to the naval headquarters? It seems that you really don't know much about the news on the sea. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Empress Boa Hancock have all joined the flying pirates and left the 7 warlords of the sea. Is it really like this? I didn't expect that the 7 warlords of the sea, which was once one of the 3 major forces, only has these 3 people left. 7 warlords of the sea should no longer be qualified to be called one of the 3 major forces, right? Advertisement. It's hard to say. As long as the world's greatest swordsman, Jorakul Mahawk, does not leave the 7 warlords of the sea, the 7 warlords of the sea will still be one of the 3 major forces. And the Marine and the world government should also hurry up and fill the remaining vacancies in the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't that right? There are only 3 7 warlords of the sea who joined the flying pirates, so now there is one less. According to the latest news, the world government has added a new Shichibukai, that is Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who was once a member of the 2nd squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, killed his companions, stole the devil fruit and escaped. But I don't seem to see any trace of that guy. Didn't he come to participate in this war? Except for Teach, the remaining Shichibukai should be Jinbei from the Fishman Island, right? He didn't show up at the naval headquarters either. I don't know what happened. Hey, compared to the people from Shichibukai, I'm more curious about whether Whitebeard will really come facing such a lineup. As soon as these words came out, all the spectators in front of the big screen of Sabaody Archipelago fell into silence. At this moment, there are only 3 hours left before the public execution. Naval Headquarters Marineford. The 3 Shichibukai on the wall of Crescent Bay do seem a little insignificant, but if you look through the wall of Crescent Bay, you will notice that at this moment, the Justice Square is actually filled with 100,000 elite Marine soldiers. In addition to the 100,000 elite troops, the Naval Headquarters has also mobilized top combat forces from all aspects, all of which have been pulled to the Naval Headquarters Marineford, just to ensure the final victory of this war. The Vice Admiral Corps, composed of giants. A powerful lineup consisting of Marine branch base leaders, branch chiefs, and Marine vice admirals from all over the world. In addition, hundreds of elite rear admirals also revealed how deep the Marine's background is. The true power of Marine has not yet been fully revealed. Just below the execution platform, at the innermost part of the Naval Headquarters Justice Square. Buster calls top 5 Vice Admirals, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, Burning Mountain Vice Admiral, Dauber Vice Admiral, Stallo Berry Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. All 16 elite Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters made an appearance. In addition to the 16 elite vice admirals of the headquarters, 2 marine special vice admirals, our naval headquarters deputy admirals, Chaton Cake and Mamasagi Guion, who rarely show up on weekdays, also appeared inside the Justice Square. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on the sea ahead, 3 figures slowly emerged from below the execution platform. On the platform, the 3 strongest fighters of the naval headquarters appeared one after another. The powerful aura and the amazing momentum it exuded even made many marine soldiers in Crescent Bay swallow their saliva and feel dry in their mouths. Is this the aura of the naval headquarters' top combat force? The top fighter in the naval headquarters, one of the 3 admirals, Kizaru Borsellino. The highest combat power in the naval headquarters, one of the 3 admirals, Akainu Sakazuki. The highest combat power in naval headquarters, one of the 3 admirals, is called Kuzan. The entrance of the 3 admirals also indicates that the time for public execution is coming soon. With this lineup, even if Whitebeard really comes, he will feel powerless, right? Marine's justice will definitely lead us to the final victory. I'm afraid the Whitebeard Pirates will no longer dare to show up after seeing Marine's lineup. Keep the formation. Regardless of whether the Whitebeard Pirates will show up, what we need to do now is to be alert and not make any mistakes. What an amazing aura, Admiral 3. I wonder if you can reach such a high level in this lifetime. Don't think too much. For ordinary people like us, becoming a school officer may not be an easy thing. Tisk, a marine who doesn't want to be an admiral is not a good soldier. 7 warlords of the sea, 100,000 elite soldiers, various special forces, 3 admirals. To be honest, with such a large lineup, I have no idea how the bearded pirates will get in. I'm afraid they can't even get through the deployment of Crescent Bay. I just don't know how those guys from the Whitebeard Pirates will show up. There are less than 3 hours left before the execution begins, right? If Whitebeard is coming, he will probably show up soon. As time went by, everyone noticed that behind the execution platform, 2 executioners were suppressing Portgas D. Ace and were heading towards the top of the execution platform. Medical. The 2 executioners held down Portgas D. Ace's hands and then put chains on his shackles. With all preparations completed, the Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters, Marshal Buddha Sengoku, also walked onto the execution platform at this moment. Looking at the marine deployment that had already been prepared, Sengoku's eyes fell on the executioner beside him. Give me the phone. Yes. After hearing Sengoku's words, one of the executioners did not hesitate and advertisement. He took out the Den Den Mushi from his arms and handed it to Sengoku. Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi and turned towards the direction of Crescent Bay. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of elite naval headquarters, Sengoku said without any hesitation, Before the execution begins, I have something to say. Portgas D. Ace, regarding the significance of the man who will die here today, state your father's name, Ace. People around the world who were watching the game on the big screen were all extremely confused. Why would Sengoku come out and ask such a question at such a critical moment? Is there something unusual about the identity of Firefist Ace's father? Hearing this, Ace's expression turned extremely ugly, but he still responded, my father is Whitebeard. No one else. Before Sengoku could continue speaking, Ace interrupted him and said solemnly, my father is only Whitebeard, no one else. Looking at the somewhat angry Ace, Sengoku continued in a very calm tone, although we only have part of the intelligence of the world government CP organization, we are sure that in the world. On a certain island, the blood of that man is left behind. At that time, we tried our best to search everywhere. Relying on the only intelligence and possibilities of the CP organization, we did not succeed in finding any clues. But, you relied on. Born into this world with the will of the mother. Your mother delayed your birth time to 20 months in order to let you live safely. She deceived us. No, I should say deceived us. The whole world. In South Blue, on the small island called Batrally, your mother's name is Portgas D. Rouge. Your mother gave her life to give birth to you. Exclamation mark quote. And 1 year and 3 months after that man's death, a child who inherited the most evil bloodline in the world was born. That child was you couldn't have not known it. Sengoku looked serious, his eyes fell on the trembling Ace. Your father is the pirate's king, Gall D. Roger. As soon as these words came out, the entire naval headquarters fell into silence. Even all the viewers around the world who were watching the summit war through the live broadcast screens were stunned. Aren't they all trapped in a deathly silence? Half a day later, the unbelievable shouts appeared again. Everyone's face showed an incredible look. The king of pirates, Gall D. Roger's son. How is it possible? The most evil bloodline in the world is still alive. The son of pirates King Roger. This is really big news. In an instant, many journalists were busy at the first moment, passing on the information they had received, trying to deliver the newspapers to those who had not received any news as quickly as possible. On the island with the live screen. The bloodline of the pirates king is still alive in this world. What an incredible thing this is. At the foot of the execution platform, looking at Garp, who was shaking all over and looking extremely painful, the chief of staff of the naval headquarters, he could not help but say, this is not your fault, Garp. As time passed, there were only 2 hours left before the final execution. At the same time when Portgas D. Ace's identity was made public, the marine soldier in charge of Lookout suddenly saw through the telescope in the distance the sea. All the ships that appeared on the surface were gone. BB. The marine soldier's pupils shrank, and without any hesitation he sounded the alarm at the naval headquarters. Here they come. The ships of the Whitebeard Pirates' large fleet have appeared. The shouting through the Den Den Mushi instantly spread throughout the entire naval headquarters. The Marines, who had not yet recovered from the shock, all looked downcast and looked at the above sea level. I saw huge ships approaching naval headquarters Marineford at a high speed. Seeing this scene, spectators from all over the world took a deep breath. Faced with a lineup like Marine, did the Whitebeard Pirates actually show up? Chapter 75. Summit War breaks out, a war that determines the direction of the times. In front of the naval headquarters, dozens of huge pirates' ships were speeding towards Marineford. Seeing this scene, the spirits of many marine generals became tense. Finally showing up, the Whitebeard Pirates. When they saw the flags floating on the pirate ships, many marine commanders recognized their identities. They are all famous pirates from the New World. On the Marine Observation Tower, a Commodore's eyes flashed with solemnity, and he slowly said, "Why are the Ranger Doma, the Great Uzumaki Spider Squad, and the DeCarbon brothers all members of the Whitebeard Pirates' large fleet? Where are the Whitebeard Pirates' traces?" For a moment, all parties looked towards the sea, searching for any trace of the Whitebeard Pirates. Above the execution platform, Sengoku's face was also extremely solemn. These pirate ships all appeared suddenly. How did the other party get so close to them before being discovered? Confirm the location of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why are all of them the famous pirates from the New World, but why can't we find any trace of the Whitebeard Pirates? Marine seemed to be a little flustered. It seemed that the pressure brought to Marine by the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, was extremely shocking. At this moment, there seemed to be some unusual movements on the seabed below Crescent Bay. When a bubble surfaced and exploded with some waves, everyone in the naval headquarters looked gloomy, because they all knew that things were getting troublesome. Many generals who controlled the power of hockey also immediately noticed the movement below Crescent Bay through observation hockey. Damn it! Sengoku's face darkened. Did he not expect such an attack method and ignore it? Vice Admiral he couldn't help but shake his head, a helpless look appeared on his face, and he slowly said, "In this way, the deployment outside Crescent Bay has basically lost all its functions." Garp also looked at the sea in front of him in disbelief. The next second, a huge whale ship, wrapped in a layer of bubble film, rushed out of the water. The shocking waves instantly made many Marines gasp for air, and the bubbles burst. The Whitebeard Pirates' main ship, the Moby DK, was now aimed at the location of the naval headquarters execution platform. Just when the Marine was not ready, 3 more Moby DK's auxiliary ships appeared and aimed their firepower at both sides. Even a Moby DK's auxiliary ship appeared in the direction they came from. It seems that in order to deal with Marines' preparations this time, the Whitebeard Pirates have also made sufficient countermeasures. It appears. The Moby DK. 493 viewers around the world who were watching the war through live broadcast screens, all took a deep breath when they saw that the Whitebeard Pirates had actually entered the naval headquarters in this way, and directly made the deployment of the naval headquarters Crescent Bay useless. Is this the Whitebeard Pirates? They actually came to the battlefield in this way. Perhaps Marine didn't expect that Whitebeard would arrive at the battlefield in this way. Sengoku looked solemn, and as he looked in the direction of the Moby DK, his expression became extremely ugly. Captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco. Captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joes. All the captains are on the Moby DK. Where's Whitebeard? Why can't I see Whitebeard? For a moment, the Marines and Rear Admirals all showed extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates also announced that the war had officially begun. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by heavy footsteps and the sound of the knife handle touching the deck, Whitebeard appeared at the bow of the Moby DK. On the execution platform, Sengoku looked solemn, and could not help but whisper, "Is it so easy to get close to such a position? Whitebeard. It's been decades, Sengoku." Looking at Sengoku on the execution platform not far away, Whitebeard also grinned and greeted him, then said to Ace, "Wait a moment, Ace." The next second, Whitebeard thrust the yunchi in his hand directly into the bow, raised his arms suddenly, and terrifying power was madly gathering in Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard's arms were like hammers, with amazing force, wrapped in the unique white light of shock fruit, and suddenly smashed into the 2 spaces around him. There was a sharp sound, and it seemed as if even the space was shattered where Whitebeard's fist landed. Countless atmospheric cracks continued to spread with sharp tearing sounds. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face was also difficult to see ultimate, and he immediately said, "Attention all troops, the attack of the world's strongest man is coming. The man who holds the power to destroy the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, must not let his guard down." 2 days ago, New World. In the sea area where the Whitebeard Pirates' territory is located, the 2 sea emperors have already started a confrontation in the New World. Advertisement. The youngest sea emperor ever, red-haired Shanks. Standing opposite Shanks is Kaido, the world's strongest creature and the king of beasts, the Seog. The clash between the 2 emperors also made the situation in New World extremely turbulent. In order to fight for the territory held by Whitebeard, Kaido did not hesitate to launch a war on the territory of Whitebeard Pirates after the Whitebeard Pirates left. As for the red-haired Shanks, it was obvious that he came to stop Kaido and wanted him to leave Whitebeard's territory and return to Wano Kuni. The clash between the two sea emperors lasted for a whole day, but in the end, neither could do anything to the other. Red-haired Shanks knew very well that it would be of no benefit to continue fighting with Kaido, and he had more important things to do. Seeing the madness flashing in Kaido's eyes, Shanks had to give up trying to stop Kaido and prepared to take the Red Hair Pirates to the front half of the Grand Line, to the naval headquarters, to prevent the further outbreak of war. Time goes back to the present, naval headquarters Marineford. About 8,000 meters above the naval headquarters, an enormous warship was floating in the sky. It is the main ship of the Sky Pirates, Ragnarok. At this moment, all the members of the Flying Pirates appeared on the deck of the Ragnarok, watching the summit war through the Den Den Mushi projection. What a huge lineup. The Marines have already mobilized all available forces. I wonder how Whitebeard can rescue his son in the face of such a lineup. Looking at the image on the projection, Lone Red, Barrick Redfield asked, "Captain, when did we join this war?" As soon as these words came out, the other cadres all looked towards Lai Yin. Obviously, the battlefield where the Marines compete with the Whitebeard Pirates seems to be seen by the Sky Pirates as the stage for them to show off to the world. Rhine looked calm as he looked at the contents of the screen and responded calmly, "Don't worry, the Marine and Whitebeard Pirates haven't started fighting yet, so why go down now? There is no benefit to be gained." Hearing this, everyone could only hold back the impulse in their hearts. No matter how much they wanted to rush to the naval headquarters and participate in this war, they had to obey Rhine's orders before they could act. Impelton, the great undersea prison. After leaving the naval headquarters, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach immediately seized a warship and quickly arrived at this prison known as an Iron Wall. Along with Blackbeard came the Devil Security Guard Lafitte, Fighting Champion Burgess, Shinigami Poison Q, and Sonic Van Oka. The group of 5 people had already gone deep into the underwater prison at this moment, and noticed that the underwater prison seemed to have been visited by someone already. "Hey, Captain, could it be that what we want to do has already been done by someone else?" Lafitte frowned slightly and said in a strange tone, "Such a scene, it seems that there was a big riot in this prison." Blackbeard couldn't help but grin when he heard this and said, "Why are you panicking? Those monsters won't be easily defeated. When the Flying Pirates came here, they took away the most terrifying monsters, but there were still a bunch of thugs left. Those thugs all have strong power. We cannot gain a foothold in the new world in such a short period of time with our own strength alone. These imprisoned thugs will become the most powerful helper for our Blackbeard Pirates." Lafitte didn't say anything more, but as he went deeper and deeper into the underwater prison, he felt something strange in his heart. The underwater prison, which had been visited once by the Flying Pirates, seemed to have been visited again this time. Even if the Blackbeard Pirates arrived at Eternal Hell, wouldn't there be only a bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled people left, with no fighting power left for them? But on the way to Eternal Hell, a large group of people appeared in front of Blackbeard and others. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army Sabo, the revolutionary leader Saikov, and many other prisoners imprisoned in the undersea prison. Seeing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but grin and said, "It seems that we are a little late, and most of the prisoners have been released." However, Blackbeard noticed that behind Straw Hat Luffy and Sabo, there were no figures he wanted to subdue, so he continued to move forward, his eyes fixed on Straw Hat Luffy, and said calmly, "You and your brother are really alike, Straw Hat Boy. I'm actually very curious whether you can rescue your brother, thief ha 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 ha." Holding back the anger in his heart, the Straw Hat knew very well that this was not the best time to have a conflict with Blackbeard. If the delay continues, Ace might be beheaded at naval headquarters. The two groups of people just looked at each other and continued to move forward. As for Blackbeard, the remaining guys in Eternal Hell are the ones who are truly worthy of attention and worth recruiting. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. After Whitebeard activated the Devil Fruit ability, no scenes appeared for a long time, which inevitably made many Marine generals suspicious. Could it be that Whitebeard's Devil Fruit ability failed to activate? But only those Marines who have fought against Whitebeard know what kind of tsunami is brewing in the sea at this moment. As expected, with astonishing force, it finally swept over, and the terrible tsunami piled up layer by layer, and the height even exceeded the Justice Building of the Naval Headquarters. Advertisement. If such a tsunami hits Marine Department, then there is no need for Marine to continue fighting. Here it comes. What is that? Tsunami. It's a tsunami. Is this really something that can be done by human power? No wonder Whitebeard's ability is called the power to destroy the world. It's over. How can we resist such a move? Are we going to lose before we even start fighting? Keep calm. Many soldiers were frightened by the tsunami that covered the sky and the sun. Only a group of generals continued to maintain order and let many Marine soldiers remain calm again. Shinji, who was sitting on Sakazuki's right below the execution platform, saw this scene without any hesitation. Shinji's figure instantly disappeared from the chair, and then half of Shinji's body turned into ice in the sky. Ice Age. The next second, 2 icicles appeared in Shinji's hands, and they kept extending before touching the incoming tsunami. The extremely low temperature makes people feel like they are in the middle of winter. It is sunny, but at this moment, the power of frozen fruit makes people feel extremely cold. Exclamation mark. The icicle touched the tsunami, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it froze the tsunami that was enough to submerge the entire Marineford. Then Qingji raised his hand without any hesitation and aimed at Whitebeard. 3 spears condensed and shot towards Whitebeard instantly. Ice Cube, Bipolar Spear. Young Imp. Seeing that the young man who could only follow Garp in the past has now become one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh. With the corner of his mouth raised, he suddenly raised his hand and swung his fist. The power of the shock fruit shattered Qingji's body directly from a distance of hundreds of meters. After sensing the terrifying power of the shock fruit, Qingji did not hesitate at all and fell directly into the sea. But just when the Marines were worried, a layer of very hard ice began to spread outward from the area centered on where Qingji landed. In the blink of an eye, the entire Crescent Bay of Marineford was completely frozen. The Moby DK was frozen and could not move forward even an inch. But there are pros and cons. It seems that these ice layers have given the pirates a foothold. All of a sudden, countless pirates jumped off the ship and rushed towards the location of Marine Crescent Bay. The sea is frozen, this is the perfect place to stay. The guys in Marine are so stupid, we have found a place to stay, guys, let's go. Save Ace. Oh, seeing this, the Vice Admirals also commanded the battle, saying in a very serious tone, meet the enemy. We must not let these pirates get close to Yongya Bay. Drive them out. Leave. All of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of Marine elites collided with the pirates. However, the so-called Marine elites were actually just a group of ordinary people who had undergone a little training. Anyway, facing the vicious pirates from New World, even if they were outnumbered, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. On both sides of Crescent Bay, many cannons opened fire, and countless shells continued to attack the Moby DK. Whitebeard only moved slightly, and the astonishing destructive force exploded the shells out of thin air. The terrifying vibration force even extended outward, destroying many gun muzzles above Crescent Bay. But the Marine deployment was far more than that. The Marine generals who saw this scene also stood up and walked towards the front of Crescent Bay. The war has begun. We must bury all the Whitebeard pirates here at all costs. Only in this way can we regain all the prestige that Marine has lost. The two sides had an extremely exciting collision in an instant, and the war was about to break out. Even though the high-end combat forces have not yet intervened, the clash between the soldiers of both sides at this moment also foreshadows the start of the summit war that will affect the entire era. Whether it is the Marine or the Whitebeard pirates, it is not easy to achieve the final victory. But what we know is that after this war is over, the world situation will undergo incredible changes. Chapter 76. The war is getting increasingly intense. Akainu and Whitebeard collide. Naval Headquarters Marineford on the battlefield. At this moment, as the two sides fought, gunfire and collisions continued to erupt throughout Crescent Bay. The sounds of slashing and roaring continued to spread around, and the pirates came in groups, as if they could tear apart all the barriers in front of them. The Marines fought hard to prevent the pirates from moving forward, or even passing through the barrier of Crescent Bay and actually entering the location of the Justice Square at the naval headquarters. At this time, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the man who was crowned as the world's greatest swordsman, Jorakul Mahawk, jumped from the turret of Crescent Bay to the platform, his sharp eyes like a falcon staring straight at Whitebeard Edward Newgate on the Moby DK. Seeing Hawkeye's movements, Don Quixote Doflamingo couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said in a surprised tone, I didn't expect that you would also take action. FFFFFFFFFFF, this is really surprising. Not only the Shichibukai, but even the Marines who sensed Hawkeye's actions in various places showed surprised expressions. Below the execution platform in Justice Square, Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 most powerful fighters, couldn't help but look at Hawkeye with surprise at this moment. Sensing the amazing sword intent emanating from Hawkeye, Sakazuki couldn't help but ask, that loner Hawkeye would actually choose to take action. Originally, Marine didn't have much hope for these Shichibukai. He wanted to rely on these Shichibukai to win the war against the Whitebeard pirates. Don't be kidding. The reason why these Shichibukai can stand here is just because the world government and the naval headquarters are ready to convey a message to the outside world, that is, how powerful the naval headquarters is and how profound the foundation of the world government is. Therefore, at this moment, following Hawkeye's actions, the entire naval headquarters top brass were all surprised and incredulous. After all, from the very beginning, in the eyes of these Marine generals, the man who was least willing to take action among the Shichibukai was probably the man who was known as the world's greatest swordsman. But now, this guy took the initiative to stand up in front of everyone's incredulous eyes, and pulled out the black knife behind him that symbolized the world's #1. Is that Black Blade Knight? At Justice Square, Naval Headquarters Commodore Smoker couldn't help but look surprised and said solemnly, it looks like a really amazing knife. Hearing Smoker's words, Tashigi's face also showed a bit of solemnity, and he slowly explained, to be precise, it should be the Black Blade Knight, one of the only 12 supreme swords in the world. The blade is a chaotic blade heavy flower dingzi, known as the world's strongest black sword. At Shichibukai's location, Hawkeye was already prepared. Facing the man standing on the bow of the Moby DK, Hawkeye raised his hand without any hesitation, ready to swing the sword. What a surprise. Would a guy like you actually take the initiative to attack? After hearing Doflamingo's words, Hawkeye said calmly, I just want to see how big the gap is between us and that man. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye swung the black knife in his hand without hesitation, and the flying slash instantly attacked Moby DK County in the distance. The turquoise slash cut through the ice in an instant. The terrifying slash with a diameter of tens to nearly 100 meters, although the coverage area was not large, it condensed the world's #1 swordsman's amazing swordsmanship and sword intent. But when everyone was extremely nervous and curious about how Whitebeard would deal with the attack from the world's greatest swordsman, Whitebeard did not move at all. But just as everyone was watching the world's greatest swordsman's slash about to land on the Moby DK, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distance and blocked the Moby DK directly. The next second, the amazing blow that was powerful enough to cut through mountains and split the sky and the sea was unexpectedly stopped by the person who came. What was even more unbelievable was that the opponent actually held the slash with all his might, and with his immense strength, he threw this amazing flying slash directly into the sky. The terrifying sword intent instantly spread in the sky, with an astonishing impact that even dispersed the clouds in the sky in an instant. The powerful armament hockey, combined with the ability of the Paramecia diamond fruit, reveals that the person who came is none other than Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. This guy's defense ability is even more amazing than those zone ability users. It can even be said that some mythical beasts have no defense as amazing as Zizi's. After all, diamond is the hardest thing in the world. Even the great swordsman's slash seemed unable to break through the defense in front of the diamond ability covered by armament hockey. Just when everyone was very curious about how Hawkeye would respond when faced with the blocked attack, Hawkeye made a move that surprised everyone. Hawkeye put the black knife back on his back, and seemed to have no intention of attacking again. Seeing this, Sakazuki at the bottom of the execution platform couldn't help but snort coldly, and then said unhappily, "Sure enough, these pirates are unbelievable anyway. Want to rely on these pirates to maintain order in the sea? This is simply ridiculous." Borsellino on the side did not speak, but it seemed that Borsellino also agreed with Sakazuki's statement. For the Marine and the world government, it is obviously impossible to rely on the power of the pirates to stabilize the situation in the ocean. With the constant clashes between Marines and pirates, the casualties on the Marine side gradually became a headache for people. Although they are all elite Marines from all over the world, compared with the pirates who have been hanging around in the New World for many years, it seems that the strength of these elite Marines is not enough. Advertisement. Seeing this situation, Borsellino did not hesitate at all. His figure turned into a flash of light, and in just a breath of time, he had already arrived above the Moby DK. Really, if this continues, the losses will reach a level that is difficult to accept. Borsellino looked at Whitebeard on the Moby DK and said calmly, "Catch the leader first. Should we deal with Whitebeard first?" As soon as he finished speaking, Borsellino crossed his hands and raised them above his shoulders. Then, a light that seemed more dazzling than the sun illuminated the entire battlefield. Such a movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. It was an attack from Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals and the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. On the bow of the Moby DK, Whitebeard frowned slightly, raised his hand to block the dazzling sunlight, and said in a very unhappy tone, "Hey, what is this? Why is it so dazzling?" The next second, Borsellino had already gathered his attack, and the next second, a series of amazing laser beams continued to attack Bidik where the beard was. Asa Kamino Magata, Yashikani no Magatama, countless laser beams, even under large-scale bombardment, were enough to shake the foundation of any island, but in the next second, a figure jumped up from the Moby DK, approached extremely quickly, and blocked all the incoming lasers with his body. Under the eyes of everyone's disbelief, the offensive of the naval headquarters' strongest force was blocked so easily. Admiral Borsellino's attack was blocked. Who is it? Blue Flame, what is that? Ability. Some special devil fruit ability. Borsellino frowned slightly, looking at the figure in front of him, and couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "Blue Flame is really an amazing ability. An ability even rarer than the Logia devil fruit, the zone mythical beast species." Marco re-emerged from the blue flames, looking at Borsellino calmly, and said jokingly, "How can we allow you to disturb our king right after you come here? Captain of the 1st Division, Phoenix Marco, is really awesome." Borsellino shook his head, then looked at the situation below, and said with a wretched look, "The guys from the Whitebeard Pirates are all like monsters." As for the Marines, seeing Borsellino's move being stopped was a huge blow to their morale. After all, that was the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. Even a move like that couldn't work. The next second, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division, Marco, was once again burning with an astonishing blue flame, and then he flashed and rushed towards Borsellino's location. As Marco entered the half-beast state, his wings kept him aloft, and he hooked his head and kicked Borsellino in the head. Borsellino raised his arms and blocked the attack for a while, then pretended to be defeated. He was kicked out and hit the wall of Crescent Bay in the distance. Seeing this scene, the Marines, whose morale had already been hit, found it unbelievable. Admiral was kicked away. Borsellino Admiral. Are you okay, Admiral? Many generals were looking at the place where Borsellino crashed. A flash of light appeared again in the huge smoke and dust. Borsellino looked at Marco in the sky and couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "These guys from the Whitebeard Pirates are just like monsters. Giant troops, be on guard against attacks from the sky." Yes. After hearing Borsellino's words, the giants immediately looked up to the sky, towards the location of Phoenix Marco. On the other side, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Joes, jumped up and shouted, "Get out of my way. Many pirates who heard this immediately dodged, while the Marines were blown away by Jaws's amazing power and pressure. Jaws suddenly punched the ice in front of him, and the terrifying force shattered the ice directly, and a huge ice block with a volume of nearly 100 meters appeared. Then, in front of everyone's incredulous eyes, Jaws grabbed the huge block of ice with both arms, lifted it up suddenly, and threw it directly in front of Naval Headquarters, where the execution platform of Justice Square was located. If you have the guts, come and try to stop them, Marine. Seeing the huge block of ice falling, many Marines had incredible looks in their eyes. How much strength was needed to throw such a huge block of ice? Advertisement. Below the execution platform, as the shadow covered Sakazuki's face, Sakazuki raised his head and looked at the huge block of ice that was about to fall on the execution platform. Sakazuki's tone was very unhappy. Just listen. Sakazuki said, one by one, all of you run outside. If we all leave, who will take charge here? Half of Sakazuki's body had already turned into red, boiling magma. The blazing heat even raised the surrounding temperature by more than 10 degrees the moment the magma appeared. Facing the huge ice block that was falling, Sakazuki simply raised his right hand and threw a punch. It condensed into substantial magma, directly crushing the huge ice block. Sakazuki shouted, "Great eruption." The terrifying magma was like a volcanic eruption, carrying with it an incredible explosive force and terrifying high temperature, instantly melting the nearly 100-meter high ice block completely. Then, the magma gathered by the great eruption actually broke through the ice and reached a height of hundreds of meters, and then it rekindled an astonishing flame, just like the magma condensed by a volcanic eruption. Like a lava bomb, it keeps attacking the pirates' camp. 0. The magma falls from a height of hundreds of meters, and its power is even more amazing than the Marines' shells. Under the astonishingly high temperature, the power of magma cannot be stopped at all. Even the captains could only dodge when they saw the falling lava. Bump. Boom. The Moby DK was hit by a lava bomb, and the terrifying high temperature instantly swept the entire Moby DK. Then a violent explosion spread, and the entire ship was instantly melted. It became a sea of fire. This is the true power of the Logia lava fruit, one of the most catastrophic abilities in nature. However, facing such terrible magma, Whitebeard simply raised the Yunchi in his hand and inserted it directly into the falling magma bomb. Then, as Whitebeard suddenly exhaled, the magma that was burning with raging flames, as if it was enough to ignite everything, was blown out by Hujia's 10 breaths. The past. Then Whitebeard looked at Sakazuki not far away and said sarcastically, "Kid, this ability can only be used to light candles at a birthday party." However, Sakazuki didn't care at all when he heard Whitebeard's ridicule. He said calmly, "Don't you like a luxurious funeral, Whitebeard?" With the first collision between the two, the Heich team seemed to have regained a lot of morale. The constant fighting between the two sides made people truly realize the cruelty of war. Marines and pirates kept clashing, using muskets, cannons, cold weapons, fruit abilities, physical strength, and any other tricks that could kill the enemy. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that although the pirates had the upper hand in the fight at Crescent Bay, looking down from the sky, one could see that although the pirates had killed many Marine soldiers, but in the Justice Square, the densely packed Marine elites have already made all preparations and are charging into Crescent Bay. In other words, although it seems that the Whitebeard Pirates have the upper hand in this fight, in fact, the Marine has not yet fully exerted its strength. It seems that Marine is planning a huge conspiracy. The reason why he didn't go all out is just to annihilate the bearded pirates, with the least loss. Watching the constant collision between the pirates and the Marines, the Firefist Ace, who was standing on the execution platform at this moment, also had a look of excitement and pain in his eyes. "Dad, why do you care about me? It's obviously because of my stubbornness that I ended up like this." "Why?" Ace's mumbling seemed to be heard by everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Facing Ace's words, Whitebeard said without hesitation, "I asked you to go, Marco." "Is that right?" Listening to Whitebeard's words, Marco said calmly, "Ah, wait a moment, Ace, we will not abandon any of our companions." Whitebeard suddenly raised his hand, and an incredible shock force gathered, and all the surrounding shells were easily destroyed. Who on this ocean doesn't know the price of provoking the Whitebeard Pirates? Even a Marine cannot harm members of our Whitebeard Pirates. Men, head towards the execution platform, and sell them back. Again. Chapter 77. The war continues. Whitebeard is severely injured. This is a war that will go down in history. The naval headquarters, which represents the order and justice of the sea, and the most powerful sea emperor among the pirates, fought a war on the island of justice and order, Marineford. The fuse of all this was the naked man kneeling on the execution platform. Portgas D. Ace. Seeing the Whitebeard Pirates fearlessly attacking the square, Portgas D. Ace felt extremely complicated. Although he was determined to do what he wanted, his companions from the Whitebeard Pirates were not afraid of death and came to save him at the cost of their own lives. Plus Whitebeard's words just now, Portgas D. Ace was even more moved. Perhaps in Portgas D. Ace's heart, the man who brought him into this world could not compare to Whitebeard in the distance. Just as the Marines and pirates were fighting and it was hard to tell who was better, a figure suddenly emerged from the sea in the distance. Xiao Zi, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' large fleet. The huge figure slowly approached, holding a huge long sword in his hand, and without hesitation, he chopped down everything that stood in his way. In front of such a behemoth, even the giant vice-admiral troops of the naval headquarters seem extremely small. Hey, this is the first time you look up at someone. A naval headquarters giant vice-admiral said solemnly, this feeling is really strange. Don't talk too much for now, just find a way to stop that guy. The giant vice-admirals all moved forward, heading in the direction where Little Oz was coming from. But it was obvious that facing Little Oz, who was 3 times bigger than them, the strength that the giant vice-admirals were most proud of seemed so insignificant. Except for Little Oz, the other pirates' captains also rushed out one after another to fight against the naval headquarters vice-admirals. All of a sudden, the war became extremely intense, which made spectators from all over the world feel unbelievable. Through the live broadcast screen, they saw the gorgeous lineup of naval headquarters. That luxurious lineup was enough to destroy any force in the world. Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku, the 3 strongest fighters, Akainu Sakazuki, Kazaru Borsellino, and Aoki Kuzan. 16 elite vice-admirals of branches around the world, special forces giant vice-admirals, and more. Even with 100,000 elite troops under such circumstances, they were unable to gain the upper hand in the confrontation at Crescent Bay. Is this the top pirates group led by the Sea Emperor? Even though the number of troops was much smaller than that of the Marines, they were able to hold back the Marines with their amazing fighting power. However, anyone with a discerning eye can also see that at this moment, the high-end combat forces of both sides have not yet clashed. Once the high-end combat forces of both sides clashed, I am afraid that this war will directly enter a white-hot state. The next second, a flash of light appeared in the air, and the figure was so fast and powerful that it kicked the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team, Phoenix Marco. Feeling Borsellino's attack, Marco's face darkened, and the blue flames burned on his body again, turning him into a ferocious phoenix, which then collided with Borsellino's light-speed kick. That's really amazing. Seeing Marco blocking his attack, Borsellino couldn't help but praise him. But Marco, apart from Whitebeard and you, can the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates stop the Admiral's attack? Marco couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Observation Hockey had already noticed the collision between Joe's and the naval headquarters top fighter, Aoki Kuzan. Although it was just a slight test, Marco knew very well in his heart that even he couldn't fight against a top fighter for a long time. The Whitebeard Pirates' background is still no match for a behemoth like Marine. You won't know until you try it. Although he knew what the outcome would be, Marco still raised his claws and grabbed Borsellino's face. Borsellino activated the laser in his hand, and the amazing laser flash directly hit Marco. However, under the blue flame of the Phoenix, Marco's recovery ability at this moment reached an incredibly amazing level. In the blink of an eye, the damage caused by Borsellino's attack was completely recovered. This also made Borsellino feel a little surprised at the ability of the mythical beast Devil Fruit that Marco possessed. But it was just a surprise. The physical energy consumption of the mythical beasts was not much different from that of Logia. With this level of recovery method, Marco himself would be at a disadvantage after a long time. Therefore, Borsellino did not seem to have any intention of going all out, but only attacked from time to time, affecting Marco and preventing Marco from supporting the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, on the Moby DK, Whitebeard felt helpless as he watched Marco collide with Marine Admiral Borsellino. These sons of mine, under the protection of my fame, have missed too many opportunities to grow. Not to mention being on par with the strongest force in the naval headquarters, even if they are all from the same Royal Pirates group. I'm afraid that except for Marco who can be on par with the other Royal Pirates group cadres, the others, even Joe's, it would be difficult to defeat one of the 3 disasters or one of the 4 desert generals. Advertisement. But then, as Little Oz continued to move forward, seeing that the Marines' artillery fire was already aimed at Oz, Whitebeard couldn't help but frown and said immediately, "Don't be so reckless, Little Oz, your size can only serve as a target here." However, when Little Oz heard this, he said without looking back, "Dad, I'm going to save Ace." As Little Oz continued to advance, the giant vice-admirals were unable to resist Little Oz for more than 3 moves. The descendants of Oz, the Kingdom of Fortune, have reached the peak of giants in terms of physique and strength. But Oz has a huge weakness, that is, he doesn't know hockey. In other words, without armament hockey as a defense, the guns in the Marines' hands can also cause damage to Oz. Even if it is only insignificant damage, if there are too many, it will have an impact. Whitebeard, who heard Little Oz's answer, couldn't help but sigh and said, "I know what you mean, no." However, before Whitebeard could finish, Little Oz continued, "Ace is a good man, I can't let them hurt Ace." "I see." Whitebeard's face darkened, and he said, "You guys. Go clean up Oz's A." Hearing this, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates all followed Oz's footsteps. Although Marco and Joe's were held back by the 2 strongest fighters, the other captains were not completely useless. The captain of the 5th division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista, is an existence that is infinitely close to the level of a mid-level great swordsman. However, this guy's performance did not seem to show the oppressive power that a true great swordsman should have. But as Oz continues to move forward, the enemies in front of him become more and more powerful. Under the continuous bombardment of the Marine, Little Oz was covered with wounds all over his body, and the blood that kept flowing out made Ace, who was watching this scene on the execution platform, feel heartbroken. This is my companion, but in order to help me, to save me, it led to this end. Oz. Along with Ace's deafening shout, the next second, Oz's body could no longer hold on and seemed about to fall. However, at this moment, he was still some distance away from the execution platform. Knowing that he was about to die, Oz's eyes fell on Shichibukai not far away. Even if it means killing one Shichibukai. With this thought in mind, Oz slapped Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo raised his lips, and he had already noticed Oz's behavior with his observation hockey, and flew past Oz from behind. When Doflamingo landed, he couldn't help but grin and said, "What's wrong, demon? Why did you stop moving forward?" Hearing this, Oz looked at his legs with an incredible look in his eyes. My legs. Before Oz could continue speaking, the huge figure fell down completely in the next second. Then Doflamingo condensed the silk thread and sent a shocking blow straight through Oz's head. However, the giant's incomparable vitality made Oz, whose head had been pierced, raise his hand and suddenly pour all his remaining strength into this attack. Even if you can't kill a Shichibukai, you must fight for more opportunities for the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates. Oz suddenly slapped his palm, and a huge crack appeared on the wall in front of Crescent Bay. What makes Marine even more terrified is that Oz's body has become a bridge connecting Justice Square and Crescent Bay. At this moment, the pirates can quickly pass through Crescent Bay, through Oz's body, and directly reach Justice Square. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with endless sadness, as if he was a father who saw his son die in front of him. The extreme pain also made Whitebeard seem to reveal a flaw. The flaw is revealed. Whitebeard, a giant vice admiral, was seen holding a large sword and slashing at Whitebeard. His huge figure didn't even need to jump up to attack Whitebeard on the bow of the Moby DK. But everyone who heard this had a gloomy face, looking at the giant vice admiral's actions, feeling unbelievable. What flaw? Why didn't I notice it? Such a thought instantly occurred to Sengoku, Garp, Akainu and other top fighters in the naval headquarters. Why didn't they notice the flaw in Yub? The next second, Whitebeard, with a gloomy face, faced the incoming blade and swung his left hand without hesitation, smashing the giant vice admiral's sword in the air with one punch. Then Whitebeard pressed his palm on the opponent's head, and suddenly smashed it down at the bow of the Moby DK. If that was all, it wouldn't be enough to take away the life of the giant vice admiral, but a white halo flashed in Whitebeard's hand. Advertisement. Obviously, that is the symbol of power of shock fruit. Through precise control of the shock fruit, the terrifying shock force swept into the brain of the giant vice admiral. The huge force instantly shattered the helmet on the giant vice admiral's head, and the inside of his brain was completely destroyed by the shock force. Grabbing the giant vice admiral's corpse and throwing it away, Whitebeard said with a gloomy face. Everyone, step over Oz's body and charge towards the square. Then, Whitebeard also jumped up, ready to lead the Crescent Bay to the location of Oz's body to help his sons clean it out. The terrifying vibration force continued to erupt, and the Marines seemed to be able to only dodge continuously in the face of such force. Otherwise, once Whitebeard's shockwaves hit him, it would be more than just a hidden injury. It was also because of Whitebeard's personal action that the morale of the pirates on the battlefield of Crescent Bay was like a shot of chicken blood. The continuous charge actually forced all the Marines back to the Justice Square. This seems like a perfect time to make it to Justice Square. But just when Whitebeard returned to the Moby DK and was about to take a rest, a figure slowly came to Whitebeard's side. Dad. The big Uzumaki spider, Squard, looked solemn. Whitebeard couldn't help but frown when he saw Squard's expression, and then asked, Squard, how is the battle outside going? After hearing this, Skuyard took a deep breath and said calmly, we have basically gained the upper hand on the periphery. If we continue to attack, it won't take too long to occupy the inner bend. Hearing this, Whitebeard nodded, but just as he was about to say something, Squard stabbed the blade in his hand directly into Whitebeard's abdomen. Even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, never thought that his own son would attack him. Daddy. Seeing this scene, all the pirates on the battlefield widened their eyes and looked at the Moby DK in disbelief. Whitebeard didn't suffer any harm, but at this moment he was stabbed by his own people. Especially the captain of the first squadron and the ship's doctor, Phoenix Marco, who looked at the spot where Squard's knife had pierced, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. With this cut, won't the body be able to hold on? Daddy. Marco left the battle without hesitation and returned to the Moby DK immediately. Looking at Whitebeard's pierced abdomen, Marco's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted at Squard beside him, what the hell are you doing? Squard. Likewise, this scene was also broadcast to the world via Den Den Mushi on March 9th. The captain of Whitebeard's fleet, the great Uzumaki spider Squard, pierced through Whitebeard's body with the blade in his hand. This inevitably made spectators around the world feel unbelievable. Why is this happening? Hey, what's this? Whitebeard hasn't even started fighting with the Marine yet, but he's already been severely injured by his own people. Was this knife sent to Whitebeard? It would be great if that were the case, the war would be over, right? I don't want to see such a random ending. A character like Whitebeard shouldn't die in such a miserable way. That's right, but how can you still stand after being stabbed in the abdomen? Don't underestimate the world's top monsters. Their physical strength is totally different from ours. It's hard to imagine that as Whitebeard's son, he would choose to attack his own father. It turns out that pirates are a group of people who cannot be trusted, even as companions. A dog-eat-dog plot. Interesting. Now Marine doesn't have to worry about a Whitebeard who was in peak condition, right? At this moment, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Whitebeard, who learned of Squard's thoughts through the conversation, couldn't help but sigh. Then, in front of everyone's incredulous eyes, Whitebeard held Squard in his arms and said solemnly, "Even if you did something stupid, you are still my son." The next second, Whitebeard let go of Squard, and jumped off the Moby DK again. Faced with Marine's instigation, Whitebeard was already angry at this moment. Seeing Whitebeard coming at him with the supreme sword, Kumokiri, Sengoku's expression became extremely solemn. Attention all troops. The strongest man in the world is furious. Chapter 78. War changes. The flying pirates intervene in the war. On the Ragnarok at an altitude of 8,000 meters above Naval Headquarters Marineford, many officers of the flying pirates were already impatient, and seemed ready to jump into the battlefield in the next second. Hey, is this true or false? Looking at the live broadcast of the Den Den Mushi projection, Crocodile said in surprise, "Did that guy under Whitebeard actually attack his own captain?" The rest of the people also had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Bullet narrowed his eyes and said in a very serious tone, "Whitebeard didn't kill such a traitor, but instead recognized him and gave him a chance. He's Whitebeard after all. Everyone knows that Whitebeard is incredibly tolerant of his family." Moria said, looking at the man who attacked Whitebeard, and couldn't help but ask, "If I remember correctly, this guy should be a pirate who has been out to sea for many years, right?" From the conversation, it seems that this guy has a deep hatred for Roger. No wonder Marine used this method to sow discord and make this guy attack Whitebeard. Barrick Redfield also said, "It is difficult to severely injure the strongest man in the world by any other means, but if you use Whitebeard's son as a conspiracy, it will be very easy to stab the blade into Whitebeard's abdomen." Marine's insidiousness is really hard to accept. Even so, is he still claiming to be a righteous man in the world? World Government, Holy Land Mariejois. Located at the top of the Red Line, where Pangu City is located. At this moment, the five elders were also watching the many things happening in the Summit War through the live broadcast of the Den Den Mushi projection. Sakazuki does have some skills. In order to eliminate evil, Sakazuki would have such a smart moment. One of the five elders, the god of science defense, Jigolucia Satan, slowly said, "I used to think that Sakazuki was just a guy who only knew how to use force to solve problems. Now it seems that Sakazuki's command and strategy ability is not bad." Hearing this, the other five elders all nodded, and Marcus 28 Moshe Saint couldn't help but say, "Using such means, it is indeed easy to hurt Whitebeard. At Whitebeard's current age, suffering such a heavy blow will definitely affect his strength. Even if Whitebeard joins the war at this time, it will not have much impact on the outcome of the war. The Marines should be able to easily win the final victory." The god of law, Topman Bochuli Saint, nodded and said in agreement, "If we continue like this and act according to the original plan, then annihilating the entire Whitebeard pirates will be a piece of cake. Through this war, the whole world can understand that as long as it is evil, no matter how powerful it is, when facing the Marine and the foundation of the world government, they will all look pale and powerless." The conversation among the five elders seemed to have already determined the outcome of this war. In fact, if nothing unexpected happens, the outcome should be exactly the same as what the five elders planned. As time goes by, once the Marines have consumed most of the Whitebeard pirates' strength, the siege wall of Crescent Bay will be able to rise. The pirates who use the ice as a foothold will be wiped out in one fell swoop. The method is also very simple. Sakazuki's magma will completely melt all the ice, and let all the pirates sink into the sea. When a person with special abilities enters the water, even Whitebeard cannot avoid losing his power. But just as the five elders were discussing the doomed outcome of this war, DP's phone suddenly rang. Nasu Shulong Sheng answered the phone and asked calmly, "Why did you choose to contact us first? What's the situation on the battlefield?" "The situation on the battlefield is proceeding according to the original plan, but now an unexpected event has occurred, Lord Five Elders." On the other side of the Den Den Mushi, the CP organization's Admiral-level combat force, Angel, spoke in a very serious tone, slowly saying, "At this moment, an army composed of the Revolutionary Army is approaching Naval Headquarters Marineford. It will probably arrive at the Naval Headquarters in about 10 minutes and be used in the war. The leader is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. In addition, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty, and the commander of the Northern Army, Crow, both appeared beside the leader of the Revolutionary Army." After listening to the Angel's report, the five elders' faces turned very ugly. Why would the Revolutionary Army choose to get involved in such a war? As for the Revolutionary Army, why would they take the initiative to show up and go to Naval Headquarters Marineford when the whole world's attention was attracted by the war and even the world government would not pay attention to them? After the call was hung up, the financial god of the five elders, Azamburn v. Nasujuro, looked serious and slowly said, "Will the Revolutionary Army also participate in such a war? What exactly is the reason?" According to the Revolutionary Army's style of doing things, the Summit War has attracted the attention of the whole world. The world government will not pay any attention to them at this time. Shouldn't they seize the opportunity to liberate those member states and fight for more territory? Advertisement. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 5 elders all showed very solemn expressions on their faces. But at this moment, another Den Dan Mushi call came in. Nasu Shorose frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Master 5 Elders, I am Maha, a member of the CPO organization, and I am currently in the underwater prison Impelton. Hearing this, Nasujuro's eyes flickered with a bad look, and Maha continued to speak. According to the information obtained from the jailer, the murderer Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, and the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, broke into the Undersea Prison together, and released the Grand Line Army commander, the S******** King Ivankov, who was once imprisoned in the Undersea Prison. In addition, the monsters of the old times imprisoned in eternal hell have also disappeared. The entire underwater prison is now like an empty shell. According to speculation, the prison break army led by Straw Hat Luffy and the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army are now rushing to Naval Headquarters Marin Van. Hearing this, Nasu Shulong Sheng couldn't help but take a deep breath and felt a headache. Damn those Ds, they're really causing trouble for the world government. Nasu Shulong Sheng hung up the phone and said indifferently, now, one after another, they show up. If we continue according to the original plan, I'm afraid we won't be able to win in the end. After hearing this, even the 5 elders' faces showed an extremely solemn look. If the Jailbreak Army and the Revolutionary Army really reach the naval headquarters, then these two forces that cannot be ignored, together with the power of the Whitebeard Pirates, could really take away the Firefist Ace and make all the careful planning of the Marine and the world government go to waste.
We can't wait like this, we must prepare first. Saint Voculi said solemnly, let Figaland go. As soon as these words came out, the other 5 elders all frowned, and Nasujirose said bluntly, if we want to mobilize the Knights of God, we need to shut down the live broadcast screens around the world. The ultimate power of celestial dragons cannot be displayed in front of those people. Hearing this, the other 5 elders nodded one after another.
Nasu Shulongsheng said seriously, in addition to Fagialand, I suggest that Kong also go to naval headquarters. As the commander-in-chief of the world government, Kong's strength has reached the quasi-king level. With him and Fagialand working together, the victory of this war will still belong to us. Biddix. Then, let's inform Marine to shut down the live broadcast Den Den Mushi. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Above the execution platform, a Marine messenger ran to Sengoku and handed him the information in his hand. Upon learning that most of the Revolutionary Army's forces, as well as the Undersea Prison's escape army, were heading towards the naval headquarters, Sengoku's expression turned very ugly. If we continue with the current plan, there is no possibility that the Whitebeard Pirates will survive. But why did the Revolutionary Army participate in such a war? For the purpose of the Revolutionary Army, jealousy is obviously not in line with it. Although it is unclear what the Revolutionary Army is trying to do, after learning this information, Sengoku is also very clear that the next method will be even darker. In order to ensure that Marine can win in the end, Sengoku said solemnly, turn off the live broadcast. After Sengoku was about to shut down the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, he moved up the time of the public execution of Firefist Ace and killed Firefist Ace first to hit the morale of the pirates. In addition, from the information just received, it is known that Marshal Kong and the commander of the world government's Knights of God, Figarand Garansheng, will arrive at the naval headquarters to resist the revolutionary forces and the underwater prison escape forces that will appear next. Although Marshal Kong doesn't need to hide anything, the world government won't be willing to expose the Knights of God to the eyes of the world. At least not yet. Hearing Sengoku's words, the Marine soldier in charge of the live broadcast in the monitoring room of the Justice Building of the naval headquarters did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to shut down all the live broadcast Den Den Mushi of the naval headquarters. However, when Sengoku received the news that Den Dan Mushi had been shut down, he immediately made plans to execute him in advance. But at this moment, a huge warship fell from the sky and crashed directly into an area of seawater melted by the Sakazuki magma. Just as Sengoku's pupils shrank in disbelief, figures came out from the warship one after another. According to a rough estimate, the number of this group of people is at least over 3,000. And most importantly, these people are all wearing prisoners' clothes. It is obvious that these guys are all from the underwater prison and are the guys who escaped from prison. However, after escaping from the underwater prison, these guys did not continue to escape, but instead came to the naval headquarters. Trying to influence this war. Sengoku looked heavy-hearted, looking at the prisoners gathered together, his expression was also difficult to see ultimate. Although they are just a group of insignificant prisoners, when they come together, they are still a strong force. But then, Sengoku saw a familiar figure among the prisoners. Advertisement. Garp. Sengoku looked grim, and suddenly felt a huge headache. Who the hell are this guy's family? Seeing Luffy appear at the naval headquarters, Ace on the execution platform looked at him in disbelief, and for a moment he was even speechless. Ace. All that was heard was a shout from Straw Hat Luffy, who seemed to be venting a lot of emotions, and Ace responded when he heard the Straw Hat Boy's shout. Luffy, why are you here? This is not a place for you to be right now. However, the Straw Hat Boy grinned and said, I'm here to save you. At the same time, the Sabaody archipelago is located. Looking at the live broadcast screen where the picture disappeared, the viewers all had puzzled expressions on their faces. What's going on? Why was the live broadcast shut down before the war was even halfway through? However,
Just when everyone was confused, a new picture appeared again. In the Crescent Bay of Naval Headquarters, there was a huge warship. Hey, look, isn't that the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? The Straw Hat Pirates, one of the supernovas of the evil era. I didn't expect them to go to the Summit War as well. What are those guys doing at Naval Headquarters? Are they looking for death? Hey, I think I heard about this. Straw Hat Luffy's brother is Portgas D. Ace. What? How did you know that? I heard about this incident before in New World, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect it to actually happen. So, this guy is also the bloodline of Pirates King Roger. For a moment, many spectators started discussing, but at this moment, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku and other Marine generals were still unaware that the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi was not shut down, but was reopened. If Sengoku doesn't notice this, Marine's actions that he doesn't want to be noticed will be exposed to the world. Up to now, everything about Summit War is just like the original plot. Marine's plan is in progress, and the Prison Break Army appears at the Naval Headquarters. However, compared to the Prison Break Army in the original work, the people behind the Straw Hat Boy at this moment seem to have a great lack of strength. In addition, next to Straw Hat Luffy is the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, Chief of Staff Sabo. This made Rhine curious. Would the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, also appear in this war? Although it is unclear whether Monkey D. Dragon will appear, the direction of the war situation at this moment seems to be getting more and more weird. Watching the many events happening on the battlefield, the monsters standing beside Rhine seem to have reached their limit of patience. Letting such a group of violent elements watch the war continue without being able to take action, these monsters will naturally feel very uncomfortable. However, Rhine knew very well that the time was almost up. It was time for the monsters of the Sky Pirates to truly step into this epic war and tell the world how terrifying the Sky Pirates were. Captain, are we going to take action? Watching Rhine's movements, Thunder God Enel's eyes flickered with light, and he said, do you want me to gather the thunder first and shock Marine directly? Hearing this, the rest of the people looked at Rhine expectantly. They had been waiting for a very long time. Although it was only a few hours, if they were asked to continue watching the battle, they might find it difficult to do so. No need. Facing Enel's words, Rhine remained calm, and the Lion Fruit's ability was activated. The huge Ragnarok was also slowly approaching the naval headquarters. Sensing the movement of the Ragnarok, the officers of the Flying Pirates were all extremely excited. Are we finally going to intervene in this war? It's about time. The arena built by the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates will become the biggest stage for us, the Flying Pirates, to show our strength. Rhine raised his lips and said calmly, young men, it's time to give this world a shock. Oh, Chapter 79. Breaking into the war, the terrifying Flying Pirates. New World, a big news agency. Morgans couldn't help but grin as he watched the live broadcast of the battlefield. The world government just sent a notice asking Morgans to shut down all live broadcasting equipment, but Morgans would not obey the world government's orders just because of a little threat. If such a war cannot be broadcast, what is the difference between that and being unable to relax when encountering big news? It's just a threat, how can it make Morse compromise? That's right, the live broadcast of naval headquarters that was suddenly closed and then suddenly opened again was because of the arrangement made by Morgans, the king of intelligence and news in the underground world. After the live broadcast was restarted, it was obvious that the world government was the first to notice that something was wrong and threatened Morgans to shut down the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi. But now the live broadcast to the whole world has shown that it is obvious that Morgans has forgotten about this matter and does not care about the threat from the world government at all. Perform well under the eyes of the world. Morgans felt as if he was at the center of the world, with everyone's eyes on him. But at this moment, as the live broadcast screen changed, a look of doubt appeared on Morgan's face. What is that dark shadow that suddenly appeared over naval headquarters and even blocked out the sun? Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this moment, Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku was already worried about the arrival of the prisoners who escaped from the underwater prison, but who would have thought that at this moment, a dark shadow appeared above his head. The huge black shadow gradually descended, attracting the attention of most Marines and pirates. Both sides unexpectedly stopped the collision at the same time and looked up at the sky. Even Whitebeard frowned, staring at the huge black shadow that appeared in the sky. What is that? Dark clouds. Why are there so many dark clouds suddenly gathering? It doesn't look like a dark cloud. What on earth is it? It looks like something is about to fall. As the shadow got closer, gradually, its appearance was revealed to the world. Hey, what is that? Who the hell is throwing an island randomly over naval headquarters? Hey, is this really something a human can do? Why is there an island falling from the sky? For a moment, both the Marines and the pirates were in disbelief. Looking at the huge island falling from the sky, both sides took a deep breath at the same time. If such an island, which is half the size of Naval Headquarters Marineford, really fell to the ground, no. Even if it just fell into the sea nearby, it would instantly destroy the entire naval headquarters. Seeing this, it is obvious that the high-end combat power of both sides and the top leaders are also very clear about what is going on. Looking at the huge island falling straight down from the sky, Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku couldn't help but reveal an extremely solemn expression on his face. This ability to lift an island into the air is something that cannot be thought of by any other means except lion fruit. In addition to Sengoku, the 3 admirals and the Marine Elite Vice Admirals also reacted quickly and guessed that it should be the captain of the Flying Pirates, the man who possessed the power of the Lion Fruit. Rhine appeared above the naval headquarters. What a horrible method. Is this the horror of Lion Fruit? Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals and the most powerful fighter in the naval headquarters, looked solemn as he looked at the islands falling from the sky. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his indifference and calmness. With such horrific means, even the admiral would need to expend some strength to prevent the island from falling. Not far away, Shinji Kuzan, one of the 3 admirals and the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, looked at the island falling vertically from the sky like a meteor, took a deep breath, and his face became very ugly. If this island falls on the naval headquarters, the entire marine system may collapse. Once this island falls, Marineford, a symbol of justice and order, will become history. Standing below the execution platform, Sakazuki, who seemed to be not ready to take action yet, was also looking at the island that was about to fall. His face was extremely solemn, and he said, "Are you kidding me? What on earth is that guy going to do with this method?" Above the execution platform, Firefist Ace was looking at the sky in disbelief, looking at the island that was about to fall, and couldn't help muttering, "What kind of power is this?" Sengoku ignored Ace's words and said solemnly, "At this time, aren't the Flying Pirates working with the Beast's pirates to seize Whitebeard's territory in New World? Why did the Flying Pirates appear above the naval headquarters?" Obviously, Marine was aware of the 2 Sea Emperors meeting and forming an alliance, but this was also inevitable. Advertisement. The 2 Sea Emperors suddenly met, but there was no war between the 2 sides. Instead, they sat together calmly and held a banquet. How could the world government and the Marine be so different? Don't you want to find out what happened? But because of this, the world government and naval headquarters received inaccurate information, that is, the Flying Pirates and the Beast's pirates formed an alliance to divide up Whitebeard's territory. Although it is true, the world government and the naval headquarters are obviously not clear. Although the 2 sides have formed an alliance, they are responsible for different areas. The huge island that appeared above the naval headquarters at this moment explained all the problems. Around the world, Sabaody Archipelago, Dressrosa Islands, Seven Waters City, Alabasta. Countless viewers around the world who were watching the summit war through the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi also noticed the huge island falling from the sky through the perspective of Den Den Mushi at this moment. The huge monster that obscured the sky above the entire naval headquarters, once it fell, the naval headquarters, which symbolized justice and order, would be destroyed and become history. Hey, what's going on? Why did an island appear out of nowhere in the sky and fall towards the naval headquarters? Appearing out of thin air. Don't be ridiculous. There is only one person in the world who has mastered this method. Who is it? Who else could it be? The 5th and youngest Sea Emperor of New World, the governor of the Flying Pirates, Rhine. Rhine. Why would the Sea Emperor other than Whitebeard appear in the naval headquarters? Who knows? That guy can never be treated with common sense. I used to work in a marine branch in the Grand Line and heard about him. From the time he set sail to now, everything that man has done, without exception, has been enough to shock the world. I fought against Shinji Kuzan, one of the 3 admirals and the strongest fighter in naval headquarters, and I was not at a disadvantage. I even forced Shinji Kuzan to retreat. After that, he captured 3 celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago, and fought against Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals and the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters, and beat the marine admiral so hard that he could only flee. After capturing the celestial dragons, they attacked Eni's lobby and publicly executed the celestial dragons in Eni's lobby, a place of justice. That scene was broadcast live to the whole world. I vaguely remember how it happened. However, this is not their real purpose. They used the public execution of celestial dragons as a trap to attract the attention of the world government and the naval headquarters, and then directly attacked the underwater prison, Impelton, and released the monsters that were removed from history and the world government from the eternal hell. One of the legends of the old times who could rival Roger and Whitebeard, the Lone Red, Valoric Redfield, the right-hand man of the pirates King Roger, the descendant of the devil, Douglas Bullet. In addition, he was followed by the top masters in eternal hell, and through some unknown means, he seized the second devil fruit ability, becoming the only man in the world with dual demon fruit power, mastering both the Paramecia lion fruit and the Paramecia momo fruit. As the man spoke, the spectators seemed to realize what a terrifying existence this man who was about to appear in the naval headquarters would be. The whole world is worried about the island above the naval headquarters. Is the governor of the Sky Pirates, Rhine, going to appear? Even before anyone came out, they just dropped an island as a way of greeting. This is the power of the New World Sea Emperor, and this is the horror of the world's only dual fruit ability user, Rhine. Naval Headquarters Marineford. As the island got closer and closer, the Marines had to perk up and look up with grim expressions. We can't delay any further. If we let this island fall, the naval headquarters will be destroyed. When he thought of this, Sengoku's face became serious, and he immediately said, Sakazuki, Yinkuo. Hearing Sengoku's voice, Garp looked up at the sky, looking at the island that was about to fall, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such power is no different from Golden Lion at its peak. Sakazuki's face was solemn, and the red-hot magma had already filled his body. Under the terrible high temperature, Sakazuki did not hesitate at all, and jumped up, suddenly punched the falling island. Great eruption. Following Sakazuki's move, Garp also leapt. Although Garp was somewhat confused by Ace's public execution, at this moment, facing the island that was about to fall, Garp still made his own choice. I am a role model among Marines and a hero in the hearts of countless Marines. If I don't stand up at this critical moment, wouldn't it make those people feel disappointed? Moreover, if this island really falls, then the Whitebeard Pirates will have no chance of saving Ace. At most, they can just collect Ace's body. As soon as he thought of this, the amazing armament hockey was already wrapped around Zupu's arm. Facing the island that was landing, he suddenly punched out. Fist Bone Shock Wave. 2 top Admiral level fighters could destroy such an island even with their own strength, but it was obvious that in order to retain more strength to deal with what was coming next, Garp and Sakazuki would attack at the same time and destroy the fallen island. But Garp and Sakazuki both seemed to hold the same idea, which resulted in the island being shattered, but the huge rubble that fell still posed a considerable threat. Yashikani no Magatama. Advertisement. Borsellino stood up and aimed countless flashing lasers at the falling rocks. In just a moment, accompanied by. In the process, the numerous explosions caused by the lasers that were about to fall on the huge island of naval headquarters disappeared without a trace. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice was heard, making everyone alert. Quote. Very good, I actually destroyed that island. What do you think if I drop 2 more islands at this time? As Rhine spoke, the trace of Ragnarok appeared in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Looking at Rhine standing at the bow of the Ragnarok, and behind him, the 3 disasters of the Ragnarok, and the expressions of the 10 squad leaders at this moment. It can be said to be tense to the ultimate level. Even Borsellino, who had been planning to slack off, narrowed his eyes at this moment, and his expression became extremely alert. The Flying Pirates are different from the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the legend of the old times. After all, they have the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, in charge. But in fact, naval headquarters and the world government are very clear that the threat posed by the Whitebeard Pirates is only Whitebeard. The remaining captains are all a bunch of useless ants. But the Flying Pirates are different. Those who know the strength of this pirates group know that the most powerful and terrifying pirates group in the world today is definitely the Flying Pirates led by Lerona Rhine. Group. Let's not talk about the governor of the Flying Pirates, Lerona Rhine, who has quasi-king level combat power. The disasters of the Flying Pirates alone are not something that ordinary people can handle. The first of the 3 disasters, the Lonely Red, Beloric Redfield. One of the 3 great disasters, the Devil's Offspring, Douglas Bullet. One of the 3 great disasters, the God of Thunder, Enel. The power of these 3 people is undoubtedly at the admiral level, especially Beloric Redfield, one of the super legends of the old times, who is undoubtedly the top admiral level combat power. Bullet is also at a high level close to the top level of admiral, and even Enel, with the power of Thunder Fruit, can show the level of a mid-level admiral. As for the 10 squad leaders, they are not ordinary people either. Captain of the 1st Division, Crocodile. The captain of the 2nd Squad, with a sharp gaze. Captain of the 3rd Division, the King of Evil, Avalo Pizarro. Captain of the 4th Division, Rain Shiryu. These 4 guys are undoubtedly not simple people. And the news obtained from New World some time ago is that Rain Shiryu has become a demon fruit power, and it is very likely that the world government spent a lot of money to acquire this ability. Let Vegapunk create an artificial devil fruit using Kaido's demonic genes. Artificial zone fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. They thought it was a failed devil fruit, but there was no doubt that through the many methods of Rain Shiryu, it could be detected that the devil fruit was not a failure. So the world government also asked Vegapunk, and then they learned that Vegapunk's so-called failure was just a difference in color. The 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates and the top 4 captains are all super monsters with admiral-level combat power. In addition to these people, there are 6 squad leaders from the 5th to the 10th seats. The strong ones are comparable to elite vice admirals, and even the weaker ones are at the level of quasi-vice admirals. They gathered together and were ruled by Lerona Rhine. The power of this pirates group was enough to subvert the entire New World. As this group of people joined the war, Marine's face became even more ugly. Ultimate. Especially the supreme commander of the naval headquarters, Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku's expression can be said to be so gloomy that water could even drip out of it. When the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates went to war, they had already mobilized all the forces they could, using strategies, deployments, and so on, trying every possible way to gain the upper hand in the war. But at this moment, the arrival of the Flying Pirates made all the arrangements invalid. Hello, Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku. Rhine looked calm. First heard that Marine has built a stage. It just so happens that these monsters under my command want to use a stage to prove their existence to the world. Sengoku looked gloomy and serious. What a joke. Chapter 80. 3 disasters versus 3 admirals. Competing with the highest combat power of officers and crews. Sengoku looked very unhappy, and stared at Rhine with a gloomy look. You know, this war is a war that Marine has fully prepared for, and it is a war that will divide the times with the Whitebeard Pirates led by the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. After this war, the world situation will usher in new changes. This is a war that will affect the future direction of the world and affect future generations. However, in Rhine's words, he actually regarded the war that Marine had put all his efforts into as just a stage game. What a joke. That look is really scary, Marshal Sengoku. Rhine looked normal, and stared at Sengoku for a moment, then said calmly, "What's wrong, Marshal Sengoku? It seems that you don't welcome our arrival, but didn't you say? Marine and world government would spare no expense to find the traces of the flying pirates and destroy them. Look, we are standing in front of you now, Marines, Marshal Sengoku, so what are you going to do?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only the Marines and pirates on the battlefield, but also the audiences around the world who were watching the summit war through live broadcasts, after hearing Rhine's words and watching Rhine's nonchalant conversation with Sengoku, a thought flashed through their minds at this moment. What an arrogant guy. Although he is only 21 or 22 years old, he has reached such a powerful position. He even communicates with the Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters, Sengoku Buddha, who is only seen by a small number of people in this world, in such a teasing tone. This makes people wonder where Rhine got the courage to be so provocative in Naval Headquarters. Listening to Rhine's words and looking at his arrogant expression, Sengoku was already extremely angry at this moment. But Sengoku knew very well that before he figured out the reason why Rhine brought those monsters from the flying pirates, Sengoku could not let the entire Naval Headquarters be used as a price to completely tear apart the thin piece of paper between the two sides. Our Marines' action this time is aimed at the Whitebeard Pirates, and has nothing to do with your flying pirates. Sengoku looked serious and spoke in a solemn tone. This is a contest between the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates. It has nothing to do with you, the flying pirates. If you want to do anything. Hey Mr. Sengoku, it looks like you have a mental problem. Rhine raised his eyebrows and said in a very strange tone, "You don't think that I came here to watch the battle? Or do you think that if you don't tear off the only thin layer of paper left between the two sides, you can avoid being attacked by the flying pirates today? Stop it, Marshal Sengoku. Did you see that island just now? I don't know how many times I can use a method like that. After all, the consumption of physical strength by lion fruit is really not worth mentioning." At this point, looking at the expressions on the Marines' faces, Rhine couldn't help but smile and chuckled. Guess what? The energy consumed by abandoning the island just now has been easily recovered now. How about I leave now and come back to visit the Marines with some gifts later? Damn you. The next second, before Sengoku could react, a figure rushed up, and the scorching heat instantly hit Rhine's face. Rhine turned his head slightly and noticed Sakazuki, half of whose body had turned into magma. "How dare you, pirates, be so arrogant?" Sakazuki shouted, and his right arm turned into red magma, sweeping with unparalleled destructive power, like a volcanic eruption. "I swear to turn the mushrooms in front of me into ashes." Great eruption. But facing Sakazuki's attack, Rhine didn't even think of moving. A figure appeared with an umbrella blade wrapped with amazing hockey, which stopped Sakazuki's move. She was wearing a blood-red dress and the umbrella blade in her hand made her look even more elegant. Her pale skin was embellished with a few jewels. There are definitely very few pirates who are so elegant and gentlemanly. But in fact, under the identity of such an elegant gentleman, the real name of the visitor is enough to make the whole world tremble. The Lone Red, Baloric Redfield. You are really impulsive, little lava devil. Do you want to attack our king? Facing Sakazuki's moves, Baloric Redfield remained calm, and the power of the umbrella blade in his hand increased sharply, and he actually flipped Sakazuki out directly. Before he could steady himself, Sakazuki detected Baloric Redfield's next move through observation hockey. All I saw was a series of amazing flying slashes, carrying a deadly aura, heading straight for Sakazuki's head. The terrifying sword intent even made people suspect that this guy was the world's greatest swordsman. Sakazuki's face darkened, and as soon as he steadied himself, he threw a punch without hesitation. The amazing strength and the explosive power of the lava fruit are combined with the fierce armament hockey to block many flying slashes. But facing the incoming magma, Baloric Redfield just casually swung his sword and split the giant hellhound formed by the magma in half. Is this the only method you have? Aren't the Marine Admirals of this term known as the three strongest admirals in history? Baloric Redfield said in a calm tone and with a sarcastic look, with such strength, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be worthy of fame in the sea a few decades ago. Although Baloric Redfield was only mocking Sakazuki, after all, Sakazuki was at the peak of his admiral strength. If they really burst out in a full-scale fight, Baloric Redfield could not guarantee that he could firmly suppress the opponent. Advertisement. But isn't that what fighting is all about? Provoking the other party so that he can't keep calm and makes the wrong move out of anger, thus exposing more opportunities. Hearing what Baloric Redfield said, Sakazuki took a deep breath and looked at Baloric Redfield, who was suspended in the air by some unknown force. He responded in a very mocking tone. It seems that the guy who could be compared with the legend in the old times is not that great. With such strength, even an elite vice admiral in the Marines could easily kill you countless times. No wonder you were imprisoned in the Undersea Prison, in the eternal hell. How could a truly powerful being be captured by the Marines? You are indeed good at talking, but I don't know if your strength is as strong as your mouth. Baloric Redfield's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next second, he appeared in front of Sakazuki like a ghost. The umbrella blade flashed with cold light, and with the instantaneous entanglement of armed color, it almost pierced through Sakazuki's body. Sakazuki dodged sideways, and after noticing Baloric Redfield's next move through observation hockey, he raised his fist and punched Baloric Redfield without any hesitation. Please. The violent collision instantly caused an earth-shattering impact to press in all directions. This amazing momentum seemed to be able to shake the entire naval headquarters. The battle between the top admiral masters is so earth-shattering. There is no doubt that any admiral-level warrior has the power to easily destroy a kingdom. Even sinking a large island into the sea by himself is just a small symbol of admiral-level combat power. The impact of admiral-level combat power is so terrible that it can even permanently change the natural climate of an entire island. At this moment, with the constant collision between Baroric Redfield and Sakazuki, the violent collision between magma and swordsmanship, the waves of impact produced, even those battle-hardened naval headquarters elite vice admirals actually felt an incredible pressure. For a vice admiral level being, they don't even know how to resist an opponent of this level. But this is normal. In this world, vice admiral and even elite vice admiral level fighters are completely powerless when facing admiral level warriors. In this world, the strength of those who are at the admiral level and those who are not at the admiral level are completely different. The fight between Baroric Redfield and Sakazuki also indicates that the flying pirates have completely intervened in this war. Looking at Baroric Redfield colliding with Sakazuki not far away, the officers and crew of the flying pirates were all excited and impatient. Red of the lonely, CIDB, Baroric Clydefield works. Looking at the figure fighting with Sakazuki in the distance, Sengoku's face darkened and he felt a little bit unbelievable. What is the identity of Lonely Red? Such an arrogant guy would actually choose to submit to Rhine and become Rhine's follower. The name of Lone Red basically tells the whole world what kind of personality Baroque Redfield once had. But such a man would actually be willing to submit to Rhine and follow the flying pirates. At this moment, another figure jumped down from the Ragnarok. The powerful conqueror's haki is released wantonly, without any sign of restraint. Dark purple energy surrounded the opponent's body, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet. He is another famous pirate in the old days. He was once a member of the crew of Roger, the Pirate King. He is said to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Rayleigh. Paramecia. A user of the fusion fruit ability, at his peak, even needs the power of Garp and the Buster Call warship to consume the opponent's physical strength before he can suppress and capture him. Bullet grinned, and his arrogant eyes fell on the top fighter of naval headquarters, Shinji Kuzan, who was not far away. Without any hesitation, Bullet stepped forward and rushed towards Shinji like a cannonball. Feeling the fighting spirit coming from Bullet, Shinji did not dare to be careless at this moment. Because Shinji knew very well that if she was careless, she might be seriously injured by the man in front of her. Once such a situation occurs, the entire Marine will be at a disadvantage in this epic battle, and will be unable to recover any advantage. Who has the highest combat power in the naval headquarters? Let's compete. With a roar, Bullet's body, under the blessing of dark purple energy, continued to merge all the objects around it, turning into the basic form of the fusion fruit. Medium bullet form. Fit. The terrifying fist smashed down, and even the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters did not choose to resist it at this moment, but chose to fly to avoid it. A huge force gathered on the ice, and the amazing haki exploded instantly. Shinji had just made plans to counterattack. But he had already noticed Bullet's figure coming again. Advertisement. Damn it, this speed is even scarier than shaving. Shinji's face was solemn, and he exhaled a breath of cold air, which then turned into an ice knife. After being wrapped in armed color, it instantly blocked in front of him, blocking Bullet's fist. Exclamation mark. That's interesting, but it's not enough. Bullet grinned, and changed again. Dark purple energy continued to gather, and Bullet's body was slowly shrinking. The bonus given to Bullet by the medium-sized bullet form was indeed very terrifying. But how can such a pure increase in strength be comparable to the ultimate means that Bullet possesses? Facing Marine Admiral, Bullet doesn't want to be careless and lose. As one of the three disasters of the flying pirates, Bullet must show that he is as powerful as anyone. Even the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters, one of the three admirals, Shinji Kuzan, will become a loser in front of his own strength. As the dark purple power continued to gather, Bullet's figure returned to its original appearance. But then, the ultimate powerful armament color instantly wrapped around his entire body, leaving no gaps at all. What's even more incredible is that the fusion fruit actually turns all the objects that were previously swallowed and fused into power, continuously providing blessings for Bullet. Devil form. Bullet suddenly appeared in front of Shinji like a ghost. With the amazing haki entanglement, the right fist was already aimed at Shinji's abdomen and blasted out. Devil form. Bullet fist. Blanket. Although he reacted, he was not able to block in time, which resulted in Shinji being blown away. As the terrifying force came, a little scarlet color even overflowed from the corners of Shinji's mouth, which also made those spectators feel incredible. Could one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters be injured so easily? At the same time, a figure transformed from lightning also appeared in front of Borsellino. He is one of the three disasters of the flying pirates, and he possesses the devil fruit ability that is said to be the strongest in Logia. Thor Enel. Even if the speed of lightning cannot match that of Flash, how can Borsellino really achieve the true speed of Flash? In fact, Enel's speed is not much different from Borsellino's, and it is worth mentioning that Thunderfruit's amazing destructive power is, but compared to Shining, it's really too scary. It is precisely because of its speed comparable to sparkling fruit, its destructive power comparable to lava fruit, and the many other means that thunder fruit has given Enel, that thunder fruit can be called self. Of course it is the strongest devil fruit. Hey, yellow monkey. Enel grinned and said, let me try your speed. Is it really as scary as the speed of light? Hearing this, Borsellino's face also became ugly. Ultimate said, compared to those captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, your flying pirates are. They are truly a group of monsters. The three disasters are the three strongest forces in the naval headquarters. Is this your captain's ambition? Then you really underestimate our captain's ambition. Enel grinned and appeared in front of Borsellino. The terrifying thunder gathered instantly, and the tens of millions of volts of thunder instantly turned into a fierce. The beast opened its bloody mouth towards Borsellino. 80 million volt thunder beast. Facing Enel's sudden attack, Borsellino reacted very quickly, and put his hands together, and then laser beams burst out from between his palms. It's not easy to catch up with the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. Borsellino looked serious, watching Enel launch his moves again, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and slowly said, even if your strength can match mine, you. Do you really think you can defeat me as the Flash? 8-foot mirror. Chapter 81. The most vicious pirates group in history, cadres that cannot be defeated. The battle between Thunder and Flash seems to be just as Borsellino said. Even if they can catch up with Borsellino's speed, it will be difficult to defeat the strongest player in the naval headquarters. But it is not an easy thing. Not only Enel did not gain an advantage, but even the Lone Red, Valoric Redfield, and the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet, whose strength was no different from the highest force in the naval headquarters, did not have any difference. In the clash with the strongest force of the naval headquarters, they have yet to gain an advantage or the upper hand. As Admiral-level fighters, their strengths have basically reached the top level below the quasi-king level. Even if various factors affect the performance of both sides, there is no doubt that any Admiral-level fighter standing at the top of the world will not be defeated easily. If the highest force of the naval headquarters could be defeated so easily, then it would be impossible for him to become the admiral, the ultimate force of the marine to deter the entire world, to maintain order and justice on the sea. However, for the guys from the Whitebeard Pirates far away, it seems that the arrival of the flying pirates has also relieved them of a lot of pressure. At this moment, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are basically able to travel smoothly without any obstacles, as there is no admiral-level combat power to hinder them. Aside from the 16 elite vice-admirals who were able to stop the Whitebeard Pirates captains from advancing, the best outcome for the other marines was to stop a captain of a large fleet, or to stop a less powerful captain from continuing to head towards the square of justice. On the execution platform, looking at the top marine being targeted by the three disasters of the flying pirates, Sengoku's face was extremely ugly at this moment. No one expected that the flying pirates would come to the naval headquarters and participate in this war. The marine must not lose this war. Once the marine loses, the ocean will quickly go out of control, and even the marine will not be able to control the future direction of the ocean. No one could have predicted such an ending. How much evil would appear in the sea? Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but take a deep breath, and felt extremely urgent in his heart. Can the support from the world government arrive sooner? If we continue to delay, I'm afraid those guys from the Whitebeard Pirates will really take away the bloodline of Pirate King Roger. At the same time, on the Ragnarok, the top 4 squad leaders also left the Ragnarok and landed on the battlefield of Marineford. Captain of the 1st Division, Crocodile. Captain of the 2nd Squad, Moria. Captain of the 3rd Division, the King of Evil, Avalo Pizarro. Captain of the 4th Division, Rain Shiryu. The strength of these 4 people is not something that can be delayed by ordinary vice-admiral level combat power. Crocodile, with a cigar between his lips, looked unkindly at Whitebeard not far away. Snort. Crocodile did not hesitate at all. The terrifying dust gathered in Crocodile's palm and then was released directly at the location where Whitebeard was. Desert Diamond Sword. Whitebeard couldn't help but frown at the shocking aura, and he reacted very quickly and threw a punch, relying on the powerful vibration force to destroy the Desert Diamond Sword condensed by Crocodile. This scene instantly made both the Marines and pirates on the battlefield stare with wide eyes in disbelief. Crocodile. Phoenix Marco looked grim, looking at Crocodile who was about to attack again, and immediately shouted, "What are you going to do? Shouldn't we unite and deal with Marine first? Hey, you don't think we're here to help your Whitebeard Pirates, do you?" Crocodile raised his lips and couldn't help but sneer at Marco's words. "We don't have the leisure to go to the naval headquarters, to the center of the battlefield that is watched by the whole world, to help your Whitebeard Pirates recapture their crew." Crocodile. Listening to Crocodile's words, Whitebeard couldn't help but think of something and looked at him unkindly. "You want to go to the execution platform, right? Then it's very simple, just defeat Lousy." Crocodile raised his lips, and waves of yellow sand were flying around his body. Hearing this, Whitebeard did not hesitate at all and immediately said, "Marco. Stop that guy playing with sand." Clear. He was just feeling unhappy with Crocodile, and after hearing Whitebeard's words, he rushed towards Crocodile without hesitation. Advertisement. Surrounded by amazing blue flames and hockey covering his feet, Marco kicked Crocodile in the head. However, facing Marco's move, Crocodile also wrapped the armament hockey around the golden hook, and then collided with Marco's right leg. Crocodile raised his lips, looked at Marco who was colliding with him, and sneered, as the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, your strength is really embarrassing, Marco. A-hole. Although Marco tried his best to keep calm, he was a little angry at Crocodile's constant provocation. The fierce collision between the two sides also attracted the attention of many people on both sides of the battlefield. Those bastards from the Flying Pirates actually want to turn this war between the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates into a complete melee. Sengoku looked very solemn as he watched Crocodile, who had already collided with the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, it seemed that for the current situation, if the Flying Pirates did not disrupt the battlefield and turn the war into a melee, facing the combined attack of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Flying Pirates, it would be difficult for the Marine to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Around the world, countless spectators who watched what was happening on the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi had expressions of surprise and confusion on their faces. Hey, why is the captain of the 1st squad of the Whitebeard Pirates fighting the captain of the 1st squad of the Flying Pirates? Aren't we all pirates? Even if we're in different pirate groups, we shouldn't attack each other in this situation, right? That's right. Logically speaking, shouldn't the Flying Pirates work together with the Whitebeard Pirates to defeat the Marines at this time? These are the pirates, right? No one knows what these pirates are thinking. It is obvious that for the Flying Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, dealing with the Marines is the right choice. That's not necessarily true. The enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates is the Marine, but the Flying Pirates are not a subsidiary of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why would they help Whitebeard fight the Marine? I agree with this statement. Since they are not here to help Whitebeard, the actions of the Sky Pirates are very telling. The real purpose of the Sky Pirates is to show the world the power of the Sky Pirates through this war. They have already done it. That's right. The 3 disasters of the Sky Pirates are able to compete with the 3 strongest fighters of the naval headquarters. To be honest, even the other sea emperors may not be able to find a second monster that can match the strength of the great disaster of the Sky Pirates. Except for the Red Hair Pirates, who are known as the Double Emperors, it seems that among the current 5 sea emperors, only the Flying Pirates possess such power, right? The war that determines the direction of the times is just a stage for these guys to show their strength. I can't imagine turning the war in the naval headquarters into a melee, making the naval headquarters, the Whitebeard Pirates, and even the world government their opponents. This is the purpose of the Flying Pirates coming to the battlefield. How terrifying. The Flying Pirates. Simply the most vicious pirates group of our time. Naval headquarters, Marineford. On the battlefield, battles broke out one after another. Crocodile and the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Squadron, Phoenix Marco, had a series of clashes. The Logia sand fruit did have a catastrophic level of power, but the ability of the mythical beast Phoenix that Marco possessed was definitely not something that could be easily dealt with. At the same time, as Marco and Crocodile were fighting, the rest of the captains of the Flying Pirates also appeared on the battlefield. He. Is that thing the offspring of Oz? Its body is really huge. If I can turn this thing into a zombie, it will definitely greatly increase the survival rate of my companions. Although he still maintains the habit of creating zombies, Moria no longer expects to use the zombies' strength to become stronger. Instead, he creates those zombies to replace his crew members to do some very dangerous things. This can also greatly reduce the damage to his crew members in most cases. Between Moria's palms, shadows gradually gathered and condensed into a pair of scissors. Looking at the body of Oz, he activated the Devil Fruit ability without any hesitation. Gecko Moria. However, just as Moria was about to take action, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Moria's way. Moria couldn't help but frown slightly, looking at the figure who was blocking his way, and said unhappily, Captain of the 3rd Division under Whitebeard, Diamond Joes. What, are you trying to stop me? Although I don't know what you are going to do, but, it seems that letting you get close to Oz's body is definitely not a good thing. Chaozi looked solemn, looking at Moria who was approaching slowly, his expression was extremely cold. It seems that you don't plan to change direction. In that case, let's fight. Half of Jaws's body was covered in diamonds, and the powerful armament hockey was also covered at the same time. In this state, Jaws could show a defense that was so powerful that even the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters would not be able to break Jaws's defense in this state. He's really an extraordinary guy. With such physical defense, even if the 3 great disasters want to break through him, it will take some time, right? Advertisement. Looking at Jaws who was already prepared, Moria grinned, and a shadow appeared under Jaws's feet without him noticing. But, my method seems to have nothing to do with your own defense. After all, even if your body is as strong as the Emperor of the Sea, your shadow in front of me is like a fragile child. After listening to Moria's words, Jaws's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Because at this moment, the shadow extending from Moria's feet, like a demon, grabbed Jaws's shadow. Even in this situation, Chaozi's body couldn't move. The next second, the huge shadow spear in Moria's hand attacked instantly. If Jaws hadn't reacted quickly and covered it with armament hockey and activated the power of the diamond fruit, the huge shadow spear would have been enough to pierce Jaws's head. This guy. Chaozi took a breath and looked at Moria in disbelief. This guy who was once called the weakest Shichibukai, has actually grown to this level. Not far away, Shiryu felt a little eager as she watched Crocodile and Moria find their opponents one after another. But it seems that there are not many guys on the battlefield now who can let me take action and let me fight happily. But just when Shiryu frowned and was wondering whether he should attack Marine or those ordinary guys from the Whitebeard Pirates, a figure stood in front of Shiryu. 0. The Warden of Impel Down, a man known as an Iron Wall alongside Magellan. The man holding two swords looked straight at Shiryu and grinned. I heard you are also a great swordsman, right? In that case, how about a fight? Hearing this, Shiryu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said in a very calm tone, you are not my opponent, and I am not interested in fighting with you. For you Whitebeard Pirates, the most important thing to do now is to find a way to rescue your captain of the second squad, right? Hearing this, Beasta's face turned grim and his tone changed a little. Do you think I don't have the strength to fight you? Obviously, that's what I mean. For an opponent like you, I can't even find any fun in fighting you. Simply crushing Song Jin would make me feel boring and uninteresting. Shiryu looked calm, as if she was describing something extremely ordinary. Upon hearing this, Vista did not hesitate at all. Powerful sword intent covered the two swords. Petals that looked like roses or roses kept fluttering, and even surrounded Shiryu in the sword intent. But when Vista was full of confidence, seeing that Shiryu didn't even make a move to resist, he thought that this sword of his would definitely deal a heavy blow to Shiryu, who looked down on him. But at this moment, a layer of pink scales appeared on Shiryu's body. It was not that Vista had never seen such familiar scales before. The governor of Beasts Pirates, Kaido, has the Devil Fruit ability. When he enters the half-beast or beast state, he will show scales like this. Rain Shiryu has become Demon Fruit power. Vista couldn't believe it. It seemed that when Shiryu showed off his own mythical beast man-made Devil Fruit ability on Beehive Island some time ago, the Whitebeard Pirates didn't get the news right away. With Shiryu's current combat power, it would be no problem for him to replace Crocodile and become the captain of the first team. It can even be said that with the blessing of the mythical beast Blue Dragon Fruit, Shiryu's strength is only below the second disaster. You boring fellow, since you insist on taking action, then, just add some fun to my journey of finding an opponent. Shiryu shook his head. Now that he had become a demon fruit power, Shiryu did not give up on improving his swordsmanship. However, compared to swordsmanship, Shiryu also realized that he might be more suitable for using the power of the demon fruit. But Beasta in front of him was clearly not strong enough to be his opponent, and he didn't even have the ability to stop him from moving forward. The reason why Shiryu chose this direction is because, as a pure swordsman, who wouldn't want to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Raquel Mihawk? This was just right. He was on his way to fight with Mihawk, but was stopped by Vista. The powerful aura continued to gather. The gap between Shiryu and Kaido now might be that Shiryu did not have Conqueror's Haki and could not use Conqueror's methods. But Shiryu has already mastered the rest of the moves. Thunder 8 trigrams. Long. Chapter 82. Take control of the war situation and executions break out ahead of schedule. The current battlefield situation seems to be completely controlled by the officers of the Flying Pirates. The three disasters of the Flying Pirates are facing off against the three strongest forces of the naval headquarters. Crocodile, the captain of the first squad of the Flying Pirates, and Marco, the captain of the first squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, collided with each other. Neither of them was able to gain the upper hand in the constant confrontation. It would definitely take some time to determine the winner. The captain of the second squad of the Flying Pirates, Gecko Moria, clashed with the captain of the third squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Joes. In front of Moria's shadow fruit, it seemed that Jaws' proud defense could only serve as a fig leaf to cover up his shame, barely resisting the many methods from Moria. The captain of the 4th Division of the Flying Pirates, Rain Shiryu, was now fighting with the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista. Although he is a good swordsman, there is no doubt that if he wants to be comparable to Shiryu at this stage, with Vista's current strength, he is basically unable to achieve that level. In addition to the above-mentioned officers, the other officers and captains of the Flying Pirates have also appeared in various places of the naval headquarters, selecting their own opponents. As the captain of the third squad, Avalo Pizarro is also choosing his opponents at this moment. Because he cannot show his true strength, Avalo Pizarro does not choose those powerful enemies in the past. Marine Elite Vice Admiral, Huo Shaoshan, seems to be a good opponent. As for why Avalo Pizarro could not exert his full strength, it was naturally because of the power possessed by the King of Evil Government. Paramecia, the user of the Island Fruit, who can gain incredible power after fusing islands. But at this moment, in Naval Headquarters Marineford, it is basically impossible for Avalo Pizarro to integrate with Marineford. That's why it can be said that Avalo Pizarro's full strength cannot be fully utilized. But even so, with the reputation of the King of Evil Government, dealing with a Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral is not a big problem. In addition to the King of Evil, the other captains of the Flying Pirates are also clashing with the Elite Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters at this moment. Especially Roronoa Zoro, as the captain of the 5th Squadron of the Flying Pirates, at this moment, Roronoa Zoro has the strength to even rely on his own strength to compete with a Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral while also being able to resist the attack from another Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Fighting 1 against 2, he was not at a disadvantage. Zoro's strength has gradually grown, and there is not much difference compared to the I state. The captain of the 6th Squad of the Flying Pirates is the former Mr. 1 of Baroque Studio, the user of the Paramecia Dice Fruit, Daz Bonus. All over his body are terrifying blades that can be transformed into blades comparable to famous swords. They are extremely sharp. With the coverage of armament hockey, Daz bonus is almost unstoppable on the battlefield. Any opponent who approaches, even bonus's defense, cannot break through. Whether it is a sword or a bullet, it will be blocked by the dice fruit-covered armament hockey. Even if it was a cannonball coming from a distance, bonus could lock onto it with his observation hockey at this moment, and then use his ability to destroy it easily. However, starting from the captain of the 7th Division, it seems that the strength of the Flying Pirates Division is not much different from that of the other Pirates divisions. Relying on the power of the transparent fruit, Absalom continued to clear out the enemies around him and continuously enhance his own strength. But the problem still remains. If the transparent fruit has not been developed to the ultimate level, for those beings who have very strong knowledge of the color of seeing and hearing, not being able to see will not affect them at all. The captain of the 8th Division is the S********E Bentham. Relying on the ability of the clone fruit, he and the captain of the 9th Division, Mr. 3, did not appear on the battlefield at this moment, but disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the two of them were following Rhine's instructions and quietly sneaking into the location of the Naval Headquarters Justice Building. At this moment, Mr. 3 and Bentham both changed into executioner's clothes and waited silently in place. As for the captain of the 10th Squad, as the ship's doctor, although he possesses the ability of the op fruit, Trafalgar Law's combat effectiveness does not have a big impact on this war, so at this moment Law did not enter the war, but stayed on the Ragnarok of the Flying Pirates, standing behind Rhine. Now it seems that the entire battlefield situation has been firmly controlled by the Flying Pirates. Beside Rhine, Boa Hancock was also feeling a little unbelievable as he watched the pirates' officers collide with the high-end combat power of the Marines and pirates. Is this the strength of the Flying Pirates? It's unbelievable. Originally, Hancock believed that the Flying Pirates were as powerful as the 3 great disasters, except for Rhine. But now it seems that there are at least 4 or 5 fighters of my level in the Flying Pirates. The strength of the 3 disasters is something Hancock cannot contend with. With these people following him, Lord Rhine will definitely be able to fulfill his ambition and become the king of the world who ascends to the throne of the void. Thinking of this, Boa Hancock blushed and thought to herself, when Lord Rhine becomes the king of the world, I will marry Lord Rhine. Hey Hancock, what are you thinking about? Nami, who was standing by, frowned and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, you were once one of the Shichibukai. You must be quite strong, right? Why don't you show me your strength? Advertisement. HMPH, there is no need for that. I just want to stay by Lord Rhine's side and accompany him. Nami's face darkened when she heard this, and she felt very unhappy. Even though they are sisters, Nami still cannot accept Hancock's personality. Both sides are very proud. They can accept a gentle sister like Robin as having the same status as themselves, but that doesn't mean they can accept the appearance of 10 other women with the same personality as themselves. Seeing the two people about to quarrel again, Rhine couldn't help but shook his head and said slowly, can't you two learn from Robin? This seems to make me hate Nami and Hancock. As the battle continues, the war has completely entered a white-hot state at this moment. At this moment, apart from the Flying Pirates who took the lead in the war, whether it was the Whitebeard Pirates or the Sea Room, even the prisoners who escaped from the underwater prison didn't seem to have much room to move on this battlefield. However, at this moment, without anyone noticing, Straw Hat Boy Luffy had actually crossed the wall of Crescent Bay and rushed to the location of Justice Square. This scene also made many spectators show an expression of disbelief on their faces. What the Whitebeard Pirates captains failed to do, this little Straw Hat kid actually did. As the Straw Hat Boy arrived at the Justice Square, the pirates behind him seemed to have seized the opportunity and rushed towards the square. But when they stood on the wall of Crescent Bay and actually saw the Marines' deployment in Justice Square, they all gasped without exception. There are at least 80,000 Marine elites left. The entire square is densely packed with Marine elite soldiers. Seeing this scene, even those fierce pirates could not help but fall into silence at this moment. The Marines' deployment is too luxurious. Can they really rescue Ace? However, just when the pirates were thinking this, Straw Hat Boy Luffy rushed towards the square without hesitation. It seems that at this moment, Straw Hat Luffy is ready to fight against at least 80,000 elite Marines in the Justice Square of the Naval Headquarters on his own. Looking at the number of elite Marines in the Naval Headquarters, the pirates have even started to back off. However, in the Straw Hat's mind, it seems that the more than 80,000 elite Marines in the Justice Square cannot stop him from coming to the Naval Headquarters at this moment. Straw Hat Luffy didn't hesitate at all, and jumped down from the wall of Crescent Bay, directly into the encirclement of Marines' elite soldiers. Seeing this scene, the Firefist Ace on the execution platform couldn't help but gasp, then widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Don't come over here, Luffy. This is not a battlefield you can enter now. However, Straw Hat Luffy didn't care when he heard this. He said in a very serious tone, are you kidding me? You are my brother. I must rescue you. However, seeing that the pirates were pouring into the Square of Justice, Sengoku did not hesitate even though the broadcast was still going on. If the pirates were to rush to the execution platform and rescue Firefist Ace, things would be very troublesome. Because of this, Sengoku said without hesitation, we can't delay any further. We must execute the murderer Portgas D. Ace, the man who inherited the evil bloodline of the pirates King Roger, ahead of time. The next second, two executioners placed their long knives on Portgas Ace's neck. As long as Sengoku gave the order, they would chop off Portgas Ace's head. Seeing this scene and hearing Sengoku's words of early execution, the Whitebeard pirates couldn't sit still anymore and rushed towards the square of justice. Even Whitebeard seemed unable to remain calm, and tremendous power continued to gather. Although Whitebeard is confident that he can use Conqueror's Haki to knock the executioner unconscious, don't forget that Sengoku, as the supreme commander of the naval headquarters and the marine marshal, naturally also has Conqueror's Haki. As long as Whitebeard uses Conquerors to intimidate, Sengoku will directly display his own Conqueror's Haki and collide with it to ensure the success of the execution. Ace, Marco, who was colliding with Crocodile, the captain of the first squadron of the flying pirates, heard the words coming from the execution platform at this moment. He avoided Crocodile's attack without any hesitation, and turned into a ferocious phoenix and flew towards the execution platform. Now that the three admirals have been held back by the three disasters of the flying pirates, it seems that no one can stop Marco's next move. Seeing Marco moving forward, the hearts of countless pirates tensed up. Can it be done? But they seemed to have forgotten that the man on the execution platform at this moment, although he was famous for his wisdom, was also one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters before he became the marine marshal. Advertisement. It is not easy to pass Sengoku. Even if Whitebeard came in person, he might not be able to break through Sengoku's defense in such a short time. Do you really think there's no one guarding this execution platform? The next second, a figure suddenly jumped out from under the execution platform, and the astonishing power wrapped around the terrifying Haki, and actually punched Marco away. The mighty force covered the fist. The power of the punch just now even shocked the three strongest fighters of naval headquarters and the three disasters of the flying pirates who were fighting not far away. It was a bit unbelievable. Although he is already an old guy, the strength Garp displayed at this moment is still firmly at the quasi-king level. Rhine looked at Garp with great surprise. It seemed that Garp's strength had not declined much due to his old age. At this age, he was still able to maintain the quasi-king level. Combat power is already a very amazing thing. However, Rhine was very curious about this. In the future, Garp would lose to Qingji on Beehive Island. Was it because Qingji's strength had reached the quasi-king level or even higher? Garp's strength has been declining for many reasons, and he is no longer able to compete with Qingji. I am also a marine, a hero among marines. How can I watch you take the prisoners away from here? Garp sat in Sakazuki's position among the three admirals and said in a serious tone, from now on, anyone who wants to pass through the execution platform should first try to pass through the old. Let's treat this one. Listening to Garp's words, many marines showed great excitement on their faces. For them, Vice Admiral Garp's coming forward was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for many marines. With Kakion in charge, who can cross the square of justice and rescue Ace from the execution platform? However, Whitebeard snorted coldly, looking at the rising momentum of the marine, and said at the same time, don't panic, that guy is just a veteran, nothing more. Unbelievable. Oh, seeing the pirates gradually regain their morale after hearing Whitebeard's words, Sengoku couldn't bear it any longer. He immediately said, execution. As soon as these words came out, all the pirates' pupils shrank, and even Whitebeard became anxious, his face became extremely gloomy. But just as the executioner's blade was about to fall, Ace, along with the shout of Straw Hat Luffy, the amazing Conqueror's Haki burst out from Straw Hat Luffy's body, which made countless pirates and marines feel unbelievable. Exclamation mark. Conqueror's Haki, only one king is born among a million people. Who would have thought that this seemingly stupid guy could actually awaken Conqueror's Haki? This is really surprising. Can a kid like this actually awaken Conqueror's Haki? Looking at Straw Hat Luffy who unleashed Conqueror's Haki, the members of the Sky Pirates couldn't help but think of the previous encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates on the prehistoric island. Although it was a one-sided suppression, and he couldn't even stop Rhine's momentum, no one expected that the insignificant kid back then would become. On the battlefield of naval headquarters, Marineford, Conqueror's Haki awakened and possessed the qualities of a king. Can a Conqueror's Haki that has only just awakened possess such an amazing aura? It's really surprising. Should I say he is worthy of being Garp's grandson? The bloodline of the monkey family is really enviable. Grandfather Monkey D. Garp relied on his iron fists to stand at the top of the marine and became a benchmark for the marine. His son Monkey D. Dragon gave up his job as a marine and founded a revolutionary army, which gave the world government a headache. Now even my grandson Monkey D. Luffy has awakened Conqueror's Haki, becoming the king that only 1 in a million people can be born. Chapter 83 The Revolutionary Army pouring into the battlefield, the terrifying background of the world government. As the executioner was knocked unconscious by Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, the execution could not continue and they could only wait for the new executioner to arrive. As for whether Sengoku can personally kill Portgas Ace, of course there is no problem, but if he does so, Sengoku knows very well that he and Garp will become enemies and will never be able to return to the close relationship between the brothers they once were. It is precisely because of this that Sengoku has not chosen to personally attack Portgas Ace. Otherwise, given the situation just now, Sengoku could just slap Portgas Ace and that would be enough to completely destroy him. Damn it. Sengoku looked grim, and glanced at Garp below the execution platform, only to see Garp looking at Straw Hat Luffy with an extremely incredible look. It seems that even Garp did not expect that Straw Hat Luffy could awaken Conqueror's Haki. Ace's brother. What an amazing guy. Phoenix Marco was hit by Garp's punch. At this moment, his physical condition is not as good as it seems. If it were not for the recovery ability of the Zone Phoenix form, Marco would have been hit head-on by Garp's Haki. I'm afraid he would have been almost seriously injured if he had not suffered any serious damage. Guys, cover Ace's brother, rescue Ace. Whitebeard swung the Kumochiri in his hand, and the shocking force spread out to the surroundings. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of Marine elites, including Commodore Rear Admiral and the like, were unable to put up any effective resistance under Whitebeard's shockwaves, and were instantly blown away. At the same time, Rhine, who was on the Ragnarok and noticed Straw Hat Luffy awakening Conqueror's Haki, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although Rhine knew that Straw Hat Boy Luffy would awaken his own Conqueror's Haki in the Summit War, Rhine did not expect that Straw Hat Luffy's dominant color Haki Kangi would actually so high. Let's put it this way, even a strong person who has awakened Conquerors for 2 or 3 years, using his own strong mental power to drive Conqueror's power, cannot compare with the Conquerors that Straw Hat Luffy just unleashed. As expected, he is worthy of being the favored child of this world and the protagonist of the pirates' world. However, the current Summit War is very different from the original. In the original, the Straw Hat Boy successfully rescued Ace. If Ace had not heard Sakazuki's insult to Whitebeard and turned back to fight him, Ace would definitely be able to leave the naval headquarters. But now it has become a very difficult thing for Straw Hat Luffy to release Portgas D Ace like in the original work. Because the man who helped Straw Hat Boy Luffy gather the key to unlock the Seastone handcuffs, Mr. 3, is the current captain of the 9th Squadron of the Flying Pirates. Without Rhine's suggestion, why would Mr. 3 help the Straw Hat Boy? Although Rhine did arrange for Bentham and Mr. 3 to hide their identities and act as executioners, and they are walking towards the execution platform at this moment, this does not mean that Rhine will help the Straw Hat Boy and the Whitebeard Pirates. For Rhine, having Portgas D Ace in his hands was just a show of bad taste. However, at this moment, an extremely large warship actually passed through the layers of fog, passed through the Gate of Justice, and arrived at the Crescent Bay Channel outside the naval headquarters. At this moment, the outer area has been occupied by the 43 large ships under the command of the Whitebeard Pirates. When the members of the Whitebeard Pirates noticed the approach of the huge ship, they all looked solemn, wondering what the origins of these guys were. However, as the ship moved, the figure on the deck also appeared in the eyes of the pirates around Crescent Bay. That is, the world's most vicious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Revolutionary Army. How did they appear here? Is he a friend or an enemy? Is he here to help us fight the Marine, or to help the Marine fight us? Hey, no matter how you think about it, there's no way the Revolutionary Army would get involved with the Marines, right? I suddenly remembered something. Among the group of jailbreakers brought by Straw Hat Boy, there seemed to be the Revolutionary Army. You can't be mistaken. The figure standing with the Straw Hat Boy is the Grand Line Army commander of the Revolutionary Army, the S********** King, Emporio Ivankov. And his lieutenant, Lightning. Hey, if Emporio Ivankov is here to help Straw Hat Boy save Ace, then now that the Revolutionary Army has arrived, does that mean you are here to help us? That's great. Suddenly, many pirates on the periphery showed extremely excited expressions. Just now they were still worried about the collision deep in the battlefield, but now, the arrival of the Revolutionary Army's strong men can not only help stop the Marines' strong men, but they can also stop the members of the flying pirates who are causing trouble. At the same time, on the wall of the Crescent Bay in Justice Square, the Demon King Emporio Ivankov also noticed the movement behind him. Looking back, he saw the flag of the Revolutionary Army fluttering on a huge ship, and the ship was approaching the interior of the Crescent Bay. Even though the sea was frozen, the huge ship seemed unaffected, breaking the ice wherever it passed. Dragon. Seeing the figure coming, Emporio Ivankov couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. Advertisement. Hearing this, Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army beside Emporio Ivankov, also turned around and looked into the distance. Seeing the Revolutionary Army's ships approaching, Sabo grinned and said, "It looks like Mr. Dragon has come to support us. Eva, Lightning, we have to work harder." Understood. Emporio Ivankov nodded, and then looked at the Straw Hat Boy not far away, who was blocked by 2 Marine Vice Admirals. Without any hesitation, Emporio Ivankov appeared behind the Straw Hat Boy. Straw Hat Boy, keep going and rescue your brother. Let us deal with these guys. Emporio Ivankov looked serious as he looked at the 2 Vice Admirals attacking Straw Hat Luffy and launched his attack without hesitation. Death wink. Fit. Boom. The 2 Vice Admirals were blown away in an instant. Seeing this, the Straw Hat Boy couldn't help but say, "Thank you, Ivan." The Vice Commander of the Grand Line Army of the Revolutionary Army, Lightning, also activated the Devil Fruit ability at this moment. He used the Paramecia scissor fruit to cut the ground on the side, and a staircase leading to the highest point of the execution platform appeared in front of the Straw Hat Boy. Just keep going, Straw Hat Luffy. It seems that everything is moving in the right direction. Everyone on the battlefield seems to be helping Straw Hat Luffy to move forward. However, seeing this scene, Rhine's expression was very calm, and he slowly said, Ryder, come back and watch the show. Hearing this, Baroric Redfield, who was colliding with Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, did not hesitate at all, and returned to the Ragnarok in an instant like a ghost. Looking at Sakazuki, who looked confused, Rhine replied calmly, "That kid is about to rush to the execution platform. You should have something else you want to do, right?" Snort. Although it was unclear why Rhine would not let Baroric Redfield continue to delay him, Sakazuki couldn't care less at the moment. Rhine was also looking at Sakazuki with great curiosity. In the original novel, Sakazuki was delaying Whitebeard's steps at this time. So, Sakazuki, who had not yet clashed with Whitebeard and had only fought a little with Baroric Redfield, was in full peak condition and had only consumed some of his physical strength. What would the Straw Hat Boy do? Facing a guy like Sakazuki, there is no chance for the Straw Hat Boy to survive. An acquaintance is here. However, just as Rhine was curiously watching Sakazuki's imminent explosion, Baroric Redfield beside him suddenly looked up at the sky and said in a serious tone, "I haven't seen this guy for decades." Former Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters, current Commander of the World Government Army, Kong. The next second, a figure with amazing spirit and hockey entangled in it, like a cannonball, actually attacked directly towards the Ragnarok. The terrifying power wrapped around his fist, even Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling a little unbelievable. Peak quasi-king level combat power, is this the strength of the former Marine Marshal? Seeing that the opponent attacked him right away, Rhine couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and then he drew out the Sakura 10 and the dead tree from his waist without hesitation. Momo, 10 times slash. Fit. Sakura and the dead tree wrapped in amazing hockey instantly collided with Kong's fist. For some reason, this guy's iron fist seemed to be more threatening than Garp's. Governor of the Flying Pirates, Lerona Rhine. Kong looked solemn and said slowly, "I learned your true identity from the Five Elders. I didn't expect that you, who were supposed to be a member of the world government, would become its opponent now. With such a young quasi-king level warrior, I sometimes have to doubt whether the world government's decision is correct. If the world government's decision is correct, then why would such a young quasi-king appear and become the enemy of the world government?" However, facing Kong's words, Rhine just chuckled and said calmly, "What do you want to say? Is it about my identity, or do you doubt the world government after seeing my existence? You are overthinking it. Even if I doubt whether the government's decision is right or wrong, I will not doubt the government's justice and fairness." Kong raised his arm, and the amazing hockey instantly wrapped around him. He said with a serious look, "I want to see what kind of combat experience you can show as such a young quasi-king. Haha, you have the same idea as me. I also want to see if your quasi-king level aura is a mistake as I am a veteran warrior." Advertisement. Rhine chuckled, and then the terrifying conquerors burst out instantly. This terrifying hockey that was enough to shake the heavens and the earth instantly collided with the conqueror's hockey displayed by Kong. In the same world, on live broadcast screens around the world, there was also a scene of former Marine Marshal Kong colliding with the vegetable fungus. Who on earth is that guy? How could he collide with the Emperor of the Sea? I have never seen such a strong man before. He should not be an unknown person, right? I always feel like I've seen that guy somewhere before. What a terrifying existence. It can actually collide with Lerona Rhine in terms of conqueror's hockey and power. I'm afraid that Lerona Rhine's strength is not weaker than Whitebeard at all now, right? I'm even more curious about where this guy came from and how he could be so powerful. When many people were wondering who this pointy-headed old guy was, some older people revealed his identity. I never thought that I would be able to see Marshal Kong one day. A Marine who had been retired for many years sighed and said in a very serious tone, "The man who collided with Lerona Rhine was named Kong. He was the former Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters and the Marine Marshal before Sengoku. However, many years ago, Marshal Kong resigned and no longer worked in the Marine. Instead, he was promoted to the world government and went to Mariejois, becoming the commander-in-chief of the entire army of Mariejois. I didn't expect that after so many years, Marshal Kong's figure is still the same as it was back then." Hearing this, the audience all showed surprise on their faces. Originally, they were worried that the pirates were too numerous and the Marines would not be able to win. At this moment, with the support from Kong and the world government, it seems that this problem can be easily solved. In this case, Marine will definitely have the upper hand, right? The support of the commander-in-chief of the entire army will definitely bring the number of high-end combat forces between the two sides closer. In this way, the Marine will definitely be able to win the final victory. Naval Headquarters Marineford. With the arrival of the world government's support, the gap between the two sides at this moment seems to have been easily erased. How terrifying is the 800-year-long history of the world government? Until now, no one has been able to find out. Commander-in-chief of the whole army, Kong. Marine Marshal, Buddha's Sengoku. The three strongest forces of naval headquarters. In addition, the world government also sent CPO and scientific forces to support, and even a strange figure appeared on the execution platform, standing next to Sengoku. It was the commander of the world government's Knights of God, Fegaland Galanshang. I didn't expect the situation to become so tense. Fegaland Galanshang spoke calmly, looking at the two sides who had stopped fighting at this moment, and slowly said, "It seems that the sudden intervention of the Flying Pirates group has directly interrupted many plans." Hearing this, Sengoku's face showed a lot of helplessness, and responded, "It can't be helped. After all, we couldn't have expected the flying pirates to appear in the naval headquarters. Besides that, no one would have thought that the Revolutionary Army would also come to naval headquarters. If the world government's support came a little later, I'm afraid the situation would really be hopeless. After saying this, Figaran couldn't help but look at the Revolutionary Army ships in the distance. At this moment, the enemy had already arrived inside Crescent Bay, and joining the battlefield was just a piece of cake. There's no need to pay too much attention to the Sky Pirates. They're just troublemakers. Let's deal with the Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army first. As for the Sky Pirates, Fagaland Galansheng glanced at Rhine too, who was on the Ragnarok and had not taken any further action after a slight collision with Kong. One of the 5 elders will come and fight him personally. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Are the 5 elders actually going to take action themselves? It seems that more than 30 years have passed since the Rocks era, almost 40 years. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku nodded and said, I understand, but the question is, will the guys from the Flying Pirates suddenly attack? Don't worry. Figaran Galansheng interrupted Sengoku and said calmly, relying on the power of the Marines, it should not be a problem to fight against the Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army. The Flying Pirates, Kong, I, and the adults who will arrive later will take action to deal with it. Chapter 84. The Secret of the Past, the Identity of Lerona D. Rhine Saint is exposed. Although it sounds like Saint Figaran Galen's tone is quite arrogant, in fact, as the commander of the Knights of God, there are not many people in this world who can make Saint Figaran Galen put aside his pride and have an equal dialogue with him. Even within the world government, the status of Saint Figaran Galen is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Holding the strongest force of celestial dragons, the Knights of God. As a descendant of the noble celestial dragons, Figaland has never lost his pride since childhood. No matter who he is facing, Figaland Galansheng always remains so arrogant and indifferent, as if nothing in the world can change Figaland's expression. In addition to the news that we have learned before, Lerona Rhine is an abandoned existence from the celestial dragons. Even if we have not heard of which level of celestial dragons this surname belongs to, there is no doubt that what can the abandoned celestial dragons do in front of the commander of the Knights of God. Even so, the power of the Flying Pirates should never be underestimated. Sengoku said solemnly, Master Garen, please do not underestimate the power of the Sky Pirates, especially the captain of the Sky Pirates, Lerona Rhine. In just 1 year, he was able to grow from an unknown little pirate to one of the 5 great sea emperors of the New World, and even became the first dual fruit ability user in history, mastering both the Paramecia Lion Fruit and the Paramecia Grass Fruit, 2 top abilities. If you underestimate the other party, you may suffer a loss. However, facing Sengoku's kind reminder, Figaran Galansheng was very calm. He just glanced at Sengoku indifferently and said calmly, it's just a pirate. How big a wave can it make in front of me? As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku, you only need to worry about the marine affairs. The world government will deal with the Flying Pirates. You only need to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates. Is that okay? After hearing this, Sengoku didn't say anything more. Sengoku knew very well in his heart that even if he was a special existence among celestial dragons, Figaland was still a celestial dragon. The pride in the bones of celestial dragons could not be changed by others. Obviously, naval headquarters also belongs to the power of the world government, but for some reason, at this moment, Sengoku had the idea of hoping that the Flying Pirates could make Fagialand suffer. Although he knew that this thought should not occur to him, it seemed that at this moment, facing Fagaland's attitude, Sengoku wanted to use the power of the Flying Pirates to teach him a lesson. Of course, Fagaland had no idea what was in Sengoku's mind. Looking at the location of Crescent Bay at this moment, Fagaland couldn't help but feel a little weird. Looking at the Revolutionary Army that had already arrived at the battlefield not far away, Fagaland couldn't help but frown and said in a strange tone, according to the character of the Revolutionary Army, shouldn't they liberate those allied countries at this time? After all, the eyes of the whole world are on Naval Headquarters Marineford. The Revolutionary Army should avoid such a place as much as possible. Hearing this, Sengoku did not answer, because at this moment Sengoku did not know why the other party came to the Naval Headquarters and to the battlefield of Marineford. Forget it, they are just the Revolutionary Army. When facing the world government, they did not hide like rats. Instead, they showed up at the Naval Headquarters Marineford. I have to admit that rats are really bold nowadays. Figarand appeared beside Kong not far away. Looking at the approaching revolutionary forces from a distance, he said calmly, deal with the Flying Pirates first. Although the Marines are useless, they should be able to stop the attacks of the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard Pirates in a short period of time. Hearing this, Kong frowned and said solemnly, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with the Flying Pirates. I'm very sure from the previous collision that Lerona Rhine has completely reached the peak of the quasi-king level, and is only one step away from the true king level. After hearing this, Figaran couldn't help but frown slightly and said in a very unhappy tone, quasi-king level. So what? Does it mean that in your eyes, a quasi-king level pirate is already impossible to deal with? Kong did not continue to speak. Although he was also an official of the world government and the commander-in-chief of the world government's entire army, his status seemed to be very high. But in fact, compared with the Knights of God, Sora knew very well that whether it was the Marine or himself, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, they were just running dogs to the celestial dragons. Perhaps what the pirates said was right. In front of the celestial dragons, they were just servants and slaves serving the celestial dragons. Even Kong, facing the commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Galen, could only continue to speak according to Fegaland Galen's words. After all, even though it sounds like Kong's position is even higher, compared to the commander of the Knights of God, Kong is not a celestial dragon after all. One of the 5 elders, Azamburn v. Nasujuro, has arrived at the naval headquarters battlefield. Do you still think that the strength of the quasi-king level can make waves? Glancing at Kong, who didn't speak, Saint Figarand Galen said in a very cold tone, quasi-king level. As the representative of the 5 elders fighting power, the Venus financial god, Saint Azamburn v. Nasushulong, is a true king-level fighter. A mere quasi-king level can't cause any trouble. Hearing this, Kong could only nod helplessly. At the same time, the gods roared. On the deck, watching the arrival of the world government's support, the many monsters from the flying pirates returned to the Ragnarok and behind Rhine. Advertisement. Just as the captain guessed, the support from the world government came really quickly. Baroric Redfield said solemnly, but Kong and an unknown celestial dragon should not be enough to change the current situation at naval headquarters, right? Hearing Baroric Redfield's words, everyone's faces also showed a look of agreement. Just as Baroric Redfield said, the two. How can the current situation faced by Marine be reversed? World government's commander-in-chief, Kong, should be at the same quasi-king level as me, but when I clashed with that guy before, I could sense that his strength was not as good as mine. Rhine looked calm and said in a very indifferent tone, as for the other person, his strength should not be far from the quasi-king level. Peak Admiral level combat power. As for his identity, Celestial Dragon's strongest weapon, the commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Galanshang. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces showed some surprise. The Knights of God. To the rest of the crew, these 5 words were extremely unfamiliar. Even Robin, who was well versed in history, frowned at this moment. But for the strong men of the flying pirates, it seems that this name is not a secret. From the changes on the faces of Baroric Redfield, Douglas Bullet, Crocodile, and Moria, it is clear that these 4 people are well aware of the existence of the Knights of God. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would still see the Knights of God appear. Baroric Redfield said solemnly, "What should we do, Captain? If all the Knights of God join the battlefield, I'm afraid we will have to treat it seriously, not to mention that the world government may send reinforcements from other areas." Hearing this, before Rhine could even speak, Nami at the side immediately asked, "Hey, Rhine, what exactly is the Knights of God?" Except for Nami, everyone else's faces showed confusion and doubt. Hearing this, Rhine said very calmly, "The Knights of God are a combat group composed of celestial dragons. They have such great power that they can even have an equal dialogue with the 5 elders. In addition, the commander of the Knights of God has the right to judge celestial dragons. The existence of the Knights of God is known as the sharpest sword in the hands of celestial dragons. It is one of the most important trump cards in the hands of celestial dragons. If the existence of the CP organization is the most powerful shield under the celestial dragons, which can help celestial dragons collect all the information in the world, then the Knights of God can help the world government and wipe out all the resistance forces in the world. Although they are called the Sword and the Shield together with the CP organization, in fact, the status of the members of the Knights of God far exceeds those so-called CP members, because all the members who join the Knights of God are celestial dragons born in the holy land of Mariejois without exception. At this point, Rhine looked towards a place not far away, and said calmly, "That man is the current commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Galanshang. About 38 years ago, this guy appeared in the world under another name. Perhaps there are some records in history. Fegaland Green, the ancient saint, is one of the 5 sea emperors known to the public today. He is the descendant of the man in front of us." As soon as these words came out, everyone took a deep breath, with disbelief flashing in their eyes. Among the 5 sea emperors, there is a descendant of the commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Galen. Are you kidding me? At this age, he doesn't look much younger than the other emperors, right? Whitebeard. Stop kidding. Whitebeard is already 72 years old this year. How could he be the descendant of Fegaland Galanshang at this age? Could it be that Fegaland Galanshang has been a monster for hundreds of years? This should be impossible. Kaido. It is unlikely. Although Kaido is much younger than Whitebeard, he is already nearly 60 years old. Naturally, he cannot be the descendant of Fegaland Galanshang. By the same token, Charlotte Linlin, who is older than Kaido, is even less likely to be the descendant of the celestial dragons in front of us. In other words, among the 5 sea emperors, only 2 meet the age requirement. Lerona Rhine, and another one among the sea emperors, the man who was called the youngest 4 emperors before Rhine became the sea emperor. Red Hair Shanks. Advertisement. They had been with Rhine day and night, and they knew very well that Rhine could not be the descendant of the man in front of them, so there was only one possibility left. Quote. That is to say, red-haired Shanks, his real name should be Saint Fergaland Shanks, right? Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said incredulously, "Back then, the trainee crew member on Roger's ship actually had such an identity." Crocodile's eyes then fell on Bullet, and he asked, "You were also a member of the Roger Pirates back then, didn't you know about these things?" However, Bullet shook his head and replied calmly, "I joined the Roger Pirates about 29 years ago, but I only stayed in Roger Pirates for a short time. I stayed on the ship of the J Pirates for 2 years, and I left the Roger Pirates for 27 years. But, when I joined Roger Pirates, Shanks was just a kid of 9 years old, not even a trainee crew member. As that's so, Crocodile nodded thoughtfully, and then Bullet continued to explain, but. I asked Roger a question, like Roger Pirates. Why would you bring a child with you on your boat when you live a dangerous life every day? Roger's answer was that Shanks was only 1 year old when he found him, so he made Shanks a member of Roger Pirates and followed them on the sea. Sailing. Single quote quote. Crocodile frowned slightly. Beloric Redfield didn't say much, because at that time, he had already lost to Kong and was suppressed by Marine. Entered Impel down. After a moment, Crocodile continued. If this is the case, according to the time calculation, it means that Shanks was 38 years ago, or even 39 years ago, you were already a member of the Roger Pirates. Looking at Crocodile with a frown on his face, Rhine smiled and shook his head, saying calmly, maybe some of you know, and some of you don't. About 38 years ago, a super overlord who ruled the entire New World appeared in Tianai. As soon as this was said, everyone's face showed an expression of great surprise, but except for Redfield, Bullet and Crocodile, the rest of the people. They all frowned, as if they had never heard of such a thing. Rox Zebek, once the super overlord of New World, Rox Pirate was the most terrifying existence of that era. Its crew members are Whitebeard Edward, Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Akoku, Silver Axe, John and other super pirates of the old times. Quote. After hearing this, everyone's faces showed shock and disbelief. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that the current flying pirates are still far from being as beautiful as the Rox Pirates back then? After all, the crew members of Rox Pirate, without exception, have left a terrifying name in the world, and their existence is resounding throughout the world. There are even 3 Sea Emperors, a legend from the old times, and many top pirates from the New World. Why is there no news about the pirates? Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Rujun continued, the reason why there is no more news about the pirates is simply because of the outbreak of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is probably even more intense than the current Summit War. In that war, the Marine and World Government were able to win because of the combined efforts of the Knights of God, Garp, and Roger, who were able to defeat the Rox Pirates. It was at that time that Roger got the 1-year-old celestial dragon offspring, Fergaland Shanks, in the Valley of the Gods. However, just as Rhine was about to continue explaining to everyone, a voice suddenly sounded and caught Rhine's attention. You know quite a lot. It seems that before you were driven out of the Holy Land, you had already made many preparations because of your bloodline problem. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Ragnarok. It was one of the 5 elders, Azamburn v. Nasujuro. Am I right? Lerona D. Rhine Saint. Advertisement Chapter 85. The Truth and Mystery of Identity. Hatred of World Government. Big news. This is really big news. New World, somewhere on an unnamed island. At this moment, Big News Morgans looked at the picture of Naval Headquarters, Summit War. His eyes were full of madness and excitement. The entire news agency was busy. When Morgans got the news, the journalists started printing the latest news without any hesitation. The Governor General of the Sky Pirates, Narana Lane. His true identity is that he is a member of the Celestial Dragons, a group of nobles in the world, high in the sky, at the top of the Red Line. The Emperor of the Sea is actually Celestial Dragons. Morgans couldn't suppress the shock and excitement in his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to spread the news to every corner of the world as soon as possible. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Following the words of Azamburn v. Nasujuro, almost the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Lerona D. Rhine Saint. What exactly does such a name mean? Everyone on the battlefield is naturally very clear. Not to mention them, even ordinary people around the world know exactly what this name means. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Rhine in disbelief. As the governor of the Flying Pirates, one of the 5 Sea Emperors, and the youngest Sea Emperor today, a 21-year-old quasi-king level warrior actually came from the world government and was born in the Holy Land, Mariejois. Holy. Not everyone can put this word after their name. In the whole world, only the celestial dragons can add the word, holy, after their names. They have been following Rhine for a while, and even Nami, Robin, and Hancock have had close contact with Rhine. But even so, they were not aware that Rhine actually had such an identity. World nobles. Celestial dragons. Crocodile's hand holding the cigar was even shaking slightly, and his eyes fell on Kai Yin in disbelief. In addition to Crocodile, Beloric Redfield, Douglas Bullet, Rain Shiryu, Gecko Moria and others all looked at Rhine in shock and disbelief. Our captain is actually a celestial dragon. At the same time, the Marines who heard the words of Isambern v. Nasujuro, the pirates, and even the revolutionary army who had just arrived at the battlefield, all looked at Rhine in disbelief. Lerona Rhine is actually a noble from World 667, Celestial Dragons. Hey, this is simply the most unbelievable joke of this era. As the governor of the Flying Pirates, one of the 5 great sea emperors, he actually has such an identity. You are the supreme celestial dragons, but you made such a choice, leaving the holy land of Mariejois and becoming pirates. All the Marines had expressions of disbelief on their faces, even the Marine brass had expressions of disbelief in their eyes. Tisk tisk, this is really a shocking secret. Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals and one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, couldn't help but sigh in his heart after hearing the words of Azambran V. Nasujuro Saint, which exposed Rhine's true identity. Don't the nobles in the world nowadays bother to stay in the Holy Land and enjoy the most special rights in the world? In the distance, Aoki Kuzan, one of the 3 admirals and the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, also had an expression of surprise on his face. Celestial dragons. Although they are reluctant to admit it, the 3 admirals, the top combat power of the Marines, seem to be serving the celestial dragons. Even though the Marine Admiral has the duty to maintain order in the ocean and uphold world justice, the fact is that no matter what happens or when, as long as the celestial dragons give the order, even the Marine Admiral will have to obey the celestial dragons' orders. Could it be such an identity? Xingji frowned slightly, feeling extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the captain of the Flying Pirates, one of the strongest pirates groups in the New World, actually had such an identity? I just don't know why Rhine, as a celestial dragon, would choose to stand against the world government. The same confusion appeared in the hearts of every spectator around the world. Obviously, when they learned about the identity of Rhine celestial dragons and that Rhine was a member of the world's nobility, countless people became suspicious. Advertisement. Obviously, you can rely on your status as the world's noble celestial dragons to enjoy all the privileges in this world and everything that celestial dragons are born with. But why did Rhine choose to leave the holy land of Mariejois and become a pirate? Such an identity actually exists, but why have I never heard the world government mention it? Sengoku frowned slightly, thinking of the previous actions against the Sky Pirates. Almost every time, he wanted to completely wipe out the Sky Pirates, leaving no hope for the Sky Pirates to survive. CIFG, since Rhine is one of the Celestial Dragons, why did the world government make such a decision? The Celestial Dragons, now known as pirates, are Don Quixote da Flamingo. Enjoy the privileges of 7 warlords of the sea and become the ruler of Dressrosa. Even if Don Quixote da Flamingo is captured by the Marine one day, the Marine will not dare to do anything to him, and the world government will even try its best to protect him. Even though Doflamingo no longer belongs to celestial dragons, he voluntarily gave up his identity as a celestial dragon. But after all, the blood of celestial dragons flows in my veins. But why did the same thing happen to Rhine, but was he targeted by the world government? Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Nerona Rhine with an expression of disbelief. Everyone is paying attention to the last holy word of Lerona Rhine, but they are ignoring the D in the middle of her name. Sengoku seemed to understand everything. No wonder Rhine was targeted and wiped out by the world government. Because Lerona Rhine has the blood of the D clan flowing in her body. Born as an enemy of the celestial dragons, the world government, Lane has the blood of both the celestial dragons and the D clan. With such an existence, it's no wonder that the world government is so targeting Rhine and wants to wipe it out. Seeing that everyone on the battlefield was looking at him, Rhine couldn't help but sneer on his face. It's not true. Lord Rhine. Hancock was looking at Rhine in disbelief at this moment. Compared with Nami and Robin, Hancock's ability to accept was not weak, but after learning of Rhine's true identity at this moment, Hancock still found it hard to accept it. It seems that the trauma caused by celestial dragons still exists in Hancock's heart. Glancing at Hancock, Rhine couldn't help but take a deep breath and said slowly, "You will know later." Don't be sad, Hancock. I am not a member of celestial dragons. After saying this, Rhine's gaze fell on Azambran V. Nasushoro Saint, who was not far away. After hearing Rhine's words, Nasujuro Saint also spoke very calmly. What effect can such a weak defense have? After all, the name behind you cannot be erased. However, upon hearing this, Rhine shook his head and said calmly, I didn't expect that the god of finance, Venus Azambran V. Nasushulongsheng, who is one of the 5 elders, would come to naval headquarters in person to provide support and make my identity public. However, the god of finance seems to have forgotten that I have not accepted my identity as a celestial dragon, and the world government has not recognized my identity as a celestial dragon. So why did the god of finance add the word, holy, to the end of my name? Rhine raised his lips and said in a very sarcastic tone, if I remember correctly, the 5 elders couldn't wait to erase my existence and make me disappear from this world, because I am the descendant of the 20 kings among the celestial dragons, and I am the descendant of the 20 kings whose traces have been erased by you. In addition, I have blood flowing in my body from another race, the D race, the mortal enemy of the world government. To be honest, compared to admitting my identity as a celestial dragon, I think my bloodline is closer to the D race. After all, how could such a lowly bloodline as the celestial dragons allow me to have such amazing talents? After hearing this, Nasujuro Sei couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said in a rather cold tone, the blood of celestial dragons is lowly. Are you kidding? Even if you are also a member of celestial dragons, you should know the consequences of saying such a thing, right? As a result of hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but laugh out loud, shook his head and said, the world government has always wanted to kill me and make me disappear from this world completely, without even the slightest trace left behind. Excuse me, what consequences will I face if I say something like this? Rhine slowly pulled out the Sakura 10 and the dead tree from his waist, and said calmly, in fact, if I have enjoyed the privileges of celestial dragons for any day, not even a minute, then you would have no excuse to refute me if you called me Saint Lerona Rhine, because after all, I have enjoyed the privileges of celestial dragons. But it seems that you all have forgotten. From the beginning to the end, I have never experienced even a second of celestial dragon privileges, so naturally I am not a member of celestial dragons. In addition, the 5 elders have always believed that I am a descendant of the D clan and a devil who has tainted the bloodline of celestial dragons. How? Is it only been less than 2 years since I escaped from the Holy Land and was taken away by the Golden Lion? Has the 5 elders changed so much? As the amazing conqueror's hockey spread, Rhine's tone gradually changed. Do you want to make my identity as a celestial dragon confirmed, so that I will be deserted by my friends and family, and all the crew members will betray me, so that you can wipe me out more easily? Hearing this, Nasujuro felt the amazing conqueror's hockey on Rhine. The huge sense of oppression even made Nasujuro gasp. With a cultivation level of quasi-king level, why is conqueror's hockey strength even beyond the king level? In fact, even Rhine himself didn't know that during this period of rest, conqueror's hockey had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Advertisement. Originally, Rhine's conqueror's hockey came from the former pirates King Gall D. Roger. Although it has been too long since Roger's death that Rhine inherited it, the conqueror's hockey in Roger's body is infinitely close to the king-level hockey. But just a while ago, Rhine awakened his own conqueror's hockey, and merged it with Roger's conqueror's, even reaching the peak of the king level. If Rhine checked his panel information at this moment, he might find that his strength has been improved since the Honeycomb Island incident. He has already stepped into the realm of true king-level combat power. The conclusions drawn from the previous Kong Kong collision were just information given by the world government, and the collision was equally matched, which gave Kong Kong an illusion. After listening to Rhine's words, the expressions of many crew members of the Flying Pirates group also recovered. What about celestial dragons? Since they have already decided to follow Lane, it doesn't matter even if Lane is a celestial dragon. To be honest, I think this is more interesting. Douglas Bullet raised his mouth and looked at the Rhine in front of him, where hockey was exposed. The terrifying conqueror's pressure swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone looked at Bullet in confusion, while Bullet looked at Kaijin and continued, as the descendant of the 20 kings who created world government, I will end the world. The world government has ruled for 800 years. This kind of plot development makes people feel even more excited, doesn't it? After hearing this, Crocodile nodded and responded slowly, this is simply a perfect closed loop. In 800 years, the world government has been completely corrupt. The captain will lead us to overthrow the corrupt government. It is really exciting to see him overthrow the government as the founder. However, the captain has never admitted his identity as a celestial dragon. Beloric Redfield said calmly, looking at Azambran v. Nasushoro in the distance, and said calmly, this is just. It was that guy who said that the flying pirates should betray the captain. I was about to doubt the captain, but, by reading the heart of Azambran v. Nasujuro, I learned the true purpose of all this. Just as the captain said, I just want to make the captain deserted by everyone. Besides, just as the captain said, the 5 elders are regretting that they did not kill the captain, but gave him a chance to escape. Through the hearts of the 5 elders, we can know that the captain was just a slave who was not marked as a slave in Mariejois, the Holy Land. After listening to Beloric Redfield's words, everyone took a deep breath, and then their expressions were filled with anger to the ultimate. The world government is truly unforgivable for letting their captain do such a thing. At this moment, after listening to Beloric Redfield's words, Hancock also recognized his own heart. Although he had felt a little bit unbelievable and even confused because of Rhine's identity as a celestial dragon, after Rhine's explanation and Beloric Redfield's. After hearing the answer, Hancock no longer hesitated. Damn the world government, their methods are so despicable. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Hancock. Then Hancock said seriously, what are we waiting for? Do we really need Rhine to give the order? Will they take action? The world government bastards did something like that to our captain. Are we going to write it off like this? Upon hearing this, Bullet grinned and leapt off the Ragnarok like a cannonball. Seeing this scene, the other members also jumped off the Ragnarok, staring at the Marine and the world government. But just as everyone was falling towards the ground, preparing to deal with Marine and world government and help Rhine vent his anger, Enel, the god of thunder, one of the 3 disasters of the flying pirates, turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the song of the sky. Seeing this scene, Hancock couldn't help but look sad. Ultimate, did Enel choose to betray the flying pirates? However, those who really understand Enel's character are naturally very clear about Enel's loyalty to the fungus. Moreover, Enel has no idea what celestial dragons are, so he will not betray Rhine because of this identity. In other words, the next second, an astonishingly huge ball of lightning condensed and appeared above Naval Headquarters Marineford. Lei Ying.
4LD Chapter 86 World Government Science Force, completely transformed pacifist bear. Nasujiro looked at Enel who was leaving, and thought that he could make the flying pirates lose an admiral-level fighter, but the next second, something happened and Nasujiro's pupils shrank, and his expression became extremely ugly. The world government is just a mere tyrant, treating the boss like this. The deafening thunder and Enel's shouts alternated and intertwined together, making it difficult to distinguish whether it was Enel's voice or the roar of natural thunder in the thundercloud. The next second, with the help of natural thunder, Enel used the thunder story and the thunder power contained in his thunder drum to release the thunder that needed to be created in advance. The terrifying blue thunderball didn't seem to be a big deal from the outside, except that it was a little bit bigger in size. But in fact, Enel once relied on such a trick to destroy his hometown, Sky Island Burka, in one blow. You know, even compared to an island like Naval Headquarters Marineford, Enel's hometown Sky Island Burka is not much smaller. After so many years, the thunderbolt released by Enel is now even big enough to be equal to the entire Marineford. What's more terrifying is that even Enel has no idea what the power contained in Lei Ying can do. The expression of the god of finance, Isambaren v Nasujiro, had also changed to an extremely ugly state. At this moment, the thunder that was about to fall from the sky even made Nasu Shoulengsheng's face look extremely gloomy. Ha 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 ha, I thought Enel would betray the captain, but I didn't expect he was making preparations? Looking at the thunder that was about to fall from the sky, Gecko Moria couldn't help but say, but with such a large-scale move, is Enel planning to trap us in it? Hearing this, Bullet couldn't help but say, what an amazing power. Logia's strongest devil fruit is indeed worthy of its reputation. Its destructive power alone exceeds that of other devil fruits by a large margin. Everyone was looking at the thunder in the sky which had not yet fallen and expressed their own sighs. However, they didn't seem to be worried that Enel's thunder would drag them into it. Because everyone knows very well that this is Naval Headquarters Marineford, it is the territory of the Marines and the territory of the world government. If Marine and world government don't resist this kind of move with all their strength, the worst that can happen is that they can just run away. But Marine can't run away, after all. In addition to high-end combat power, such a huge thunder will be enough to destroy the entire naval headquarters in an instant. By then, all the countless Marine elites in Marineford will have to pay the price with their lives. As if they understood this, many Marine warriors also appeared in the air. With the help of Marine 6 Styles Moonwalk, even if they did not have the ability to fly. It can also continue to rise towards the sky. It's just that the speed is relatively slow, and it's impossible to stabilize the body and stand in the air for a really long time. But for the 3 admirals, this seems to be enough. If such a huge thunderbolt were to fall, the consequences would be disastrous. The top fighter of the naval headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki, suddenly swung his right arm, and the terrifying magma gathered and condensed into a terrifying magma fountain of hundreds of meters. The power was so huge that it was like a volcano ready to erupt and could no longer suppress the restlessness inside. Under the impact of the terrifying force, the terrifying ultimate power instantly poured into Lei Ying. Great eruption. Seeing Sakazuki's actions, Xingqi and Borsellino also understood Sakazuki's idea. Through powerful means, they made Lei Ying suffer damage from the inside, so that it exploded in the sky. Otherwise, if Lei Ying continued to land, even if he was stopped, the amazing thunder force would be enough to completely destroy naval headquarters. Yashikani no Magatama. Borsellino crossed his arms, and countless laser beams burst out from his palms. Although his moves were simple and large-scale moves were rarely developed, he relied on the terrifying power of the sparkling fruit. The destructive power caused by each flash explosion was enough to easily destroy any mountain. As countless lasers poured into Lei Ying, Qingji also took a deep breath. Ice Age. The terrifying cold air instantly swept towards the sky, and with the help of the power of the frozen fruit, it created a thick layer of ice that directly wrapped Lei Ying up. Seeing such a terrifying range, Sakazuki and Borsellino on the side couldn't help but take a deep look at Qingji. Is Logia awakening? I didn't expect Qingji to be so good at developing the frozen fruit. After the fruit's ability was awakened, Qingji's combat power might have surpassed both of them. After all, Borsellino and Sakazuki have not yet completed the awakening of the Logia Devil Fruit. Naval Headquarters, at the execution platform, seeing the methods displayed by Qingji, even Sengoku couldn't help but widen his eyes. His expression became full of joy. Qingji has actually awakened the Logia ability. You know, the ability of the Logia Devil Fruit is definitely the most difficult to awaken among the 3 types of Devil Fruit. Because Logia itself possesses power comparable to natural disasters, once awakened, the strength of Logia users will take a qualitative leap. Advertisement seeing Qingji easily freeze Lei Ying, who was as big as the entire naval headquarters Marineford, Sengoku couldn't think of any other power that could achieve such a level except awakening. With the continuous explosion of magma and laser inside Lei Ying, finally in midair, the frozen Lei Ying was completely destroyed from the inside. But even so, the terrifying power of the explosion even broke through the ice layer, and the huge amount of energy spread out in all directions. This is the destructive power of Thunderfruit. Under the cover of natural lightning, the power contained in this move is so strong that even the Admiral level dare not take a head-on. Seeing the commotion caused by the flying pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates could no longer hold back. Whitebeard took a deep breath, looked aside, and said, I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to join in such a war. This is really unbelievable. Hearing this, Drago shook his head, then looked at Sabo who was advancing with Straw Hat Luffy in the distance, and answered in a very serious tone. I just don't want the flame of revolution to be extinguished here. The fire of revolution. Hearing what Dragon said, Whitebeard also looked towards the location of the Justice Square. At this moment, Straw Hat Boy and Sabo had already rushed to the front of the execution platform. What they are about to face is their grandfather who has taught them since childhood and has great deterrent power over them. Monkey D. Garp. We have to hurry and pass through Crescent Bay. The Marine's attention is not yet attracted to us. This is the best opportunity. Whitebeard suddenly clenched his fist, and the power of Shock Fruit was immediately activated. the terrifying destructive force instantly shattered the wall of Crescent Bay in front of him. Before the surrounding wall is raised, the ordinary walls of Crescent Bay are simply unable to stop Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army have already arrived at Justice Square at a high speed. However, Whitebeard and the dragon knew very well that arriving at Justice Square at this moment meant that the real test was about to begin. Now, the attention of most of the powerful people in the world government and naval headquarters is attracted by the flying pirates. Although the flying pirates are here to cause trouble and not to really help the Whitebeard Pirates, at this moment Whitebeard can't help but feel a little grateful to the birth of Rhine. If it weren't for Rhine, I would have to face the obstruction of the naval headquarters' top combat power if I wanted to set foot here. Given my physical condition, by the time I reach Justice Square, the hidden injuries in my body may be beyond control. At this moment, as the Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army approached, they even poured into the Justice Square. Sengoku's expression also became extremely ugly. After their attention was drawn to the flying pirates, did these guys seize the opportunity and break into such a position? The encirclement wall plan cannot continue, in this case. Sengoku took out the Den Den Mushi and said solemnly, the pirates have already set foot on the Square of Justice. Reinforcements from the rear, move immediately. Yes. Along with the reply from the other end of the Den Den Mushi, and in the puzzled gazes of countless pirates, dozens of scientific research war weapon androids appeared in front of the pirates at the bottom of the platform in front of the Justice Square. In addition, dozens of war weapons also appeared on the road coming from Crescent Bay in the back. Pacifist troops, target the criminals of the Pirates and Revolutionary Army, and attack immediately. Following Zhang Taowen's words, dozens of pacifists did not hesitate at all. After learning the identities of the pirates through computer scans, they opened their mouths one after another, and laser beams shot out from their mouths. This laser beam is a means of attack that Vegapunk developed by studying Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals at the naval headquarters, and then attaching it to the body of a pacifist. The power is so strong that it is not weaker than the laser beam cast by Borsellino himself. The only difference is that Borsellino can release such laser beams instantly, but for the pacifist, there is a moment's lead time. That's a bear. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. He had just parted ways with Kuma last time, and now he had been transformed into this by the world government? World government. Damn world government. Dragon thought of the many things that happened to the bear, and without any hesitation, he activated the devil fruit ability. The wind blew violently, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Dorag waved his hand, and wind blades flew straight towards the marine in the distance. Whitebeard noticed Dragon's movements and couldn't help but frown, his eyes fixed on the android pacifist troops in the distance. It seems that the world government's mastery of technology has reached an incredible level. I'm afraid that even pirates below the vice admiral level cannot stand up to the power of these pacifists. Is this the foundation of the world government that has lasted for 800 years? Advertisement had turned out that such a large number of pacifists were produced through research and development. On the pirates' side, due to the appearance of the pacifists, it became very difficult for the pirates to move forward. The pacifists standing in front of them, even some of the captains of the large fleets, except for the captains, were unable to defeat them. It also shocked the spectators around the world. They had to admit that the background of the world government was too amazing. Can the world government actually produce as many of these things as it wants? The fact that the captains of the famous pirates in the New World could not defeat the pacifists in a one-on-one situation was enough to illustrate the problem. The power possessed by the ideologists is definitely comparable to that of Vice Admiral. Without the strength of a Vice Admiral, facing these pacifists, there is no means to fight back, and they will only be ruthlessly suppressed. At this moment, a pacifist appeared in front of Luffy and Sabo. Seeing the other person's appearance, Sabo gritted his teeth, with a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. When Sabo noticed the Bible in the other person's hand, he became even more furious. Pacifists do not hold such a Bible in their hands as Bartholomew Bear does. In other words, the person standing in front of him at this moment is not a pacifist, but Bartholomew Bear, who has been transformed by the world government. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Kuma was originally a spy sent by their revolutionary army to infiltrate the world government. But after a long time, after being exposed, the bear had to accept the scientific transformation of the world government for some reason. Now the bear has completely lost its humanity and has become a machine. Device. Dragon Claw. Sabo's eyes flashed with anger, and he immediately rushed towards Bartholomew Bear. Even though he didn't want to hurt his fellow revolutionary soldiers, at this moment, facing Bartholomew Bear, who had been completely transformed by the world government, Sabo only had an idea. That is to allow Bartholomew Bear to truly die without having to suffer these things. However, facing Sabo's attack, Sean was very calm and slowly took off his gloves. Seeing this scene, Sabo's pupils shrank immediately. Did the bear still retain a trace of consciousness? But before Sabo could speak, or even stop his attack, the bear slapped Sabo without hesitation. How can the flames of revolution be extinguished? For your own safety, you'd better leave here. With Sabo's disappearance, Bartholomew Kuma's last bit of consciousness seemed to have been exhausted. When his eyes fell on the Straw Hat Boy, there was no emotion at all. And want to completely wipe out the Straw Hat Boy. Having experienced this once before, Straw Hat Luffy also realized that the other party did not hurt Sabo, but sent Sabo away and left the extremely dangerous naval headquarters. Taking a deep breath, facing the incoming moves, Straw Hat Luffy dodged and said very seriously, "Thank you very much for your help. At least Sabo will not face any danger. I will definitely rescue Ace, and then I will be able to meet Sabo again." As the Straw Hat Boy continued to move forward, Bartholomew Bear's desire to attack seemed to have stopped. At this moment, in Sabaody Archipelago, the captain of the Bonnie Pirates, Jewelry Bonnie, who was eating meat and pizza, saw dozens of people appearing at the naval headquarters. Taiwan pacifist, and noticed that the Basoro Bear had been completely transformed. Bonnie couldn't help but burst into tears at this moment. Knowing that he was powerless to take revenge, Bonnie could only wait until he grew up before taking revenge on Marine and the world government. Maybe joining the Flying Pirates and becoming one of them would be a good choice. As long as I can overthrow the rule of the world government, I will accept any price I have to pay. Looking at the 3 screens, Jewelry Bonnie took a deep breath and made a decision in her heart when she saw the huge screen where the Flying Pirates were located. After the war, we immediately headed to New World, to Pirates' Paradise, Beehive Island. Beehive Island is the base camp of the Flying Pirates. As long as you can reach Beehive Island, you can definitely join the Flying Pirates. Why did you join the Sky Pirates? It's very simple. It's because the ambition of the Flying Pirates is to overthrow the rule of the world government. Whether Rhine wants to ascend that throne or not. Bonnie has already made the decision to join the Flying Pirates, only in the hope of revenge. Chapter 87. To counter the power of world government, the Knights of God join in. Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this moment, with Lei Ying being stopped, Enel's figure reappeared beside Jiu Gaojihong and others. Rhine was suspended in midair with the help of the Lion Fruit's power. At Rhine's feet, the 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates and the 8 squad leaders were all staring at the people of world government. As one of the 5 elders, Nesujiro Sei looked at the many crew members of the Flying Pirates, and then his eyes fell on Rhine. Nesujiro Shang pulled out the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand. The sharp blade flashed with cold light, and amazing sword intent burst out immediately. With this sword intent, this guy might have surpassed the level of a great swordsman. Feeling the sword intent emanating from Nesujiro Saint, Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling a little surprised at the level of Nesujiro Saint. Open black lens bracket host. Lerona Rhine close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age. 21 years old close black lens bracket. Conquerors hockey. Observation hockey, top level listen to everything. Armament hockey, top level internal destruction. Conquerors, king level king's domain. Fruit ability. Paramecia lion fruit, Paramecia momo fruit. Kendo level. Top swordsman, normal, intermediate, advanced, top, peak. Physical strength. Top admiral level, comprehensive strength. King level combat strength, ordinary, intermediate, advanced, top, peak. Rhine glanced at his panel with some surprise. Even Rhine himself felt a little surprise. To be honest, Rhine himself also noticed some improvement in his strength, but he didn't expect that he could successfully break through to the king level. Looking at Nesujiro Sei, who was eager to try not far away, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle, and then drew out the Sakura 10 and dead wood from his waist. A king-level great swordsman who surpasses the great swordsman. Rhine was very curious. With the amplification of the Momo fruit, could the opponent, 3, 6, 7, block his attack? The next second, Rhine's figure flashed, and a terrifying sword intent instantly burst out. The amazing armament hockey wrapped around the 2 swords and suddenly slashed towards Nasu Sholing. Nesujiro's face darkened, and the first-generation Kitetsu suddenly raised his sword to block Rain's attack. Just as he was about to exert his strength, he sensed the more terrifying power coming from Sakura 10 and the dead tree. Momo, 10 times the increase, sit down, boom. The figure of Nasu Sholing Sheng flew backwards instantly, and a huge force burst out instantly. Even though he was also a king-level strongman, Nasu Sholing Sheng did not react quickly, and his figure crashed into the Justice Building like a cannonball. This blow instantly caused a corner of the Naval Headquarters Justice Building to be missing. Looking at the somewhat broken Justice Building, Rhine had a calm expression. He knew Nesujiro Sheng's strength very well and knew that he would not be easily defeated. Momo, 10 times the increase. So Rhine did not hesitate at all, and the Lion Fruit ability was activated instantly. The rubble on the Justice Square floated around Rhine, and as the fruit was activated, the Momo fruit amplified these rubbles, with a speed and force more than 10 times greater than before, and they continued to attack the direction where Nasu Sholing Sheng fell. Sit down. The huge smoke and dust caused by the violent vibration made it impossible to see the situation inside, but through observation hockey, it was possible to detect that Nesujiro Sei's breath was still very stable, as if he had not suffered any blow. Nesujiro Seiji slowly walked out from the smoke, holding the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand and looking at Nine with a calm expression. Even his robe was not damaged, which was enough to prove how amazing this guy was. Interesting. Rhine's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that there would be such an amazing guy among the 5 elders. In the original work, the performance of the 5 elders was very poor when they were in Egghead, Future Island. But now Rhine had no time to think about those problems. He just swung the 2 swords in his hands suddenly. Momo, 10 times slash, 1000 slice valley. The terrifying slash of the top swordsman came instantly, and at the moment when the flying slash was condensed, Rhine activated the amplification ability of the Momo fruit. Dozens, even hundreds of flying slashes attacked Nisujiro Saint one after another. The terrifying sword intent even made people doubt whether this was really a sword intent that a man in his 20s could master. Nisujiro Shang also felt the power contained in this sword, and the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand emitted bursts of cold light and purple energy surrounded Nisujiro Shang's body. The next second, Nasu Shoulangshang unleashed an even more terrifying slash, with such amazing power that it even turned many of Rhine's flying slashes into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Is this the only level? Nasu Shoulangshang sneered, looked at Rhine calmly, and said slowly, if this is all you have, then your journey will end today. Advertisement. Looking at the indifferent Nisujiro Saint, Rhine felt a little pressured in his heart. With a kendo level that reaches the king level, Nisujiro Sei is indeed difficult to deal with. Sure enough, my swordsmanship level is still not enough to deal with beings of the same level. I should have absorbed the power of Longma at the beginning, even if there is still a gap. But not to such a huge extent. Rhine thought to himself, but facing Nasu Shoulangshang's words, Rhine remained calm and responded softly. The financial god of one of the five elders doesn't seem to be particularly amazing. Snort. The next second, Nisujiro Sei's figure, using some unknown means, appeared behind Rhine in an instant, even faster than Thunderfruit and Sparkling Fruit, like a ghost. Do you think that just because you have grown a little during this period of time, you can challenge the authority of the world government? Hearing the voice behind him, Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes. At the same time, Nasu Shoulangshang continued, if you have such thoughts, it can only be said that you know nothing about the power of the world government. However, as the first-generation Kitetsu fell from the hands of Nisujiro, the figure that Nine would at least be chopped away did not appear. Faced with this unexpected move, Rhine actually reacted, and with his powerful strength, he was able to block Nisujiro Sei's attack. After all this talk, is this all you have got? Rhine's mouth curled up, and then the lion fruit ability was activated, the ground trembled, and the two of them were fighting only 100 meters in the air. As the lion fruit ability was activated, countless lions opened their bloody mouths and directly wrapped the two of them. Seeing this scene, Nisujiro frowned immediately, and then under the power of the Rhine fruit, these lions rushed towards Nisujiro without exception. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. As Nisujiro was devoured by dozens or even hundreds of lions that were 100 meters tall, the Marines and world government experts all showed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. Nisujiro, one of the five elders, couldn't do anything to Rhine. Especially Saint Feigeland Galen, who was extremely shocked when he saw Saint Nashowling suffering a series of blows at this moment. Why is this guy's growth rate so amazing? Help. As Feigeland Galinshang spoke, Kong also began to move. Compared to the peak Admiral level combat power of Feigeronde Galinshang, Kong's quasi-level combat power to support Nazlangze is obviously more suitable for some second level. However, at this moment, a figure blocked Kong's way. Kong recognized the guy in front of him at a glance because of the scarlet dress. Just looking at the other person's appearance, Kong couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said in a very serious tone, it's been almost 30 years, how can you still maintain this appearance? However, upon hearing this, the lone red, Baloric Redfield, chuckled and responded, I haven't seen you for 30 years, and you have aged so much. I just don't know how much strength you can still exert. Get out of the way. Kong had no intention of continuing to fight with Baloric Redfield, and immediately prepared to bypass the lone red and go to support Nasu Shoro. However, in terms of speed, it seems that Baloric Redfield is more powerful. Looking at Ji Yu Gao Hong, who kept trying to stop him, Kong couldn't help but sneer. A guy like you would actually work so hard for others? Kong is naturally very clear about the power of Baloric Redfield, and he also knows why he is called the Lone Red. The reason why Baloric Redfield was called the Lone Red was that he was one of the strongest men in the entire old era, but he did not form his own power. The reason is because Baloric Redfield was born with observation haki. Read your mind. Observation haki, which can know the inner thoughts of others, has made Baloric Redfield see too much darkness since he was a child, and it also makes Baloric Redfield unable to truly trust others. It was precisely because of this that Kong felt extremely strange that Baloric Redfield, who was loyal to Lorona Rhine and the Flying Pirates, was trying to stop him from going to support him with all his strength. However, when he heard Kong's question, Baloric Redfield just looked at him coldly and said calmly, do I need to tell you who I want to serve? With all due respect, Kong, you're not qualified. Besides, I know exactly what you are thinking. The reason why I followed Captain Rhine is entirely because of his unique charm. Only someone like him is worth following. Hearing this, Kong couldn't help but show a look of disbelief on his face. Would Baloric Redfield pledge his loyalty to a person just because of his charm? No. Kong's face darkened. The feeling of having one's thoughts read by others was really disgusting. But even so, Kong still asked, so, even if Lorona Rhine doesn't mind your following, for the other members of the Flying Pirates, will they like the feeling of having their thoughts read by others? Upon hearing this, Baloric Redfield chuckled and said, since they are my companions, they naturally won't care about me reading their minds. Besides, why should I use my observation haki on my companions whom I trust so much? You, after being locked up for so many years, have you changed so much? Advertisement. Taking a deep breath, Kong's face darkened, and he asked in a very serious tone, are you really unwilling to give way? You should know that after leaving Eternal Hell, you are strong enough to move freely in this world and do whatever you want. There is no need to get involved in this war. In the midst of the struggle, Beloric Redfield couldn't help but sneer and responded. What I want to do most now is to follow Captain Rhine, overthrow the world government, and take down the god on the throne. Get off the altar. Stupid guy. Kong did not hesitate any longer, and the dark armament color instantly wrapped around him, and he rushed towards Beloric Redfield. How can you pirates understand the background of the world government? Want to overthrow the world government? There have been countless people who have had such ideas for 800 years, but they all disappeared into the river of history. Fit. With a punch, Beloric Redfield raised his hand to block Kong's attack. Kong didn't care and continued to say, in the end, you and the captain and everything about the flying pirates will be like those guys who disappeared in history, not even a trace will be left. Hee hee. Beloric Redfield sneered and replied calmly, Captain Rhine is fundamentally different from those guys before. Besides, Captain Yin's power is not comparable to those guys. Captain Rhine is only 21 years old now, and he is still more than 30 years away from his peak. When he reaches his true peak, who can fight against him? Blanket. Boom. The two fought, and neither of them gained the upper hand. Although Kong is a quasi-king level fighter and Beloric Redfield is a peak admiral level fighter, there is a difference in their strength. But in fact, the combat power of the peak admiral is only about the same as that of the quasi-king level, and the gap is not particularly huge. Both sides can fight to the death, and neither side can gain any advantage. But it is not easy to determine the winner. However, if they fight to the death and burst out until the last moment, then those who survive will definitely be quasi-king level fighters, or even quasi-king level beings who can still maintain some strength in their bodies. Seeing Kong colliding with Beloric Redfield, the commander of the Knights of God, Fergaland Galansheng, who had not yet made a move, could not help but frown. Stand up. Humph, do you want me to do it myself in the end? Saint Figarand Galen slowly drew out the sword from his waist and looked up at the sky, where Saint Azambern v. Naslang was fighting with Saint Tu. Colliding vegetables. You should be satisfied that a mere celestial dragon's abandoned child can be judged by the commander of the Knights of God. As soon as he finished speaking, Figarand jumped up, but at this moment, a figure attacked like a cannonball, and the terrifying fist force directly blasted Figarand Galen Saint. It flew out and crashed into the Justice Building, even causing the already damaged Justice Building to tremble again. Obviously, the building that symbolizes marine order and justice at this moment can no longer be used as the marine office area in the future. Looking at Fagaland Galansheng, who stood up in the smoke and dust while enduring the pain, Bullet couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and said in a very contemptuous tone, "This is the Knight of God. The commander of the regiment. Is this the only strength he has? UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
expression also became very ugly. But before Fegaland Galansheng could continue to speak, Bullet's figure had already appeared in front of Fegaland Galansheng again. For the flying pirates at this moment, it seems that the entire naval headquarters has completely turned into a battlefield. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army could not enter the Justice Square, and the execution platform was inaccessible. For the members of the Flying Pirates, it seemed that they could resist it without much effort. When Bullet's fist wrapped in the shocking armament color fell again, Fegaland Galansheng's expression became extremely solemn. But just as Fegaland dodged, a figure appeared at the spot and forced Bullet back. Bullet steadied himself, and after seeing the face of the man who stopped him, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling a little bit unbelievable. Hey, are you serious? Are there really people in the world who look exactly the same? Chapter 88 The Celestial Dragons with Extraordinary Origins, the Flying Pirates are all out in battle. Douglas Bullet, the Devil's descendant and one of the 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates, was shocked and surprised when he saw the man in front of him. This guy looks exactly like the Red Hair Pirates captain, Red Hair Shanks, among the Sea Emperors. Bullet had once been on the ship of Roger Pirates, and was very familiar with Shanks' appearance when he was a child. Although Bullet had not yet met Shanks when he grew up, he had seen Shanks' current appearance in newspapers and on wanted posters. But now, the man standing in front of him has the same face as the one on the wanted poster. Are you the fellow the captain was talking about, Garland Junemlock? Looking at the figure not far away, Bullet couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said in a serious tone, your face looks exactly like that kid Shanks. Please don't compare me to a discarded pawn. Shamrock looked calm. After hearing Bullet's words, he replied calmly, red-haired Shanks and I are indeed compatriots, but this does not mean that our relationship is very close. If red-haired Shanks is compared with me, I can only say that I am a discarded child and have no right to be compared with me. Oh, Bullet smiled slightly, and said with contempt, but it seems that your strength is far from the level of red-hair Shanks. Even though that guy is still a brat in my opinion, my captain is still very optimistic about red-hair Shanks, calling him a quasi-king level fighter. You. Feeling the aura emanating from Fegaland Shamrock, he couldn't help but sneer, can't it be that you only have this much strength? If you really only have this little strength, then even if you are a discarded pawn, Shanks doesn't need to compare with you, because you are not qualified enough. Bump. The next second, Fegaland Shamrock appeared in front of Bullet. The terrifying power he felt even made Bullet take a half step back. It's a little interesting, but it's just a little interesting. Bullet's mouth curled up, and his ultimate armament hockey instantly wrapped around him. With his superhuman strength, he punched Shamrock's head. Boom. A violent collision broke out instantly. Although Bullet's strength had not yet reached the peak Admiral level, delaying was definitely not a problem. What's more, the Figaran Shamrock in front of him also failed to reach the peak Admiral level. However, behind Figalan Shamrock, the members of the Knights of God who came to support him couldn't help but feel a little surprised and incredible after seeing Bullet, who was as strong as Shamrock. You know, Figalan Shamrock is the leader of the Knights of God, and his strength is second only to Figalan Galanru. It's incredible. Was Shamrock actually stopped by the pirates? Looking at Figalan Shamrock who was fighting with Bullet, a thin man with black hair holding a trident said calmly, "It is just as I said at the time." Figalan Shamrock was able to become the leader of the Knights of God only because of his father, Saint Galen. With his own strength, he is not qualified to be the leader. Hearing this, a young-looking woman with bicolor eyes and long legs stood up. He wore a newsboy cap with goggles, a cape, a double-breasted jacket with unusually long sleeves, only a pair of shorts, and 10 pairs of long boots with cylindrical structure decorations. It was Junzi, the only female celestial dragon in the Knights of God. As for her original name Celestial Dragons, it has never been mentioned until now, and it seems that even she herself does not care about the name Celestial Dragons. If Lord Galen heard this, the Limosopho family behind you would not be able to protect you, Killingham. Upon hearing this, Saint Limosopho Chillingham, who had just said that Shamrock was not qualified to be the leader of the Knights of God and that he was able to take that position entirely because of his father, Saint Galen's relationship, couldn't help but show a somewhat unhappy look on his face. The Limosopho family is not a particularly powerful one among the many celestial dragons families. They are not qualified to be compared with a family like the Figaran family. If he really offended Figalan Shamrock, or even Figalan Galanshang, the Limosopho family behind him would probably abandon him without hesitation. Seeing Saint Zillingham fall into silence, a member of the Knights of God who looked quite old also stood up and looked at Shamrock who was colliding with Bullet. He said in a very calm tone, "Saint Garen will not offend the rest of the Celestial Dragons family for a son who doesn't even have a holy name. After all, Jalan Sheng's status has reached the highest point of Celestial Dragons. It is impossible for him to go further. Young and outstanding successors continue to appear. If he wants to maintain his status, he will not do something too extreme." Glancing at the old man who spoke, Junzi asked in confusion, "Why did you go out as well? You obviously have the authority not to leave the Holy Land Mariejois, so you don't need to come here to take care of such things, right, Saint Somas?" This old man definitely holds a very high status in Celestial Dragons, no, in the entire Knights of God. Even Saint Figalan Galen, as the commander of the Knights of God, was not qualified to order Saint Somas in front of him. He could only discuss and see the other party's mood before deciding whether to go out. Because behind Saint Somas is one of the top families among the Celestial Dragons. Especially now, the one standing behind Saint Somas is Saint Shepherd 10 Peter, the god of agriculture and one of the 5 elders. I have to stretch my muscles. I don't know why, but I feel like our Knights of God will be constantly on the move. I'd better get familiar with this kind of life in advance, so that I won't feel uncomfortable when the time comes. Advertisement. In response to Saint Shepherd 10 Somas's words, Junzi and Saint Limosopho Chillingham beside him both showed some confusion on their faces. Could it be that the Shepherd family behind the scenes learned some future plans from the 5 elders? However, Junzi and Saint Killingham did not continue to inquire. After all, such things were just daily routine for the members of the Knights of God. While the three were chatting, a figure appeared in front of the 3 members of the Knights of God. Junzi couldn't help but frown, then took out the bounty from his bosom, and after confirming it, he said, "One of the 3 disasters of the flying pirates, Thunder God Enel, the bounty is 2.327 billion berries." Hearing Junzi's words, Saint Limosopho Chillingham narrowed his eyes and said, "That's right, the 10th disaster of the flying pirates. Then let me deal with it. It's a good opportunity to let these lowly pirates see the power we, as gods, possess." Hearing this, Enel was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and said sarcastically, Hey. You actually call yourself a god in front of me? You probably don't know." With the flash of electric arcs, Enel's figure appeared in front of Saint Killingham without knowing when. The terrifying lightning exploded instantly, and the terrifying thunder force swept across and touched Saint Killingham's body. Before, when I was in Sabaody archipelago, there were 3 guys who claimed to be gods, but to be honest, they made me very disappointed. Enel's mouth curled up as he looked at Saint Killingham who reacted quickly and blocked his move with armament hockey. Enel grinned and said, "I hope you can satisfy me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your fate will be good." 80 million volt Thunderbird. Fit. With his strength increasing, Enel now doesn't even need to activate the power hidden in the Thunder Drum to perform these moves. Feeling the terrifying power of thunder, Junzi and Saint Somas dodged it immediately, while Saint Killingham, who faced the attack directly, had a look of mockery on his face. Is that all? As the power of thunder continued to fall on Saint Killingham's body was already in tatters under the destructive power of thunder and lightning. But just as Enel was about to taunt Saint Killingham, he suddenly noticed that Saint Killingham's body had recovered at an unimaginable speed. With such a recovery speed, even zone users, no, even those with devil fruit abilities that can only recover from injuries, can't possibly be so terrible, right? What did you just call yourself? God. Chi Lingamu Saint's body was also flashing with tears, and then a stunning Qilin instantly appeared. It was the devil fruit ability that Chi Lingamu mastered. Zone Dragon Fruit Mythical Beast Kirin form. Saint Keelingham held a spear in his hand. As he entered the half-beast state, his lower body became like a horse, while his upper body looked like a human. Looking at the Keelin flashing with amazing lightning in front of him, Enel couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but only a moment later, a mocking smile appeared on Enel's face. Hey, are you kidding me? Enel taunted, as a zone mythical beast, you can't even maintain your half-beast state. It's not like Enel hasn't seen a zone before. When they were in the ancient town of Shuigu, Kaido showed everyone the most perfect half-beast state. Shiryu was now also able to enter the half-beast state. The Knights of God in front of him, Saint Keelingham from the Celestial Dragons family, Limosiphore family, was in a half-beast state at this moment, looking like a failed experiment, which was so funny. However, in the face of Enel's ridicule, Saint Keelingham just held the spear, and with the mobilization of the power of the Keelin, a terrifying black and white thunder instantly condensed and stabbed towards Enel's heart. Using the power of thunder to deal with Thor. It's really funny. Although it was unclear why Saint Keelingham's recovery ability was so terrifying, Enel did not think much about it at this moment. Facing Saint Keelingham's attack, Enel also condensed gold into a spear, wrapped with amazing hockey and thunder power, and threw it towards the black and white thunder spear stabbed by Saint Keelingham. Look, boom. The terrifying explosion instantly overturned everything around it, and the violent impact pressed in all directions. Enel, that guy, is now. It's incredible how fast it has come. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, thinking back to when he first arrived at Sky Island. Enel's strength was completely dependent on thunder fruit, and facing the existence of the two-color hockey, he was almost. Advertisement. It's hard to win. However, looking back at the present, Enel's improved strength inevitably makes Crocodile feel extremely envious. Sure enough, with the ability of a top-level devil fruit, combined with a strong talent, the room for growth far exceeds those of ordinary people with special abilities. At this moment, Enel noticed Junzi and Soma's Saint not far away, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Junzi's face was solemn, and Saint Soma's was standing around Junzi, as if he was protecting him. They are all members of the Knights of God and have impressive combat capabilities, so why is Junzi being protected by Saint Soma's? The next second, a red light emerged from Junzi's hand, and an extremely strange circle pattern gradually appeared. Crocodile did not hesitate at all, and the yellow sand gathered into a terrifying knife. 60 blades rushed towards the two of them instantly. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. Facing the crocodile that suddenly attacked from behind, Junzi's face changed after he noticed it, and he dodged immediately. As for the pentagram formation that had not been completed just now, the law is also slowly disappearing at this moment. Damn you. Junzi looked unhappy, and Somasheng beside him also had a frown on his face, staring straight at Clocky. Looking at the man in a coat and holding a cigar standing in front of him, Junzi gritted his teeth and said, the bounty is 1.976 billion Baileys, the first squadron of the Flying Pirates group. Captain, Crocodile, have you heard of my name? Crocodile raised his lips, his eyes fell on Junzi, and he said calmly, although I don't know what you were going to do just now, I don't plan to do that. Waiting for you to be ready. A-hole. Junzi looked unhappy, and immediately said to Saint Somazi who was standing beside him, Saint Somazi, please hold this guy back for a while. The Holy Land has been waiting for quite some time. Quote. Hearing this, Saint Somas did not ignore Junzi's words because of the shepherd family behind him. Glancing at Crocodile not far away, thorns continued to emerge from the ground around him and attacked Crocodile. I'll hold this guy back, you need to hurry. Looking at the thorns that kept popping up around him, Crocodile couldn't help but frown. This ability didn't seem to have any effect. However, at this moment, the voice of Shiryu of Rain suddenly came from not far away. Facing the power of Saint Somas, Shiryu of Rain slowly said, Paramecia Thorn Fruit Can. The powerful man, Shepherd 10 Soma's Saint, a member of the Knights of God, came to impel down when I was the warden, and had a confrontation with Magellan. Noodle. Hearing this, Crocodile couldn't help but glance at Shiryu and asked, so, this guy will be left to you to deal with. No problem. Throwing the cigar in his hand to the ground, Shiryu glanced at Crocodile and said slowly, but before that, please give me a cigar. I have run out of stock. Got it. Quote. Crocodile didn't care and casually waved his sleeves, and a box of cigars flew towards Shiryu. After taking the cigar box, taking out a cigar and lighting it, Shiryu's eyes fell on Somazisheng who was not far away. Then, let me see what kind of power the Celestial Dragon's ultimate weapon, the Knights of God, have, and whether they are worth a chop. Following Shiryu's words, Crocodile once again turned into a cloud of yellow sand and chased after Junzi who was not far away. Although he didn't know what the five-pointed star formation that Junzi had used before was for, Crocodile knew that he couldn't allow the enemy to use any strange tricks on the battlefield. No one knows what kind of changes the pentagram formation used by the opponent will bring to the battlefield. Chapter 89. The outbreak escalates and the pirates' camp falls into a disadvantage. Crocodile's premonition was correct. If Junzi could complete the teleportation array, then in a short while, the world government could even summon more powerful men to the naval headquarters Marineford to participate in this war. Although Crocodile was not aware that the power Junzi was about to use was a teleportation array summon, this did not prevent Crocodile from interrupting the other party. As the yellow sand continued to gather around him, a sandstorm condensed in Crocodile's palm, and then suddenly swept it towards Junzi's location. Shalon. The terrifying sandstorm merged and exploded in an instant, and the powerful attraction seemed to destroy and tear everything around it, sweeping it into the sand and dust, increasing the power of the sandstorm. Seeing this scene, Junzi's expression became extremely ugly. If he continued like this, he would not be able to complete the teleportation summon. Seeing that the huge sandstorm was about to attack, Junzi did not hesitate any longer and directly activated the Devil Fruit ability. Arrow Edge. I saw countless arrows flying through the air all around Junzi. But what is puzzling is that these arrows don't seem to be aimed at Crocodile. Just when Crocodile was puzzled, the countless arrows shot by Junzi were spinning around the huge sand and dust, and then used the arrow belt to change the trajectory of Shalon's attack. Seeing this scene, Crocodile's eyes showed a bit of surprise. Sandstorm is basically equivalent to a terrifying sandstorm formed by nature, but this guy actually used the power of his devil fruit to change the direction of the sandstorm and let it sweep to other places to eat. Although it was not considered a defense, the change in the direction of attack inevitably surprised Crocodile. With Crocodile's intelligence, he obviously easily guessed how difficult Junzi's ability was. If it's a one-on-one situation, this ability is not particularly powerful, but what if there are multiple people surrounding the army? Relying on the method just now, I am afraid that I can change all the attacks from the surroundings, making the enemies who originally attacked together kill each other. Junzi formed an arrow belt in his hand and looked at Crocodile seriously. As the arrow belt was swung, the arrows gathered around it seemed to come to life and flew straight towards Crocodile at an extremely strange angle and direction. Crocodile narrowed his eyes upon seeing this, and slammed down the golden hook in his hand, with such a powerful force that it instantly suppressed the quiver. It seems that not every member of the Knights of God possesses very strong combat capabilities. Looking at Junzi not far away, Crocodile looked calm and said in a calm tone, "At least you should not be a combatant to the Knights of God. Are you looking down on me?" Junzi's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help feeling extremely annoyed as he listened to Crocodile's words. Haha, facts speak louder than words. Of course, if you want me to take back what I said just now, you can also choose to prove with your strength that you are indeed a powerful combat member. Crocodile smiled, and his figure turned into a streak of yellow sand. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Junzi. As expected, just as Crocodile guessed, Junzi, a non-combat member, was not very strong among the Knights of God. He was only a Vice Admiral. If it was a quasi-admiral level force, Crocodile would still find it troublesome and difficult to deal with it, but it's only Vice Admiral level, not even an elite Vice Admiral. How can such a force compete with Crocodile? Crescent-shaped dunes. Blanket. Before Junzi could react, he was pierced by the crescent-shaped sand dune. According to Crocodile's ability, the power of this move is not only able to cut the enemy's body, but also able to penetrate into the enemy's body through countless tiny grains of sand and instantly absorb all the water in the enemy's body. In other words, this is a method of creating mummies on a large scale. Any enemy hit by the crescent-shaped sand dunes will instantly turn into mummies without any ability to resist. And Junzi seemed to be in much better condition than those enemies that Crocodile had previously defeated with this trick, which made Crocodile squint his eyes. It was seen that Junzi's lower body had indeed been turned into a mummy, but for some reason, there was a pentagram mark on Junzi's waist, as if the power could not penetrate that mark at all, and the whole Junzi was turned into a mummy. Just as Crocodile was wondering what the 5-pointed star icons on Junzi's waist and back of his hands meant, Junzi moved. The extremely sharp arrow belt was held in Junzi's hand, fluttering like a string of ribbons, but full of sharp aura. Junzi cut off his lower body without hesitation, and then, under Crocodile's incredible gaze, he recast his lower body in just a few breaths. Hey, you're kidding, right? Seeing this scene, Crocodile couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling a little bit unbelievable. Are you serious? Can an injury of this degree be healed in the blink of an eye? Crocodile gathered the yellow sand once again, and his expression became more serious. Maybe Junzi's power is not that strong, but the means he used just now can definitely bring him a lot of trouble. Advertisement. Immortal. It seems like it's not an easy task to completely kill this kind of opponent. The fight between Crocodile and Junzi was naturally seen by many beings on the Marineford battlefield. Although many people were in the middle of a battle at this moment, the movement of Crocodile and Junzi just now was not small, so it naturally attracted the attention of some people. They also saw the immortality ability displayed by Junzi. That's right, with that powerful recovery ability, even after cutting off his lower body, he could recover instantly. Doesn't this count as immortality? In front of Justice Square. At this moment, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were all colliding with the elite Vice Admiral of the naval headquarters. Those who are slightly stronger can face a Marine elite Vice Admiral alone, but if they are slightly weaker, 2 or 3 people will have to attack together to have a chance to stop a naval headquarters elite Vice Admiral. Although the Vice Admiral is only a negligible existence compared to the combat power of the Peak Sea, but for ordinary pirates or ordinary people, the combat power of the Vice Admiral level is already an existence that they cannot touch. Please. In the distance, Whitebeard suddenly swung his arms, and a terrifying shock force erupted along with the shock fruit. As time went by, Whitebeard had more than 50 wounds of varying sizes on his body. Although these injuries were not fatal, considering Whitebeard's current physical condition, such injuries were enough to drain Whitebeard's physical strength to an incredible degree. In order to prevent Whitebeard from moving forward, Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals and the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, also pointed in front of Hubert at this moment. Lava Kid, do you think you can stop Lousy by yourself? Looking at Sakazuki's incoming fist, Whitebeard grinned, then punched back. The astonishing shock force continued to gather and explode, and the terrifying force directly stopped Sakazuki's movements in the air. However, facing Whitebeard's trick, Sakazuki just sneered and said slowly, "You are already so old, why can't you just stay in New World as a legend of the old times? Why run to naval headquarters to seek death?" Boom. The magma around Sakazuki turned even redder, and terrifying power erupted instantly. Dark Hound. A large amount of magma gathered together and turned into a terrifying hellhound, which opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Whitebeard. Facing Sakazuki's move, Whitebeard just sneered and swung the cloud-cutting sword, which was wrapped with the power of armament hockey and shock fruit, and directly broke Dark Hound in half. But the magma that spread out continued to melt the ice, and even nearly hit the other pirates. Even if he could block Sakazuki's moves, Whitebeard would have difficulty blocking and extinguishing the terrifying high-temperature magma. You are old, Whitebeard. Sakazuki kept attacking. It seemed that due to his old age, the hidden injuries in his body, and the stab from Scored just now, Whitebeard's strength had already declined to a very serious level. If Whitebeard at his peak was undoubtedly a king-level warrior, then even if Whitebeard's power declined in old age, he was definitely at the peak of quasi-king-level warrior power. It was not something any ordinary admiral could face alone. But now, the hidden wound in his body has flared up. The knife that Scored just stabbed through Whitebeard's kidney. In addition, the Marines' continuous artillery attacks since the start of the battle have also left some wounds on Whitebeard's body. Under such circumstances, Whitebeard was still able to burst out with the peak admiral-level combat power and continue to clash with Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, who had the highest combat power. This was enough to prove Whitebeard's strength. Facing Sakazuki's continuous attacks, Whitebeard's expression was also particularly serious. If Ace didn't quickly defeat Sakazuki and head to the execution platform, he might. At this moment, Whitebeard had already sensed the crisis through his observation hockey. The next second, a terrifying laser beam instantly struck, and at the moment when Whitebeard and Sakazuki collided, the laser beam pierced through Whitebeard's abdomen, leaving another wound. Fit. There was a sound of explosion, and Whitebeard was sucked into the blast, while Sakazuki jumped back and landed next to Borsellino. Why are you here? Doesn't the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, still need you to stop him? Borsellino shook his head after hearing this and replied calmly, the Qingji will hold back Dragon and asked me to come here to help you suppress Whitebeard. If you allow him to continue to unleash the power of the shock fruit, I'm afraid the naval headquarters will sink. Hearing this, Sakazuki couldn't help but frown and looked at Whitebeard not far away. It was just as Borsellino said, even though Whitebeard was old, the many hidden injuries in his body prevented him from exerting his true strength. But as long as this guy is still alive and can mobilize the power of the shock fruit in his body, then he must not be underestimated. That was enough power to destroy the world. Even Sakazuki knew very well that if he faced Whitebeard in this state in a one-on-one situation, he would not be able to win quickly. Even if he could win in the end, he would not be able to join the next battle in his state. Get started. Sakazuki didn't hesitate too much, and his lower body turned into magma. Advertisement. The power of lava fruit gathers together, like a volcano about to erupt. The next second, Sakazuki's figure was directly pushed towards Whitebeard like a cannonball under the terrifying force. Great eruption. Seeing this, Whitebeard also hurriedly swung his right arm, and a terrifying shock force burst out, stopping Sakazuki's figure in midair. Just as Whitebeard was about to continue to exert his strength to force Sakazuki back out, Borsellino appeared in front of Whitebeard. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Whitebeard. Blanket. Boom. Whitebeard was kicked backwards in an instant. The powerful force allowed Whitebeard to stabilize his body. He only retreated a dozen meters, but the ground under his feet was plowed into a ditch by this powerful force. What a freak. Borsellino looked serious. His light speed kick only made Whitebeard retreat a dozen meters. This was the sword of the once strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The power of grip. It's simply unbelievably powerful. Borsellino slowly raised his hand, and terrifying laser beams condensed on his fingers, continuously shooting towards Whitebeard's location. Sakazuki also gathered his offensive again, wanting to kill Whitebeard as quickly as possible so that he could face the Revolutionary Army and the Flying Pirates. At this moment, a figure suddenly attacked and blocked all of Borsellino's lasers. Sakazuki's attack was also blocked by Whitebeard's Yunchi. Exclamation mark. Looking at Marco in front of him, Borsellino couldn't help but frown. These captains were not too weak. As expected, ordinary vice admirals couldn't delay these guys for too long. With this thought in mind, Borsellino immediately kicked out, sending Marco flying, and said slowly, Kaji, Guillaume, why don't you take action? Hearing this, the 2 naval headquarters substitute admirals also appeared beside Borsellino. The current situation is extremely chaotic. Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral, Chaton Cake, looked at the situation on the battlefield and couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise. In the distance, members of the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard Pirates are constantly attacking the defenses of the Marine Justice Square. On the battlefield to the left of naval headquarters, the monsters of the flying pirates are colliding with the powerful knights of God from the world government. And looking at the other captains of the flying pirates who had not yet made a move, but all looked eager to try, it was enough to know that this battle would not be so easy to win. Finish. Hearing this, Borsellino said in a very serious tone, with your two strengths, it should not be difficult to deal with Marco and the other captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. What's the problem? Leave it to us. Naval Headquarters Admiral Alternate, Momosuke Gion, responded seriously, from now on, no captain of the Whitebeard Pirates will disturb you and Admiral Sakazuki. The battle against Whitebeard. Hearing this, Borsellino nodded, and his figure turned into a flash of light, rushing towards Whitebeard again. Seeing this, Marco quickly transformed into a phoenix, trying to keep up with Borsellino. But at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Marco, and the terrifying sword intent instantly forced Marco to lower his price. It is Naval Headquarters Admiral Alternate, Chaton Cake. Looking at Marco, who was forced to retreat by himself, Chaton also showed a smile on his face. He only heard Chaton say, Gion will definitely like my heroic figure. Mine, right. But when Chaton looked towards Gion, he found that Gion's gaze and attention were not on him at all. Since Chaton chose to stop Marco, Gion has set his sights on the other captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. As for 2-on-1, don't be ridiculous. If it weren't for their lack of achievements, both of them would be able to become the top combat force in the naval headquarters and become admirals. You have to know that both of them have truly reached the admiral level without exception. Even though he has just entered the admiral level, it is still a solid admiral combat experience. Chapter 90. Unstoppable Immortality. The Blackbeard Pirates enter the scene. In midair, the collision between Lerona Rhine and 5 elders Azambern v. Nasujuro had lasted for nearly an hour. But it was obvious that neither Rhine nor Nashaolongsheng had gained any advantage in the short term. Although the large-scale power of Lion Fruit will not have much impact on the King-level combat power, don't forget that Rhine has the second type of Devil Fruit. The powerful amplification ability of the Paramecia Momo Fruit will greatly consume Rhine's physical strength, but the physical strength Rhine has now can be used as long as the amplification method is not too outrageous. They can fight continuously for 10 days and 10 nights without any problems. And Azambern v. Nasujuro, with his king-level swordsmanship, amazing hockey quality, and immortality, is almost an unstoppable enemy. Immortality. With such ability, not to mention that the difference between Rhine's strength and Nasu Shulongsheng's is not that big, even if Rhine's strength far exceeds Nasu Shulongsheng's, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to come up with any effective offensive means in the face of the immortal body that the other party possesses. Seeing Nasujuro's body recover in the blink of an eye after suffering a devastating blow from him, Rhine was extremely envious. Even though Rhine was once a part of celestial dragons, his celestial dragon bloodline was not recognized, so he was not aware of the secrets of world government. Of course, according to Rhine's guess, even if he was a recognized celestial dragon, he would not be able to get the answer to this level of secret and find out why the 5 elders possessed such an immortal ability. He took a deep breath. Thinking too much was useless. In Rhine's opinion, although such an immortal body was very outrageous, perhaps as long as the opponent's immortal ability could be broken, it would be enough to make the immortal body ability mastered by the 5 elders lose its effect. But now, Rhine doesn't know where this limit is. You should know that your tricks have no effect on me at all. Nasu Shulongsheng spoke calmly, looking deeply at Rhine, and slowly said, I have to admit that your talent is incredible even to us. If the other half of your bloodline was not from the D clan, even if it was just an ordinary slave bloodline, the world government would accept your existence, recruit you, and train you to grow into one of the ultimate foundations of the world government. But unfortunately, your mother belongs to the D clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Nasu Shulongsheng's attack swept over again, and the terrifying sword intent covered him, leaving Rhine no room to dodge. The terrifying means of the king-level swordsman can form a domain space through the sword art and sword intent that he condenses. In this domain space, all the slashes of 060 Nasu Shulongsheng cannot be avoided, and can only be resisted with his own strength. If it were any other ordinary person, facing the methods of Nasu Shulongsheng, they might have been defeated long ago, but there is no doubt that facing the terrifying methods of Nasu Shulongsheng, Rhine still has the method to crack it. Haha, I never said that I wanted to become a world noble and become one of you. Facing Nasujuro's words, Rhine looked unconcerned. He swung the Sakura 10 and the dead tree in his hand, which were wrapped with strong haki, violently. Under the amplification of the Momo fruit, it collided with Nasujuro's slash. Clang. In an instant, the two men collided with their weapons dozens of times, with astonishing speed, terrifying force, and powerful haki. The many powers displayed by the Nasujuro saint are no less than Rhine, and are even more terrifying than Rhine. But the problem lies in the amplification of the Momo fruit. With the help of the power of the Momo fruit, which is only a 10-fold increase, Rhine can still compete with Nasujuro-sei without losing, and can even suppress Nasujuro-sei's moves. Looking at Rhine, who had not shown any disadvantages for a long time, Nasu Shulongsheng knew that if he continued to delay, there was no telling how long this war would last. With this thought in mind, Nasujuro-sei did not hesitate at all and immediately activated the Devil Fruit ability in his body. That's right, until now, Nasujuro-sei has used the power of the Devil Fruit. A huge amount of energy swept around Nasujuro, and the next second, Nasujuro was surrounded by a white flame cloud of Zone Awakening. His upper body remained in human form, holding the first-generation Kidetsu, one of the supreme swords. The lower body is like that of a horse, but it looks like the horse's skeleton is exposed. Zone mythical beast horse bone form. After entering the half-beast state, Nasujuro Saint's strength reached its peak and he exerted his full strength. Rhine looked serious when he saw this scene, and the increase in the Momo fruit was adjusted to 20 times. This would be a terrible drain on physical strength, but if I didn't increase my strength by 20 times, I would probably have a hard time fighting against Nasu Shulong Sheng, who was firing on all cylinders. As expected, the background of the world government is still too terrifying. The current Rhine has not yet mastered the ability to truly collide with the world government. Thinking of this, Rhine couldn't help but look to the distance, where Whitebeard was being besieged by the two strongest fighters of the naval headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki and Kizaru Borsalino. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed to have reached his limit. Facing the continuous attacks from the two strongest fighters of the naval headquarters, Whitebeard had countless wounds on his body. On the execution platform, the final execution of Firefist Ace has not yet arrived, and it seems that Sengoku is also quietly waiting for the fall of Whitebeard. The situation of the Summit War is now completely disrupted by the flying pirates. The arrival of the Revolutionary Army has given the Whitebeard Pirates a better chance of rescuing Ace. But even so, Marine still has the upper hand at this moment. Obviously, in the original novel, Marine didn't go all out to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, after the war, it can be seen that the three naval headquarters are in the highest combat power. Akainu Sakazuki fought Whitebeard desperately and was seriously injured. Advertisement. Shinji Kuzan fought against many captains under Whitebeard and suffered some minor injuries. Kizaru Borsalino was idle the whole time, and at the end of the war, only his suit was slightly dirty. But the current situation is very different from the original book, where only the Whitebeard Pirates came to the naval headquarters. Now, in addition to the Whitebeard Pirates, the arrival of the Revolutionary Army and the Flying Pirates instantly made Marine's spirit tense. The power of the Revolutionary Army should not be underestimated. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, is undoubtedly at the level of a top admiral, and may even be more powerful. In addition, the military commanders who came to the naval headquarters not only had great strength but also possessed amazing means. Especially the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Bej Betty. As the user of the Paramecia encouragement fruit, Betty doesn't even need to do anything, nor does she need to charge into battle. She only needs to activate the Devil Fruit ability from behind and give some encouragement, which is enough to allow the warriors under her command to unleash incredible power and unleash unimaginable potential. The power of this Devil Fruit is absolutely of great significance to the war. There is no need to say more about the Flying Pirates. The Flying Pirates are so powerful that they even attracted the 5 elders of the world government. Although only one 5 elder was dispatched, don't forget the existence of the Knights of God and the CP organization. With the continuous convergence of forces from all sides, the entire naval headquarters has already become a mess. Marine naturally wants to hurry up and get rid of the Whitebeard Pirates at this moment, and then turn his guns to deal with the Revolutionary Army or the Flying Pirates. Looking at Whitebeard, who had reached his limit, Rhine knew it was time to set fire to the Whitebeard Pirates. Without any hesitation, Rhine's gaze fell on the execution platform not far away. Looking at the two people on the execution platform, Rhine couldn't help but grin. After noticing Rhine's eye signal, the Paramecia model fruit user, Bentham, also took action immediately. Why are the handcuffs loose? Hearing the words of the executioner behind him, Sengoku did not think much about it. He just took a look and then stopped paying attention to the two people's behavior. But the next second, Sengoku regretted his decision. The two seemed to be ready to check the handcuffs of Firefist Ace, but the next second, Mr. 3 took out the key he had prepared in advance and unlocked the handcuffs of Firefist Ace. Feeling the power emerging from his body, Portgas D. Ace's face also showed a bit of surprise. Then he turned around and glanced at the two of them. Hey. Bentham's palm fell on his face, and then he returned to his original appearance. Captain Rhine has completed what he ordered. Next we can also participate into the war. CICE. Mr. 3 looked at the chaotic battlefield and said with a headache. In fact, with our strength, it is difficult to join such a war, right? Sengoku stared in disbelief at the Firefist Ace whose handcuffs had been undone. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer, and after reacting, he transformed into a huge golden Buddha statue and slapped the 3 people. The reaction of Firefist Ace was also very fast. The blazing flames instantly enveloped the execution platform, and then he punched out, colliding with the impact of the war warehouse. Fire Fist. Following Ace's roar, blazing flames instantly filled the entire execution platform. The Whitebeard Pirates members who saw this scene all showed excitement and disbelief on their faces. Hey, Ace is out. Who did it? Who cares? Ace. Oh, the morale of the pirates instantly increased countless times, and even Straw Hat Luffy smiled. Ace was freed from his restraints. Then, we need to find a way to leave naval headquarters. Below the execution platform, Garp, who had noticed the movement, was still sitting on the chair with his arms folded and a serious expression. But if you look closely, you can find that there is a flash of happiness and confusion in Garp's eyes. According to Rhine's idea, the following plot should develop in the same way as in the original novel. In order to allow the members of the Whitebeard Pirates to leave the naval headquarters, Whitebeard will definitely choose to stay behind at the cost of his own life, and open up a way for the members of the Whitebeard Pirates to leave here. After taking a look, Rhine noticed Nasujiro-sei's movements through observation hockey, and immediately raised his hands. Lu Shi and Kuki blocked the attacking first-generation Kidetsu. Distracting yourself in the middle of a battle is not a good option. As soon as he finished speaking, Nasujiro-sei continued to swing the first-generation Kidetsu in his hand, slashing one after another. The powerful sword intent contained in it, those radiating. Advertisement. The flying slash is enough to cut through the sky, split the sea, and flatten any mountain. Blanket. Under the amplification of the Momo fruit, facing the continuous slashing of Nasujiro Saint, Rhine can only stop him, and Nasujiro Saint's immortal body is what makes Rhine a real headache. It's not that Rhine doesn't have the means to suppress Nasu Shulong Sheng, but in front of the opponent's immortal body, what can he do even if he suppresses him? His own physical exhaustion will only become more and more serious, while Nasu Shulong Sheng can rely on his immortal body to continuously recover to his peak state. If this continues for a long time, Kaijin will definitely lose. Because of this, at this moment, Rhine chose to exert his strength to barely resist Nasu Shulong Sheng. This way, the consumption of physical strength is not particularly huge, and it can delay until Whitebeard. The time after the death of the child. As long as he seizes the power of the shock fruit, Rhine can try it out. Combined with the power of the Momo fruit, can the full-strength shock fruit cause damage to the immortal body of Nasujiro-sei. But at this moment, a bullet flew past Rhine's ear accurately, and the sound of breaking through the air even made Rhine feel a little tinnitus. Ha 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 ha, it looks like if you want to deal with a guy like that, you still need to practice your marksmanship, Fanoka. Behind the Naval Headquarters Justice Building, a group of people slowly walked out from the shadows. It was the Blackbeard Pirates that had encountered the Straw Hat crew after they had entered the Undersea Prison. When they first entered the Undersea Prison, the Blackbeard Pirates only had Captain Marshal D. Teach, Devil Security Guard Lafitte, Shinigami Poison Q, and Fighting Champion Burgess. And the 5 people in the Sonic Fanoka team. But at this moment, behind Blackbeard, there is already a group of pirates thugs from Eternal Hell. Big Barrel, Basque Chote. The Dark Moon Hunter, Katarina Deppen. Huge Battleship, Saint Hu Wolf. In addition to these 3 people, there are 5 pirates who are not particularly famous, and they are all following Blackbeard at this moment. Looking at Blackbeard who suddenly appeared, Rhine couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, after the monsters in Eternal Hell were collected by me in advance, the remaining ones still chose to become crew members of the Blackbeard Pirates. But, the sniper under Blackbeard actually pointed his gun at himself the first time he stepped onto the battlefield. This also made Rhine's expression become very dangerous. I didn't intend to destroy you so early, but now it seems that the guys from the Blackbeard Pirates have set their sights on Lousy's abilities. Rhine's eyes flashed with a ferocious look, and then his figure flashed, and with the 30-fold amplification of the Momo fruit, he appeared directly in front of the Blackbeard Pirates. Were you the one who shot me just now? The Sakura 10 in Rhine's hand had already pierced through Vanoka's abdomen. Seeing this, the rest of the Blackbeard Pirates were all stunned, their eyes somewhat puzzled. Looking at Rhine with confidence. In midair, Nasu Shulong Sheng seemed to enjoy the sight of the pirates killing each other, and he did not continue to attack. After slashing Sonic Vanoka's heart, Rhine's eyes fell on Blackbeard. His sharp eyes made Blackbeard feel as if all his secrets were revealed. Exclamation mark. Hey, what do you want to do? Blackbeard looked grim, and he was already secretly accumulating strength. As long as Rhine made a move, Blackbeard would instantly unleash the power of the dark fruit. You guess. Rhine's right arm moved slightly, and Blackbeard also noticed this with great sensitivity through observation hockey. Dark water. With a strong attraction, Blackbeard's palm has already touched Rhine's body. The Blackbeard Pirates, including Blackbeard, who had originally looked extremely panicked, now all showed expressions of extreme excitement. When they were in the underwater prison, Blackbeard showed them the power of dark water. Even if he is the captain of the Sky Pirates, so what? Faced with such a vicious ability, all you can do is lie down. Ha 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 ha. I don't know how you became a dual fruit ability user, but your fruit ability is also very tempting. Chapter 91 The Remnants of the Old Era. There is no ship to carry Lousy in the new era. Blackbeard looked excited, holding Rhine's arm tightly with his right hand, and the dark fruit's ability Dark Water was fully activated. Obviously, according to Blackbeard's idea, Rhine, who is the demon fruit power at this moment, will temporarily lose control of the devil fruit ability in his body due to the evil power of the dark fruit. For Blackbeard, there are some extremely fine devil fruits in this world that Blackbeard would do anything to get. Blackbeard has already obtained the first devil fruit, which is the Logia dark fruit that he took after killing Thatch, the captain of the 4th division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As the most evil ability among Logia, it can even be said to be the most evil devil fruit ability among all types. Dark fruit cannot enter the elemental state like other Logia devil fruit abilities. Even the pain you suffer after being hit will be painful. This is definitely a huge weakness for Logia demon fruit power. After all, the biggest advantage of Logia users is their elementalization. Even in the new world where hockey masters are everywhere, Logia's elemental transformation can avoid many attacks. After all, Above elementalization, there is also the method of early elementalization. Even Haki finds it difficult to capture the body of the person with early elementalization ability. But, compared to the power of dark fruit, the side effects of dark fruit are not worth mentioning. Through the power of darkness, dark fruit can launch a move called dark water, which will suppress the devil fruit power in the body of anyone touched by the dark fruit ability user, as long as the opponent is demon fruit power. In other words, once touched by a dark fruit user, the fruit ability will be lost. If that were all, dark fruit would probably just be a more convenient looking sea stone, but the truly terrifying thing about dark fruit is its ability to steal. With the help of the gravity of darkness, the power of the devil fruit in the body of the ability user is forcibly transferred, or injected into the fruit to form a new devil fruit, or directly injected into the body of other people to give birth to a new demon fruit power. The person whose ability was taken away will face death. This is the real horror of dark fruit. It can steal the power of devil fruit from others. What a vicious method. In addition to the dark fruit, the ability that Blackbeard wanted most was the Paramecia munch fruit. However, after betraying the Whitebeard Pirates and seizing the dark fruit, Blackbeard once hunted down the owner of the munch fruit, Wapple, but was unable to seize Wapple's ability. Gradually, Blackbeard gave up the power of the munch fruit. After that, it's shock fruit. Teach, who has followed Whitebeard for 20 years, has discovered the incredible power of shock fruit. The reason why Blackbeard started the Summit War and caused the conflict between the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates was not to seize the shock fruit ability that Whitebeard possessed during the chaos. The news that Rhine had become a dual fruit ability user had spread all over the ocean. Blackbeard was naturally very aware of it. Blackbeard was also very curious. Could it be that Rhine had a special physique like himself, able to absorb the power of 3 devil fruits? But, Blackbeard is no longer interested in these things now. Because Blackbeard felt that if he wanted, even the lion fruit ability or the Momo fruit ability that Rhine possessed could become his own power. But, Blackbeard, who has followed Whitebeard for 20 years, still wants to get the shock fruit ability that Whitebeard has. What a pity, 2 devil fruit abilities that are powerful enough to reach ultimate. If there is no better choice, I will definitely take your lion fruit and Chi fruit. Blackbeard grinned and grabbed Rhine's arm with his hand. Under the power of the dark fruit, Blackbeard thought it was impossible for Rhine to resist. Hey guys, does anyone want to get the power of the Momo fruit or the lion fruit? Blackbeard's eyes flashed with ferocity. Even though the power of the lion fruit and the Momo fruit were not the best choices for Blackbeard, Blackbeard was willing to give them to his crew to enhance the power of the Blackbeard Pirates. As for whether Blackbeard is worried that his crew members will betray him once they become powerful, there is no need at all, because in Blackbeard's view, he who controls the power of dark fruit is the natural enemy of all demon fruit powers in the world. But before the members of the Blackbeard Pirates could speak, the expression on Blackbeard's face changed a little. Blackbeard detected Rhine's actions with his observation Haki, but he still did not let go, ready to resist Rhine's moves. Momo, 10 times the power. As soon as these words came out, Blackbeard's pupils shrank, and his expression was unbelievable. The next second, Blackbeard flew backwards, and crashed into the Naval Headquarters Justice Building with a huge noise. Thick smoke billowed, and the members of the Blackbeard Pirates looked at Rhine in disbelief. Blackbeard's ability was demonstrated to them in the Undersea Prison. If it weren't for this reason, they wouldn't have left the Undersea Prison and followed Blackbeard to become his crew. But now, it is clear that Blackbeard's move did catch Rhine, but Rhine still exerted her true power. You don't think that after you have the power of the dark fruit, you can control everything, right? Rhine sneered, and was about to continue his attack on Teach, but a flying slash from Nasujuro Saint hindered Rhine's progress. Looking at Blackbeard not far away, Nas Monster couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Advertisement. I didn't expect that the dark fruit would actually appear. So, if that devil fruit really appears in the future, we may need to rely on the power of the dark fruit to deal with it. This guy can't die yet. As he pondered this, Nasujuro Sei's gaze fell on Rhine, with a puzzled look in his eyes. The power of the dark fruit has clearly been activated, so why is this guy not affected by the dark fruit's ability? Feeling the gaze of Nasujuro Saint, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle, and then said very calmly, it seems that Nasujuro Saint is very concerned about the reason why I was not bound by the dark fruit. Don't worry about it. It will be enough to kill you here today and bring your body back for Vegapunk to examine. As soon as he finished speaking, Nasujuro Sei's figure had already attacked again. The collision of the 2 king-level combat powers instantly erupted with an astonishing impact and a fierce sense of oppression. For the pirates who had just escaped from the underwater prison and were ready to follow Blackbeard for a big fight, they all felt despair. Is it possible that such a terrifying opponent exists in the ocean today? If they had known that there were such terrifying strong men in the sea, they would not have been willing to leave even if they died in the underwater prison. As Rhine and Nasujuro Sei continued to collide, at this moment, in the direction of the Justice Building, after the smoke and dust dissipated, Blackbeard stood up again. Although the blow contained an extremely terrifying force, Blackbeard relied on his extraordinary physique to withstand it and survived unharmed. It seems that we can't mess with those guys from the Flying Pirates right now. Also, why did the power of dark water fail just now? Blackbeard frowned. The severe pain coming from all over his body made it difficult for him to think calmly. But the situation has developed to this point, and Blackbeard is unwilling to leave the naval headquarters. Even though Rhine's punch almost killed Blackbeard, Blackbeard would not give up his goal as long as he was still alive. Because he knew very well that after missing out today, it would not be so easy for him to obtain the power of the shock fruit and ascend to the throne of the Emperor of the Sea with the help of the power of the shock fruit. With this thought in mind, the sign also looked in the direction where the Whitebeard pirates were retreating in the distance. Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals and the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, is currently engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. With the help of Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals and the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters, and the outbreak of the hidden injuries in Whitebeard's body, Whitebeard was suppressed at this moment, and the wounds on his body were countless. Even on the abdomen, you can see, 10 holes made by lava fruit have appeared. According to Whitebeard's vitality, even if he can hold on for a while, he definitely won't be able to hold on for too long. As soon as Blackbeard thought of this, his eyes flashed with madness, and he immediately said, "Guys, follow the original plan." Although after witnessing the clash between Rhine and Nasuju-Rosei and feeling their powerful strength, the escaped prisoners from the underwater prison all felt a little desperate. But at this moment, except for the dead Fanoka, the other original members of the Blackbeard Pirates all drew their weapons and followed Blackbeard's steps. Success or failure depends on this one move. Whether you can seize Whitebeard's shock fruit and become the Emperor of the Sea depends on your luck. Not far away, Whitebeard also obviously noticed the appearance of Blackbeard Teach. Seeing Teach and the Blackbeard Pirates members behind him, Whitebeard couldn't help but take a deep breath and his expression became extremely solemn. Teach. Hearing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but look up and look into Whitebeard's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Dad, long time no see. Blackbeard grinned, looked at the injured Whitebeard and said, "Dad, it looks like your body can no longer hold on. You are the only one who is unworthy of being my son, sir." Without any hesitation, Whitebeard raised his hand and gathered the power of the shock fruit, punching Teach. Seeing this, Teach did not hesitate at all. Dark power emerged around Teach, and countless broken debris was continuously released from it. Dark Cave Path Liberation. With the full force of Dark Fruit, the power of darkness seemed to devour everything. The terrifying power even swallowed up the shock force exerted by Whitebeard. "Please give me flowers." Blackbeard grinned and said slowly, "Did you see this, Dad? This is the power I gained after killing Thatch. How about it? Isn't it extremely powerful?" Not far away, Akainu Sakazuki and Kizaru Borsellino, the top fighters of the naval headquarters, were also watching the clash between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. The competition between the pirates, letting them fight each other to consume their strength, is naturally a good thing for the marine. "Borsellino, you stay here and continue to deal with Whitebeard. Make sure Whitebeard can't survive." Hearing this, Borsellino frowned slightly, then looked at Sakazuki and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Firefist Ace cannot leave alive, and the rest of the evil pirates will all be buried in Marineford." As soon as he finished speaking, Sakazuki's figure had already transformed into a magma cannonball, chasing after the pirates in the distance. Advertisement. However, at this moment, Whitebeard, who had already noticed Sakazuki's intention, suddenly raised his hand and shattered everything in front of Sakazuki, forcibly using the power of the shock fruit to block Sakazuki's attack. Kasky is forced back. Dad. The next second, Whitebeard suddenly activated the power of shock fruit, the ground cracked, and a huge abyss appeared between Justice Square and the pirates behind him. Daddy. Seeing this, Marco immediately understood Whitebeard's idea. But before Marco could continue speaking, Whitebeard said, "Young men. Take Ace and give him to the old man. Leave naval headquarters. From today on, Ace will inherit the position of captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. You must help Ace without reservation and successfully take the position of the Pirate King." Dad. Hearing this, Marco, Ace, Joes and other captains all showed disbelief on their faces. Especially Firefist Ace. After hearing Whitebeard's words, he immediately said, "I don't want to be the king of pirates, Dad. Come back soon, let's leave here together." No. Whitebeard looked serious, holding the supreme sword from Yunchi. Even though he was covered in wounds, he still blocked the 2 admirals of headquarters. And in front of Blackbeard, the rest of the marines also started hunting down the Whitebeard pirates. In order to allow his crew to leave here and leave naval headquarters, Whitebeard finally made a decision to use his broken body to support the last hope. The sons of the bearded pirates were able to leave naval headquarters safely. "I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship capable of carrying Lousy in the new era." As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard raised his arms high and made the same movement as his beard. The huge shock force continued to gather, and the white light circle formed on the arms seemed particularly solid. With the full force of shock fruit, Whitebeard suddenly blasted out the power in his hand. "Remember what Lousy said, you must leave naval headquarters alive." Bump. Squeak. 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 In front of Whitebeard, it was as if space was shattered, with countless cracks spreading in the air. The astonishing force also spread out in the surroundings. With the help of the terrifying power of the shock fruit, while forcing Sakazuki and Borsellino to stop, Whitebeard appeared in front of Blackbeard. "Dad, do you still want to deal with me in your current state?" Blackbeard grinned, and Tian Sheng said, "What you just said is really touching. You are the only one who is unworthy of being my son, Teach." Whitebeard's expression was icy, and then he gathered his amazing strength and attacked Blackbeard directly. However, Blackbeard grinned, and the power of Dark Fruit was activated instantly. At the moment when Whitebeard's power was about to hit Blackbeard, Blackbeard had already grasped the hand of Whitebeard. Arm. Sensing the abnormality in his body, Whitebeard frowned, but Blackbeard grinned and said, "You never expected it, Dad. This is the power that Lousy possesses." However, facing Blackbeard's provocation, Whitebeard just exerted his strength, and then used Cloud Cut to directly cut through Blackbeard's anger. Puff. Blood gushed out, and Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard in disbelief. If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, the knife would have cut him in half. Although he has lost the power of the fruit, Whitebeard's physical strength is still terrifying to the ultimate level. Self-fighting will always be your weakness, Teach. Whitebeard stepped on Teach's palms with his feet and pressed his left hand on Teach's face. The power of the shock fruit continues to gather, and the terrifying force seems to be about to smash Blackbeard's head in the next second. But at this moment, gunshots rang out. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates behind Blackbeard, without exception, were shooting at Whitebeard crazily, which caused Whitebeard's power to stagnate. Go to hell, Dad. 1000. Chapter 92. God Avoidance. All gods are dead, the power of the third devil fruit. With the continuous attacks from the Blackbeard Pirates, Whitebeard has lost all his strength at this moment, and even his remaining consciousness is blurred. When the bullets in Blackbeard's musket were exhausted, Blackbeard's expression became more serious. Looking up at Whitebeard, who was not completely dead yet, Blackbeard couldn't help but say, "What a monster, Dad. How can you survive such a serious injury?" At this moment, Whitebeard could only hold on to Kongyunchi to keep himself from falling down, but looking at Blackbeard in front of him, Whitebeard knew what a huge trouble he had left for his sons. Taking a deep breath, Whitebeard slowly said, "At least it's not you, Teach." Hearing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but frown, and his expression changed a little. At least the person Roger is waiting for will not be you, and the person who becomes the king of pirates will not be you, Teach. As the words fell, it seemed that this legend who roamed the seas in the old days finally ended his legendary life at Naval Headquarters Marineford. But just when Blackbeard was about to move towards Whitebeard, Whitebeard suddenly seized the opportunity and used all his strength to slash with the cloud cut in his hand, and Blackbeard flew away. Blackbeard was shocked. In such a situation, could he still exert such terrible power? As expected, he is worthy of being the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Just when everyone was looking at this king of the old times, wondering whether this legendary pirates of the old times was about to fall, Whitebeard took a deep breath and suddenly roared. One Piece is real. As soon as these words came out, countless viewers around the world who were watching the summit war through the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi were all excited and excited. The last words left by the Pirates King were not a joke. The great secret treasure really exists. Who among the young and energetic men can refuse to go out to sea for adventure, to search for the legendary great treasure, to search for the one piece left by the Pirates King Roger? Oh, One Piece is not fake. That's great. I want to go to sea. The era of Whitebeard has ended. I want to become the legend of the new era. The legendary great secret treasure, the treasure left behind by the Pirates King. Let's go to sea. Find One Piece. Become the true king of pirates. All of a sudden, countless young people around the world who were dissatisfied with the world government and the marine, as well as many ambitious people, all wanted to go out to sea after hearing Whitebeard's last words. The era of Whitebeard, the king of the old times, has come to an end. As the last legend of the old times, Whitebeard's words before his death confirmed the authenticity of One Piece. What exactly is the great secret treasure? It doesn't matter. What secrets are hidden in One Piece? It doesn't matter. For those young people, they just lack an opportunity and some courage. The last words left by Whitebeard will completely ignite their ambitions, making them leave their lives and set foot on this vast ocean to find the legendary treasure, One Piece. Naval Headquarters Marineford. As Whitebeard left his last words, he finally lost his life. At this moment, for the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, today is undoubtedly extremely painful. They have lost their captain, the most important figure of the Whitebeard Pirates has fallen. Marco and the others all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Especially Ace, his eyes were filled with anger at this moment, and he seemed to want to fight back and destroy the Blackbeard Pirates to avenge Whitebeard. However, Marco quickly caught Ace, who was about to return, and shouted angrily, "Do you want to make Dad's sacrifice in vain? Ace, you must cheer up, lead the Whitebeard Pirates family, and protect Daddy's things." Ace's eyes were filled with confusion and anger. Listening to Marco's words, the other captains looked at each other and came to Ace one after another. "Captain, it's time for us to leave, Captain. Captain Ace, we are more upset than you right now, but we are not out of danger yet. Let's go, Captain Ace." Many captains were trying to persuade Ace, and Ace seemed to have thought it through. He took a deep breath and, surrounded by Marco and the others, rushed to the outside of the naval headquarters for medical treatment. But after a short while, the pirates had already evacuated to Crescent Bay. Advertisement. But for the Marines, Whitebeard's death still cannot be regarded as a victory for the Marines. Because the blood of the Pirates King Roger, the most evil blood in the world, still exists in this world. On the other hand, with the death of Whitebeard, Rhine no longer hesitated at this moment. Facing the attack of Nasujiro Saint again, Rhine did not hesitate to exert his most powerful strength. The amazing conquerors instantly swept the entire naval headquarters, and even the fleeing Whitebeard pirates could not help but set their sights on Rhine. They knew that the governor of the flying pirates, Rhine, had such power that even if Dad was still alive, he would have difficulty competing with him. Unless Daddy's strength returns to its peak, this man will definitely replace Daddy. At this moment, the terrifying conqueror's haki that was hovering over the entire battlefield, along with Rhine's control, had completely entangled Sakura 10 and the dead tree. The black and red energy seems to have reached the ultimate. It's not the ultimate of Conqueror's haki, but Sakura's Chiokujutsu has reached the ultimate. Although it is said that for a truly powerful swordsman, the weapon in his hand is actually not important, but in fact such a statement is wrong. The two knives in Rhine's hands did not become black knives, so at this moment, his ability to withstand Conqueror's entanglement had almost reached its limit. Rhine knew that after leaving naval headquarters, if he still wanted to use kendo as his main fighting force in the future, he would have to improve his kendo skills and combine his appearance and dead wood into a black sword. But now, it is completely sufficient to launch such an attack. The terrifying Conqueror's sword exploded instantly, and Rhine swung his two swords fiercely in the eyes of Nasu Shulong Sheng, who was in doubt. Completely integrate Roger's slashing skills into Golden Lion's swordsmanship, and add your own understanding of swordsmanship. The terrifying slash that was born from the divine dodge, Rhine called it. All the gods are gone. Just as Nasujuro-sei was marveling at the amazingness of Rhine, he was able to deliver such a powerful blow even though he had not yet reached the level of a top swordsman. Rhine even did something that made everyone feel unbelievable. At the moment when the slash was swung, Rhine let go of Sakura 10 and dead tree with both hands, letting the two swords float in the air under the power of lion fruit. Then he aimed his palms at the flying slash and suddenly shouted, "Momo 50 times all gods are dead." Bump. Boom. It was as if the whole world had turned blood red. The terrifying conqueror's slash merged with the slash, which was similar to the terrifying slash of the god's avoidance. In terms of power, it even surpassed the god's avoidance by several times. And with the blessing of the Momo fruit, the power of this sword is much greater than the 100-fold divine dodge attack that Rhine had used before. Besides, the physical consumption of Rhine by this attack was far less amazing than that of 100 times divine dodge. Nasu Shulong Sheng's pupils shrank. Even though he possessed an immortal body, facing such an earth-shattering blow at this moment, Nasu Shulong Sheng couldn't help but feel fear. If the strength of this haki continues to grow, it will be enough to break the power zone of the immortal body. What makes Nasujuro even more afraid is, Rhine is really too young. Such a young king level, master level with no weaknesses in all aspects. If Rhine is allowed to continue to grow, who in this ocean, no, in the entire world, can stand in front of Rhine and fight against him? If Rhine is given enough room to grow, when his haki grows to a sufficiently amazing level, the immortal bodies of the five elders will be as good as non-existent in front of him. And for some reason, watching the moves performed by Rhine, Insulongsheng always felt that Rhine's haki was not fully released. If Rhine's haki really reaches the god level, reaching the level of Joy Boy, not to mention him as a five elder, even Lord I Am will be terrified. A monstrous talent. Nasu Shulongsheng's face was heavy. Facing the attack of the gods, Nasu Shulongsheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, a burst of amazing ghost energy burst out from the first-generation Kidetsu. It was like being in the underworld, with the astonishing ghost energy constantly entangled, and was finally completely absorbed by Nasu Shulongsheng. You must not be allowed to live. You are too great a threat to the world government. Nasu Juro-sei looked extremely serious. The first-generation Kidetsu in his hand was wrapped with blue flames of demon energy, and the amazing Conqueror's haki also exploded immediately. With the full force of Conqueror's haki, Nasu Juro-sei also waved the first-generation Kidetsu in his hand, and it collided with the all-gods annihilation swung by Rhine. Fit. In an instant, the force caused by the violent collision cracked the ground of the entire naval headquarters, and even the justice building in the distance completely collapsed under the impact caused by this collision. The crew members of the Flying Pirates and the Knights of God of the World Government all looked up to the sky at this moment. Facing Rhine's astonishing tactics, Nasu Shulongsheng is resisting with all his might. The captain's power is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. Crocodile smoked a cigar and looked at Junzi, who was not far away. Crocodile's expression changed a little and he said unhappily, "Is there really no limit to your immortality?" Junzi looked no different from when he first started the fight, even though Crocodile had cut off Junzi's arms and calves countless times, and even cut Junzi in two. But no matter what kind of damage he suffered, Junzi would fully recover in the next second. This kind of recovery ability is definitely not something that the devil fruit can do. It can even be said that this is not the recovery ability that the fruit ability can have at all. Immortal body. Advertisement. Crocodile obviously guessed what Junzi was capable of, and knew that Junzi's immortality might be one of the most terrifying secrets of the world government. In the face of Crocodile's words, Junzi had no intention of explaining. After taking a quick look at the horizon, his eyes fell on Crocodile again. Although you prevented me from creating a pentagram teleportation array to summon the rest of the world government's strong men to the battlefield, it seems that there is no need for that now. Junzi looked calm and said in an indifferent tone, Saint Nasu Shulong has already demonstrated his true strength. There is no possibility that your captain will survive. Quote. Not far away, Lone Red, Valoric Redfield, Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet, Thor Enel. In addition, Many captains of the flying pirates also looked in the direction of Rhine. They didn't care how one of the 5 elders, Nasujuro Seiwei, would stop Rhine's attack. They knew very well that Rhine was going to take away their real treasure. The goal, at Justice Square, under the shattered building, Blackbeard and his men recovered. Just after being hit by Whitebeard, Blackbeard was about to use the Dark Fruit. Real ability, seize Whitebeard's Shock Fruit ability. However, he was shocked by Rhine's Conqueror's Haki for a moment. In addition, the powerful slash of Rhine and the shock caused by the collision with Nasujuro Saint made Blackbeard. The group was buried directly under the collapsed Justice building. In the distance, Sakazuki is hunting down the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, is facing the naval headquarters top fighter, Aoki, and Marshal Buddha Sengoku. Stand. Originally, no one should be able to stop Blackbeard from taking the power of the shock fruit. However, don't get in the way. Just as he escaped from the ruins, he saw a figure passing by like lightning. Following Rhine's casual attack, Blackbeard was instantly sent flying backwards, crashing into the ruins again. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates who saw this scene also gained some insight into how unlucky their captain was. Bump. As Rhine appeared in front of Whitebeard, he raised his hand and pressed on Whitebeard without hesitation. The system ability that had not been used for many days was now used by Rhine again. Degree of exertion. Blackbeard, who saw this scene, also had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Thinking of the identity of the user of the Rhine Double Fruit ability, a very bad idea appeared in Blackbeard's mind. Hello. No way. Blackbeard's eyes flashed with an extremely angry look. Did he lay the groundwork for everything, only to end up making wedding dresses for others? World's strongest man. Whitebeard Edward Newgate detected, can inherit Whitebeard's 2 best abilities. Inherit. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the legacy of Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, and obtaining the Paramecia shock fruit. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the legacy of the world's strongest man Whitebeard and obtaining the top conqueror's Haki. Feeling the power flowing through his body, Rhine's expression became extremely excited. Open black lens bracket host. Lerona Rhine close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 21 years old close black lens bracket. Conqueror's Haki. Observation Haki, King level, predicting the future, listening to everything, reading minds armament Haki, King level conquerors, King level, observation and killing, King's domain. Fruit ability. Paramecia Lion Fruit, Paramecia Momo Fruit, Paramecia Shock Fruit. Kendo level. Top Swordsman normal, intermediate, advanced, top, peak. Physical strength. Peak Admiral level. Comprehensive strength. King level combat strength ordinary, intermediate, advanced, top, peak. Although getting the shock fruit did not seem to have much impact on Rhine's strength, Rhine knew that the system's comprehensive strength assessment depended entirely on the level Rhine was at now. However, the destructive power that shock fruit can increase for Rhine is enough to make Rhine have the terrifying combat power that reaches the high-level king level. Even with the blessing of the Momo fruit and Conqueror's entanglement, the power can be close to the top king level. According to Rhine's speculation, his current strength is not even comparable to Roger and Whitebeard at their peak. Even Rox Zebek, who has mastered multiple king-level powers, would not be Rhine's opponent. You have to know that Peak Rox is facing Peak Roger and Peak Garp, 2 king-level fighters. Let the whole world tremble because of this. The Second War has begun. Chapter 93. The Retreating Blackbeard Pirates, The Death of Firefist. At the same time, Marshal D. Teach, who was watching Rhine touching Whitebeard's body not far away, also had some doubts in his heart. Just by touching Whitebeard's body, it shouldn't be possible to take away Whitebeard's Devil Fruit ability like I did, right? Many members of the Blackbeard Pirates also looked at Blackbeard at this moment. Captain, what do we do now? Fighting champion Burgess looked at Blackbeard and said solemnly, Whitebeard's body is just ahead, but it doesn't seem to be easy to get past Lerona Rhine. Hearing this, Blackbeard took a deep breath and said, what does it matter? Will he always be guarding Whitebeard's body? At this point, Blackbeard's mouth curled up a little, and he grinned and said, as long as he leaves, Lousy will be able to get close to Whitebeard's body and use the power of the dark fruit to take Whitebeard's shock fruit. As long as Lousy can master the power of the shock fruit, he will surely become the most powerful being in the ocean, and make the Blackbeard Pirates the royal pirates. It's even possible to become the king of pirates. Lafitte and Poison Q on the side both showed thoughtful expressions. They all knew how vicious Blackbeard's devil fruit power was. It was precisely because of Blackbeard's devil fruit ability that he could take away the devil fruit abilities of others that the group chose to follow Blackbeard. At this moment, they are all quietly waiting for a suitable opportunity to help Blackbeard complete the opportunity to seize the shock fruit. However, in the next second, the power displayed by Rhine made the entire Blackbeard Pirates gasp. Rhine slowly raised his hand and faced the 5 elders of the world government, Azamburn v. Nasushoro, in the distance, and made Whitebeard's signature pose. Blackbeard's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and the bad thoughts in his mind gradually became stronger. Hey, isn't it? Blackbeard's eyes flashed with disbelief. After seeing Rhine's actions not far away, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates all took a deep breath. This posture, could it be? The same thought also occurred to 28 at this moment in the minds of Marine, World Government, the Knights of God, and others. Looking at Whitebeard's iconic pose, everyone was shocked at this moment. A bad idea is being born. Rhine has mastered the two top Paramecia Devil Fruit abilities, the Lion Fruit and the Momo Fruit. Does that mean he needs to master a third Devil Fruit ability now? The next second, a faint white halo appeared on Rhine's right fist. As Rhine swung his right arm, he slammed his right fist into the void in front of him. Boom. Crunch. Just like the space was shattering, cracks appeared in the void in front of Rhine. The familiar scene instantly made the Marines and the strong men of the world government gasp. Paramecia Shock Fruit. Rhine's mouth corners were raised, and his eyes were flashing with excitement. Air Shock. Blanket. The violent shock force was mobilized in an instant, breaking through the void in front of him, and with unstoppable terrifying power, it rushed towards Nasu Shulong, who was not far away. Seeing this scene, Nasu Shulongsheng couldn't help but show a look of disbelief on his face. It's fine if he's a dual fruit user, but now Rhine has seized the shock fruit and has become a user who can master 3 types of devil fruit at the same time. Lion Fruit and Momo Fruit are both top-level Paramecia, and they have incredible power after being developed. Lion Fruit's powerful air control ability is enough to protect the flying pirates from any threat from the world government. The exact location of the Rhine cannot be pinpointed. Even if the world government has the real trump card, it cannot do anything to the Rhine. The Momo Fruit can increase the power of all of Rhine's moves. Rhine, who is already a king-level fighter, can even completely suppress and crush all fighters of the same level with the increased strength. Perhaps the only shortcoming of Rhine is that it does not have the destructive power to cover a large area, but now Rhine has it. Paramecia Shock Fruit. Known as the strongest Paramecia Devil Fruit, it can easily trigger an empty garden or sea earthquake. With the power of vibration, it creates a shocking force that is enough to destroy the world. Hey, are you serious? Advertisement. Blackbeard's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he said, lousy hid for 20 years, and ended up serving as a wedding dress for others. Blackbeard's eyes were filled with anger, as if the shock fruit ability had been obtained by Rhine. At this moment, Blackbeard could no longer remain calm. That originally belonged to Lousy. The Blackbeard pirates looked at Blackbeard with frowns on their faces. After seeing Rhine display the power of the shock fruit, the prisoners from the Undersea prison left without hesitation and immediately chose to leave. Blackbeard failed to successfully seize the shock fruit and become a dual fruit ability user, so there is no need for them to continue following Blackbeard. On the contrary, they are all thinking about whether there is a chance to join the flying pirates. Compared to Blackbeard, who didn't even get the second fruit, Rhine, who has become the first in the world to master the abilities of 3 devil fruits, will definitely bring them more surprises. With the departure of the prisoners in the underwater prison, only Lafitte, Burgess and Poison Q were left behind Blackbeard. As for Van Oka, he had already died at the hands of Rhine. We should leave now, Captain. Lafitte looked serious and said solemnly, since the power of the shock fruit has been taken away by the other party, there is no point for us to stay here. No matter what, the other party is not something we can contend with. There are still powerful enough devil fruit abilities in this world, Captain. Burgess also nodded and said seriously, Lafitte is right, Captain, we should hurry up and leave. After hearing what the two said, Blackbeard couldn't help but take a deep breath, and after adjusting his inner emotions, he glanced at Cayenne in the distance. Although I don't know how Rhine managed to take away Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, and can accommodate 3 devil fruit abilities. But at this moment, Blackbeard is very clear that if he wants to become the king of the sea, or even conquer the entire sea and become the king of pirates, then Rhine is definitely his biggest obstacle. Retreat. Although he was unwilling, Blackbeard knew very well that the only way left for him was to retreat. Similarly, the Whitebeard pirates who were evacuating in the distance at this moment all gasped in shock after seeing Rhine display the power of the shock fruit. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were extremely familiar with Whitebeard's power, felt the shock force exerted by Rhine at this moment, even reaching the level of Whitebeard's peak. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. However, compared to the resentment in Blackbeard's heart, the Whitebeard pirates were more surprised. Since Whitebeard is dead, the shock fruit naturally does not belong to the Whitebeard pirates. Rhine is able to master the power of the shock fruit because of its powerful means and abilities. There is nothing to be jealous of. But they know that in the future, the group protected by the shock fruit's power will no longer be the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Marco and his team are facing the constant pursuit of Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 generals and the strongest fighter of naval headquarters. It seems that the Marines have no intention of letting the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates leave the naval headquarters safely. Straw Hat Boy and Firefist Ace, 2 young people who became sworn brothers when they were young, are cooperating with each other at this moment, just like when they were children at the garbage station, facing those who came to provoke them, and constantly defeating the enemies in front of them. However, at this moment, Sakazuki looked at the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates who were constantly fleeing, and glanced at the Firefist Ace who was about to leave in the crowd, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Do you really think you can escape? You are a bunch of cowards. After rescuing Ace the Fire Fist, you immediately ran away with your tail between your legs. Are the Whitebeard pirates just a bunch of losers like you? That's right. If the captain is so incompetent, how much better can the crew be? In the end, Whitebeard is just a loser from the old times. Sakazuki's words instantly made the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, who were on the run, extremely angry. But they knew that the opportunity to leave naval headquarters was bought with the life of their father Whitebeard. But one person didn't think so. After hearing Sakazuki's words, Firefist Ace stopped in his tracks, turned around and stared at Sakazuki fiercely, and said in a very unfriendly tone, "What did you just say?" Facing Sakazuki's continuous ridicule, Firefist Ace couldn't hold back after all and shouted, "You'd better take back what you just said." Looking at the furious Ace, Sakazuki couldn't help but raise his lips slightly, while the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates and Luffy beside him kept trying to dissuade Ace. "Don't look back, Ace. He's just trying to piss you off." Marco looked serious and said solemnly, "Ignore him, Ace. Don't stop." Vista also rushed over, fearing that Ace would do something irreversible in his impulsiveness. "This B********** D actually dared to humiliate my father." Ace was furious, staring at Sakazuki with an especially ferocious look, but Sakazuki seemed not to sense Ace's gaze, and continued to taunt. "Did I say something wrong? Being defeated by your biological father Roger, and finally missing out on the position of Pirates King, isn't that a loser? Humph, being flattered by a bunch of minions calling you dad, just staging a family farce and showing off on the sea, such a loser, is he worthy of being called a legend?" "Shut up." Ace looked angry, but Sakazuki didn't care. He still said sarcastically in a calm manner, "You have dominated the sea for decades, but you have never obtained the title of Pirates King, and you have gained nothing. In the end, you were stabbed by a deceived son, and you had to die to protect these sons. Isn't this ridiculous? Don't be fooled, Ace." Advertisement. "Although your father Roger is an evil guy, I have to admit that he has a charm that Whitebeard doesn't have. At least he is not a loser, but he truly conquered this sea and became the king of pirates. Even I respect him, not to mention that he single-handedly created this era that is so troublesome for our marines." Sakazuki continued to mock. "What's Whitebeard? Playing house with a bunch of kids in New World, with the world's strongest man. The name of a person, but even. I told you to shut up." Ace suddenly turned around, and with a terrifying flame condensed instantly, he punched Sakazuki. However, facing Ace's move, Sakazuki just raised his arm and punched out, and Shenren's magma even swallowed up the flames. Ace felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was the power of the magma burning his arm. Seeing this, Sakazuki couldn't help but sneer. "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are the user of the Logia fruit? Your burning fruit is at best fire, and my ability is the magma that can burn all fires out, and our abilities are completely superior and subordinate." Then Sakazuki noticed the person standing next to Ace, the world's most vicious criminal, the son of the revolutionary leader Dragon, and the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy. Both of them were sinful beings. Without any hesitation, Sakazuki swung his right fist, and the terrifying magma condensed and fell directly towards the two of them. Straw Hat Boy, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Firefist Ace, the son of Xuanji. You two brothers will die here together today. Faced with Sakazuki's powerful strength, the Whitebeard Pirates were about to step forward to help, but they were suddenly blocked by the top combat power of the naval headquarters, Kizaru Borsalino. "Stopped in my tracks. You can't help me with this." With his arms crossed, countless flashing lasers attacked the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing this, Marco and others were also extremely angry. Marco turned into the Phoenix, burning with an amazing immortal flame, took all of Rusalino's laser beams. However, not far away, the Straw Hat Boy's extremely painful cry came. When Marco and the other Whitebeard Pirates turned around, they saw that the abdomen of Firefist Ace had been pierced by Sakazuki. The terrifying magma has completely destroyed Ace's internal organs. Ace, the Fire Fist, who had just succeeded as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and was asked by Whitebeard to lead the Whitebeard Pirates to continue sailing on the sea, died in Sakazuki. In the hands. Pulling his arm out, Sakazuki looked at Ace, who was completely lifeless, and couldn't help but sneer. "Are you so stupid as to use your body to stop me for the other two? But have you ever thought about it? No, how are these two guys going to stop me after you die?" In the distance, below the execution platform, Garp saw Sakazuki's lava arm piercing Ace's abdomen. He couldn't help it after all. The shocking breath continued to spread, as if he had to use his strongest move within seconds. Fist Bone Galaxy. But before Garp could gather his strength, Sengoku jumped out from behind and pinned Garp to the ground. "What are you going to do, N?" Sengoku looked unhappy. If it was anyone else, Sengoku could just ignore them or even lock them up, but he couldn't do that to Garp. At this moment, Garp, whose grandson had died, must be extremely angry. "Just hold me like that, Sengoku." Garp looked ahead with cold eyes, looking at Sakazuki, who was standing in front of Straw Hat Luffy and Ace and had just pulled his fist out of Ace's abdomen. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will beat that Sakazuki guy to death." Sakazuki has not yet reached the king level, but is constantly fluctuating between the peak admiral and the quasi-king level. If Garp goes all out, facing Sakazuki, who has gone through many battles and consumed a lot of energy, he might really be able to kill him. Just as Sakazuki raised his right fist, ready to destroy all the sinful bloodlines of the new era in one fell swoop, a gust of wind suddenly hit, and the terrifying wind blade actually split Sakazuki in two. When Sakazuki turned into magma and recondensed into his own shape, his eyes fell on the person who made the move. The world's worst criminal, leader of the Revolutionary Army, son of Marine hero Garp. Sakazuki looked serious. The terrifying magma was still increasing in temperature, as if it was going to burn everything around it. Do you want to stop lousy? Chapter 94. Unexplained Immortality. Find the answer from history. As the clash between Dragon and Sakazuki breaks out, the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates have a chance to escape from naval headquarters. But looking at Ace, who no longer had any life, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates felt a little sad at this moment. The Whitebeard Pirates paid such a huge price that even Captain Whitebeard died in the naval headquarters. It was just to rescue Ace, but even so, Ace didn't really survive and leave the naval headquarters alive. From the perspective of the Whitebeard Pirates, they did not blame Ace. Compared to Ace's courage to protect Whitebeard's dignity at the cost of his own life, they seemed to lack such courage. But now is not the time to think about these issues. With Ace's death, it seemed that the entire Whitebeard Pirates was leaderless. As the captain of the first squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco had to step up and take control of the situation. Taking the Whitebeard Pirates' families away from naval headquarters Marineford is the only thing on Marco's mind right now. In the distance, above the Justice Square, naval headquarters, hundreds of meters high in the sky. Faced with the immortality of the five elders, even with the power of the shock fruit, Rhine was unable to truly break the opponent's immortality. Facing Rhine, who has mastered the power of the third demon story, Nasujiro Seiya has already gone all out, without even holding back. But even if he exerted 120% of his strength, facing the full power Rhine, Nasujiro Seiya had no chance of winning. One side can't kill the other side. One side cannot defeat the other. It seems that the battle between the two will continue like this. After taking a deep look at Nasujiro, Rhine rushed forward without hesitation with the amazing Conqueror's Haki and collided with Nasujiro again. The terrifying shock force swept everything around, enough to destroy the entire naval headquarters, but Nasu Shulongsheng's face did not show a too solemn expression. Facing the terrifying attack from Rhine that was enough to destroy the island, Nasujiro Seiya was very clear that he could withstand it with his immortal body and recover to his original state in the blink of an eye. This is the terrifying thing about five elders. The power of immortality is enough to allow five elders to face all the powerful enemies in this world. Speaking of which, the difference in strength among the five elders is also extremely huge. Except for Mercury and Topman Vochuli Saint, the other five elders are only at the quasi-admiral level. How can such strength enable them to fight against admiral level or even stronger ones? There is no doubt about this. The immortality of the five elders is definitely their greatest reliance. And at this moment, Nasu Shulongsheng knew very well that Rhine definitely didn't know how to break the ability of immortality. It's a really difficult ability. Rhine looked serious. He knew that his strength was enough to suppress or even defeat Nasujiro, but because of the immortality of the opponent, he could not let Nasujiro suffer any harm. In this way, even if Rhine's strength is now far ahead of Nasu Shulongsheng, he will not be able to defeat him. Rhine punched again, forcing Nasujiro to retreat, and his eyes could not help but sweep across the entire battlefield of naval headquarters. Whitebeard has fallen, and his abilities have been acquired by himself. In addition, Ace also died at the hands of Sakazuki, the top fighter of the naval headquarters, just like in the original novel. However, unlike in the original work, at this moment Sakazuki was actually facing the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, which surprised Rhine a little. I thought that after Bartholomew Bear slapped Sabo away, Dragon would not care about the situation on the battlefield at this moment, but I didn't expect that in order to help chase his son, Dragon would still choose to take action. To be honest, Rhine did not think that it was a good thing for the Revolutionary Army to join this war. For the Revolutionary Army, they could have seized this opportunity to liberate the Grand Line or other countries in the world before the world government noticed them. But Dragon led most of the Revolutionary Army's forces to the naval headquarters and rushed to the battlefield of Marineford. Since he was devoted to the revolution, why did Dorag bring the Revolutionary Army to participate in this war? Just for Sabo. Now that Sabo has been sent away, what is the reason why Dragon has not left naval headquarters? Don't let your guard down. The next second, a terrifying slash came instantly, bringing Rhine back to his senses. Rhine didn't have the immortality of the five elders and the Knights of God, so when faced with such a move, Rhine naturally chose to dodge. He looked at the centaur Nasujiro Seiya, who was holding the first-generation Kidetsu, and rushed forward, and punched him without hesitation. Momo. 10 times more. Advertisement. With the blessing of the Momo fruit, the power of the shock fruit instantly increased tenfold. The coverage and power were not just increased tenfold. The power of ultimate was so terrifying that it even shattered the surrounding space, instead of just the atmosphere. Before Nasu Shulongsheng got close, his body was completely crushed by the shockwave. However, within a few moments, Nasu Shulongsheng returned to his original appearance. Holding the first-generation Kidetsu, he continued to swing, and an astonishing flying slash kept coming. Rhine knew very well that the outcome of today would not change no matter what. The world government's method of immortality was still a bit too perverted. Before finding the ability to deal with this method, Rhine did not want to continue the conflict with the world government. Air shock. Momo. 10 times the increase. He punched out with a powerful shock wave, and the dozens of flying slashes in the sky were easily crushed. Then Rhine looked at Nasu Shulongsheng and said in a very calm tone, it seems that there is no way to determine the winner of today's battle. With the ability of immortality, I can't kill you, and with the power you have, it is impossible to hurt me or inflict any injuries on me. When I find a way to break the immortal body, believe me, that will be the time for me to return to the Holy Land and pull you down from the altar. After saying this, Nasujiro Seiya knew that continuing the war would not have much impact on the world government, but it would have a huge impact on the Marines. As the sharpest blade in the hands of the world government, Nasujiro Seiya is very aware of the importance of Marine to the world government. After hearing what Rhine said, Nasujiro Seiya slowly put away the first-generation Kidetsu in his hand, and his figure returned to his original human form. In the horse-bone form, Nasujiro Saint looks like the devil itself, extremely intimidating, but at this moment, Nasujiro Saint has returned to his original appearance, looking like just an old man holding a sword. Retreat, boys. Rhine looked calm as he glanced at the people below who were still fighting with the Knights of God. The guys in the Knights of God, like the five elders, also possessed the ability of immortality. In addition, once the immortal body suffers a devastating blow, it will recover to its original peak state. Therefore, in this case, the consumption of the three disasters and the captains of the flying pirates can be said to be extremely strong. In this situation, only a few people can join forces to fight against the guys from the Knights of God. In addition, the strong men from the CP organization also need the captains to stop them. In order to let Rhine obtain the power of the shock fruit, the entire flying pirates group has done their best. When Rhine had obtained the shock fruit and tested its power before saying, "Retreat," the guys in the flying pirates all breathed a sigh of relief. Even though these thugs were looking forward to the war, they gradually became numb when faced with this guy who was basically immune to death. Before finding the weakness of this kind of immortal body, I'm afraid they won't want to fight against the immortals like the Knights of God or the Five Elders. It's really disgusting. Following Rhine's words, the members of the Knights of God all stopped fighting. It was obvious that they also knew that the result of this clash was destined to end in a draw. Continuing the collision would only be a waste of time. Perhaps he could rely on his immortal body to drag the guys from the flying pirates to death here, but the problem was that it would take an incredibly long time. And with the strength shown by Lerona Rhine, he can definitely deal a devastating blow to the Marine strongman while dealing with Nasujiro. This is absolutely intolerable, so continuing the fight will not bring any benefits to either side. Stopping this battle may be the best option. But the flying pirates are preparing to leave, and it will not be easy for the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army to leave. After all, for them, the current combat power of Naval Headquarters Marineford is totally beyond the ability of both sides to contend with. Once all the members of the flying pirates leave, the world government will obviously set their sights on them. When facing the five elders and the members of the Knights of God, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army will not be able to handle it. So after hearing the sound of the flying pirates preparing to retreat, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, did not hesitate at all, and turned into a gust of wind, colliding with Sakazuki and using the force to return to the Revolutionary Army's camp. It's time to go. Dorag looked serious. There was no reason to continue fighting at this moment. Most of the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates had already fled to the outskirts of Crescent Bay. For them, if they continued to stay in the naval headquarters and Marineford, what awaited them would be the liquidation of the world government. Ivankov, Lightning, Betty and others were also ready. After hearing what Dragon said, they all prepared to evacuate naval headquarters without any hesitation. But all this didn't matter to the members of the Sky Pirates. With the power of the Lion Fruit, Rhine and the Sky Pirates were ready to leave, and basically no one could stop them. Just after the Flying Pirates left, the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard Pirates also left the naval headquarters one after another. But what was surprising was that just as the three major forces left the naval headquarters and headed in the direction they came from, 10 huge pirate ships sailed into Marin. On many battlefields. Give me some face. This war should end. Advertisement. As soon as these words were spoken, the Marines who were resting and dealing with various matters on the battlefield all looked at Shanks as if he were a fool. Seeing this, Shanks also showed some surprise on his face, and Beckman lit up. He lit a cigarette and said calmly, "It seems we are already late." Shanks shook his head, and then his eyes fell on Whitebeard's body not far away. Even though he has died in battle, Whitebeard is still standing on the square of justice, his figure is still strong despite his death. "Respectable beings, Marines, would you please let us bury Whitebeard's body?" Shanks said with a serious expression, "If you guys in the Marine don't give me this face, then I." Shanks' Conqueror's momentum exploded instantly, and his amazing aura instantly covered the entire naval headquarters. The Red Hair Pirates crew members behind him are also ready for battle. Shanks. However, at this moment, Beckman noticed a figure not far away, and squinted his eyes and said, "It seems that things are not as expected." Shanks looked in the direction of Beckman's gaze when he heard this. When Shanks noticed the figure not far ahead, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and his expression became more solemn. The leader of the Knights of God, Ferguland Shamrock. "What do you want to do, Red Shanks?" Shamrock looked at Shanks with a cold expression and continued, "Whitebeard's body is the symbol of the greatest victory of the world government and Marine. I can't give it to you to take away if you want to snatch it." Shamrock slowly unsheathed the saber at his waist and said calmly, "You can also try to see if you can do it." The flying pirates naturally didn't care about the red hair pirates breaking into the naval headquarters and trying to take away the bodies of Whitebeard and Firefist Ace. Have any relationship. For Rhine, now that he has obtained the power of the shock fruit, he has accomplished the real purpose of this trip. However, now that he has obtained the power of the shock fruit, Rhine does not show any excitement or happiness. The rest of the crew of the flying pirates, Kion Majau, were also watching Rhine silently. At this moment, they were on their way back to New World. No one knew what Rhine was thinking about. What's wrong, Captain? Daz Bonus came to Crocodile and asked, hasn't the goal been achieved? The power of the shock fruit has also been obtained. Why? The captain still looks unhappy. Hearing this, Crocodile took the cigar in his hand and replied calmly, of course it's because those guys in the world government have the power of immortality. The ability of the body. 5 elders, the Knights of God, and possibly other powers. The world government has been ruling for 800 years. No one knows how deep the conspiracy is. Hearing this, Beloric Redfield, who was standing by, also said, the ability of immortality is indeed very difficult to deal with. If we can't find a way to break the immortality, I'm afraid even if the captain leads us to conquer the entire ocean, it will be difficult to overthrow the rule of the world government and pull those guys off the altar. That kind of immortality is really disgusting. Douglas Bullet, the descendant of the devil, slowly said, if it weren't for the power of immortality, we would have dealt with those members of the Knights of God long ago and went to help the ship. Long suppressed the Naslang district, one of the 5 elders. But the problem is that with that kind of immortal body, as long as you kill it, all its consumed states will be restored to its peak in an instant. I don't know how to deal with this kind of tactics. Rhine was not deaf, so he could hear clearly the conversation among the flying pirates. After taking a deep breath, Rhine said in a very serious tone, that method of immortality definitely has some kind of weakness, but we just haven't noticed it. Rhine seemed to have thought of something and his eyes fell on Robin. Perhaps, we need to look for the real answer from history. Chapter 95. Yamato, the Devil's Child. The successor of Joyboy's will. New World Wanokuni Sea Area. The location of Ghost Island. With the death of Whitebeard, New World has now returned to the 4 Emperors situation. As the headquarters of 4 Emperors Kaido, Onigashima is extremely lively at this moment. Some time ago, Kaido seized the opportunity when the Whitebeard Pirates went to the naval headquarters to rescue the captain of the 2nd Division, and captured most of the territories under the Whitebeard Pirates in one fell swoop. At this moment, the power of the Beast's Pirates is even 1/3 more than before the war. What a huge improvement this is. You have to know that as a 4 Emperors level pirates group, the Beast's Pirates are extremely good at war. What does it mean that the power has increased by 1/3 now? It can even be said that the current Beast's Pirates are almost the most powerful pirates group capable of waging war among the 4 Emperors. Of course, if we compare the overall strength, the leader of the 4 Emperors is still Lerona Rhine, and the title of the strongest pirates has long been the Flying Pirates. Captain Lerona Rhine, not to mention that his strength has reached the king level, he is also a 3-fruit ability user who breaks the convention and can master the 3 top-level paramecias of Lion Fruit, Momo Fruit and Shock Fruit at the same time. It is enough to make the whole world feel fear and shock at the existence of Rhine. In addition, the 3 disasters under the command of the Sky Pirates are the exact counterparts of the 3 strongest forces of the naval headquarters. In addition, the 10 captains of the Flying Pirates are not unknown people either. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Avalo Pizarro, Rain Shiryu. The strength of these first 4 captains is enough to face any of the 4 Emperor's pirates. They are the strongest cadres under the Emperor of the Sea. The reason why I mentioned these things is because the Flying Pirates appeared on Ghost Island today. As the Ragnarok docked, the eyes of many Beasts Pirates members on Ghost Island fell on the Ragnarok. The young man in the lead was. He is known as the strongest man of the new era, a man who breaks the Devil Fruit norm and can master the abilities of the 3 top Paramecia Devil Fruits. The youngest Sea Emperor in the world. 4 Emperors, Roan Rhine. Ha ha ha, you're finally here, Rhine. The next second, from the depths of Oni Island, a huge god-tier dragon several hundred meters long fell towards the location of the Ragnarok. The huge figure flashed with an amazing aura, gradually transformed into a human form, and stopped in front of the Flying Pirates. Long time no see, Yin. Thunder 8 trigrams. 447. Kaido grinned, and without any hesitation, he directly grasped the mace, and with the terrifying conqueror's haki wrapped around it, the scarlet was mixed with black lightning, and the powerful blow hit Rhine's face directly. Faced with Kaido's attack without any hesitation, Rhine couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling a little helpless about the way the 4 emperors greeted each other. But since Kaido has already demonstrated his strength, Rhine no longer hesitates. All the gods are gone. As conquerors burst, the Sakura 10 and the Deadwood on his waist were instantly unsheathed, and the terrifying Overlord color slash instantly collided with the thundering 8 trigrams. Then, Kaido was instantly thrown backwards and landed on a hill in the distance. The violent vibration spread throughout the entire Onigashima Island. The Beast's Pirates members who saw this scene all gasped. Governor Kaido was actually knocked out so easily. What kind of monster-level power is this? But Kaido probably didn't expect that Rhine's current strength had reached such a terrifying level. If it was a divine dodge, then Kaido would definitely be able to block it, but even the people in the Flying Pirates were a little surprised. When Kaido greeted him, Rhine responded by performing the gods of annihilation. If Kaido was a little weaker, wouldn't he be cut in half? Hey, Rhine, are you taking this too seriously? Kaido stood up from the ruins, his shaking body didn't seem to be in any serious condition, but this was normal. Facing a move that Kaido didn't use with all his strength, Rhine naturally wouldn't use the full power of all gods' destruction. Aren't you okay? Advertisement. Rhine looked calm, and then slowly said, why? Now that I'm in your territory, why don't you invite me in to sit down? Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed heartily and responded, of course, no problem, Jin. Give the orders, we're going to have a real meeting.
Understood, Governor. Jin nodded, and then walked towards the logistics center of Onigashima. Not long after, a grand banquet was held as scheduled in the building of the Beast's Pirates headquarters on Ghost Island. At the banquet, no one from the Sky Pirates spoke, because at this moment, the captain of the Sky Pirates, Rhine, had already fallen into silence. Even at such a lively banquet, it seemed that Ping couldn't get Rhine to mention MIG.
Kaido couldn't help but frown when he saw this, and asked, hey, Rhine, what's going on? Is it because Lousy's wine is not good enough that you are not enjoying it enough? Hearing this, Rhine took a deep breath, glanced at Kaido, and replied calmly, I was just wondering how to deal with the power of the Five Elders and the Knights of God. Immortality. Kaido couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. It was obvious that Kaido was well aware of the terrifying Five Elders and the Knights of God. Kaido had a conflict with those guys with immortal bodies decades ago. But it is obvious that even now, Kaido has no way to break the immortality of the Five Elders. I didn't expect that you, who have already mastered the abilities of 3 top-level devil fruits, would be helpless against the immortality of the Five Elders. Rhine shook his head, recalling the battle at the top and the clash with one of the Five Elders, the god of finance, Venus Azamburn v. Nasujuro Saint. If it weren't for the power of his immortal body, perhaps he could have really made the Five Elders, the supreme leader of the world government, lose one person. But that was an unsolvable method. Even someone as strong as Rhine had no way to deal with it. There will always be a solution. Kaido said solemnly, and then handed the bottle of wine in his hand to Rhine, and said with a serious look, now is the pirates' banquet time. Don't spoil the fun, Rhine. Rhine shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The members of the Flying Pirates and the Beast's Pirates celebrated together until the next night. The Beast's Pirates celebrate as they take over most of the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. The Flying Pirates celebrated that their captain had once again broken the rules and mastered the power of the third devil fruit in addition to the lion fruit and the Chi-Chi fruit. Said to be the strongest shock fruit in Paramecia, it has the power to destroy the world. Both sides had something to celebrate, so the banquet did not end until the morning of the third day. However, during the banquet, Kaido's son actually ran out of the dungeon and challenged Kaido in front of the Flying Pirates. Kaido and the Beast's Pirates were already used to this kind of thing, but it was clear that the Flying Pirates had never seen such fun before. Although she is Kaido's daughter, she regards Kaido's biggest enemy Kazuki Oden as her idol and even wants to become Kazuki Oden. It would be fine if she just called herself a man, but she even wants to challenge Kaido of the Beasts and become the general of Wano Kuni after defeating Kaido. The Flying Pirates were happy to see this kind of thing. After all, it was just like watching a big show when there was such fun during the banquet. However, to the surprise of the Flying Pirates, Kaido could not stand Yamato's torture, so after defeating Yamato, he threw Yamato directly to Rhine. Hey, Rhine, I'll let you take care of this guy for a while. Kaido took a gulp of wine, and upon hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said in a somewhat surprised tone, are you serious? You want me to help you take care of the child? Tisk, this guy doesn't recognize Lousy as his father anyway, why should Lousy care about her? Kaido said. His eyes fell on Yamato who fainted in front of Rhine, and said in a very unhappy tone, Yamato has good talent, let's take it as an agreement between Lousy and you to form an alliance. I will give my daughter to you, indicating that the relationship between the Beast's Pirates and the Flying Pirates will be further developed in the future. It's just right. Let Yamato, that B****************, D, stay in Wano Kuni, in Onigashima. Every day, he can do nothing except challenge Lousy and call himself Kazuki Oden, trying to anger Lousy to death. One day in the future, he might even bring outsiders to deal with Lousy. Instead of waiting for that day to come, Lousy might as well give Yamato to you directly. It will be enough to let her understand that she is not Kazuki Oden. Seeing Kaido drinking continuously, Lane couldn't help but shake his head and said calmly, I never said that I would get so close to the Beast's Pirates. Tisk, unless one day in the future you want to take over the entire new world, otherwise, I really don't want to be your enemy. Kaido spoke in a serious tone. At this point, a little light appeared in Kaido's eyes. He slowly said, if there really comes a day like that, Lousy will also be curious about whether you can train Yamato to be qualified to challenge Lousy. That's probably going to be difficult. Rhine chuckled and slowly stood up from his seat. Seeing Rhine's actions, everyone in the Flying Pirates group stood up, and then Rhine said, Kaido, you said before that in addition to the Fishman Island, I can also take a piece of your Wano Kuni territory, right? No problem. Advertisement. Kaido grinned and said, including the 2 richest places, Flower Capital and Julie. If you want, you can take them away. Kaido, who has already obtained many territories of the Whitebeard Pirates, naturally will not focus on Wano Kuni. Even though Wano Kuni has a great significance, Kaido will never offend a giant like the Flying Pirates just for a small piece of territory in Wano Kuni. Even though they are both four emperors, Kaido knows that the Beast's pirates cannot fight against the Flying Pirates. Even if the weapons configuration and equipment are far superior to the Flying Pirates, what does it matter? The user of the Three Fruits ability, King-level combat power. In addition, there are 3 terrifying disasters that rival the 3 highest combat powers of the naval headquarters, and 10 squad leaders. Once the war starts, the only ones who will suffer are you and the Beast's pirates. Although he looks like a brainless guy, in fact, Kaido is smarter than most people in this world. Wano Kuni, the capital of flowers. Kurozumi Shogunate. Originally, Wano Kuni belonged to the Kazuki family, and the Kurozumi family was just a retainer of the Kazuki family. About 20 years ago, Kurozumi Higurashi secretly colluded with Kaido and eventually killed Wano Kuni's general Kazuki Oden, making Kurozumi the new general of Wano Kuni. Nearly 20 years have passed since Kurozumi Orochi ruled Wano Kuni. The entire Wano Kuni is in a mess under the rule of Kurozumi the Great Snake. As for the Beast's pirates. Come on, how could a pirates possibly understand matters like people's livelihood and economy? Kaido did not take the initiative to interfere in Wano Kuni's internal affairs because of this, but he never expected that Kurozumi Orochi could turn Wano Kuni into what it is now. Nowadays, there seems to be no other valuable places in Wano Kuni except the flower capital and Julie. Rhine looked at Wano Kuni's situation and shook his head. He said calmly, the only place that catches my eye is the flower city. I'll take this place with me. Is that okay? Of course there is no problem with the agreed matter, but do you think Lousy will go back on his word? Kaido picked his nose and flicked the particles on his fingers, landing right on the head of Kurozumi the snake. Kaido adult. Kurozumi Orochi seemed to be about to say something, but the next second, with the activation of Lion Fruit, the entire flower city was constantly rising into the air. Don't you need to clean up the samurai group up there? Kaido was a little puzzled and continued, it's okay for you to pack everything up and take it away, but it will probably be troublesome to clean up afterwards, right? It doesn't matter. Rhine looked calm, then glanced at Kurozumi Orochi and said calmly, your subordinate seems reluctant to leave the flower capital. Why, Snake, are you going to disobey Lousy's orders? Kaido looked at Kurozumi Snake with ferocious eyes, and Kurozumi Snake also felt extremely painful when he saw this. In the Flower City, all the financial reports that I have collected over the past 10 years are hidden inside. But now, someone has taken away the entire Tonghua city. And looking at Kaido's expression, it seems that he has no intention of stopping it at all. Facing Kaido's gaze and pressure, Kurozumi Orochi could only helplessly answer. No matter what, Lord Kaido's orders must be obeyed. Looking at the apparently honest Kurozumi Snake, Rhine did not say much, but said calmly, see you next time Kaido, I still need to go to the Fishman Island. Lousy is not going to send you off. Kaido then looked at the Beast's pirates and said solemnly, it will take some time to completely control the Whitebeard Pirates' territories. 2 years. After 2 years, I hope those territories will accept everything. Do you understand? Yes, Governor Kaido. Looking at the Flower City and Ragnarok flying farther and farther away, Yanzai Jinkai frowned slightly and said in a confused tone, Governor, why didn't you tell them about the 5 elders and the other powerful people of the world government, and what the weakness of the immortal body is? Kaido couldn't help but grin when he heard this and said, what's the use of telling him? Rhine's power won't be able to reach that level in a short period of time, and Lousy is the one who was destined to save the world. Hearing this, he didn't say much. After all, Kaido has always believed that he is the successor of Joy Boy's will and the only one who can save the world. Rhine. In Kaido's opinion, even though Rhine has many terrible means, he even breaks the rules and becomes the third demon fruit power. However, as the successor of Joey Boy, I will definitely be able to surpass Rhine in the future. But sometimes Kaido is not stupid, but funny. It seems that Kaido completely overlooked Rhine's incredibly young age because of the terrifying power he displayed. If Rhine is given enough room to grow, wouldn't he necessarily be able to surpass Joy Boy?